she was greeted with unprofessional behavior from a receptionist. She felt unsafe and fled from there. Another friend named Asha, working at a hospital as a receptionist, once had a patient who only spoke Telugu, but they had hard time giving her a proper medical attention because of that language barrier. I can give you many other examples and many other stories, but they will be all pointing to same things: safety, availability, and this communication. So the problems arising in reception desk nowadays are these long queues and all, this communication problem, the safety concern, and the information accessibility also. Some receptionists may not know anything about the institution or anything else. Also, they won't be available 24/7. So these problems, when we multiply in 5 million plus businesses in India, it's not just a small problem. It's a massive daily frustration. So the solution is what? A robot which can do which can greet the visitors all the time with the same emotion. There is no safety issues. It can speak multiple languages, and also it can do all the backend systems. It can check in, check out, everything. So that is our Amy. She's an AI humanoid receptionist robot. She works completely offline because some institutions have data concern, data privacy concerns. So that's why we made it completely offline. She can work completely offline. With it can also express emotions. So, yes, of course, we have competitors like Mitra by Inventor Robotics, Ira from Asimo Robots, and other imported robots like Pepper. But they all have some limitations because most of these robots work in cloud-based architecture, and also they are a little bit expensive. And they have only like the Ira robot by Asimo Robots, which was made to the HDFC Bank in Mumbai. It has limited customization. Our aim is different actually. Our aim works completely offline, have a scalable and customizable model. She can perform very well. So this is our market size. The global market just hit about 4.2 billion as of now, and we'll be accessing about 250 million as a serviceable accessible market. And the slice we are going to, as of now, as a early target will be 5 million. So we are having three revenue models. The revenue will come from direct sales to businesses. We are planning to charge about around 5 lakhs as a unit price for the robot. And also we are planning to send the robot to events like these and also expose them. And we are planning to put it at the advertisement revenue. That's after some improvement we can show some region-based advertisements in the idle screen when the robot is moving. And to move from a prototype to a fully market-ready product, we need your support. So we are raising about 25 lakhs, and most of it goes to the product development and upgrade, and the quarter of it goes to the marketing and the rest to the operations. Okay. So within 3 years, we'll be having about we will be going from 60 lakhs to 5.5 crores for the revenue, and the US will be having about 3 to 4x returns within 3 years, and also the break even within 2 years. So thank you. And Amy is not just a robot; she is the future of research management in India. Okay, thank you. So, yeah. Um, I miss your name. What's your name? Muhammad Ashir. Muhammad Ashir, no? Good, good. At this rate, no, you can have a robot to review your proposal also. To review your proposal, you can have a robot. Oh,
Why don't you say one?
I was asking for 25 lakhs.
Yeah.
That's what the proposal.
You can ask the robot, no?
No,
So
actually.
good. Joke apart. Um, robot can greet because I'm not very much sure about it. Anyways, it's a wonderful idea. Uh, to, and have a few concerns also. Anyways, anything you want to
Mentioned that offline.
add?
Like what is the why you have arrived at that conclusion that
Because
should be off?
in the most cases, when the internet is down, the robots are down actually. Because those are running with this AP or cloud-based architecture. The AI model will be running in the cloud and they will be accessing via internet. But our robot can work completely without any internet connection. And also, it needs a internet connection like to access or access what's the news or access someone has how to go from here to there. You can access it through internet. You can be connected with the internet and if the internet is not there, you can also communicate offline. You can commute with the others. You can check book the stays and all.
Why I have asked this is because see if somebody is coming to a new town, the access like movie marketing projects and programs, that's why I have come to input. So mostly I will be asking about how they like what is the rush like? Is there any new event that happened recently so that I need particularly? So these things should be available
Ah, yeah.
in the row.
Good
Because
question,
so
actually.
there is a human being, he will be aware of the paper knows, but this only all of them. These difference will happen.
Okay, we also thought about that. So for that occasions, we can give them some information, like an event planning. So, like I said, we are planning to do the rentals for the events, right? So on those cases, we will be giving some information about. Okay, so
So that
then it will be able to answer.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you, Ashraf. The next idea to we have is Mohammed Nital, and he comes up with a very interesting product. It's an automatic solar cleaning system. Over to you, Nital.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Before starting, I want everyone to picture this. Imagine a family from Ernakulam installing a 10 kilowatt solar panel on top of the roof. They expect big returns for a long time, but within months, they realize that they are losing up to 20 to 30,000 rupees just because of that. That's ridiculous, right? Climbing up on top of the roof and cleaning the solar panel is an exhausting job. And this is available in the market is way too expensive for them to afford. This is the reality of thousands of homes in India. So what's the real problem? The real problem is that the solar panel uses up to 30 to 40% of efficiency just because of dust, dirt, and bird dropping. And the only methods available in the market is either manual cleaning, which is risky, time consuming, and also water intensive. And the other method is using mostly which is about 1 to 2 lakhs, which is focused only for large scale solar panels. And this leaves small users and small businesses with no other solution. Our core conceptual aspect is to create compact, affordable, and IoT enabled devices, which makes it easy for anyone to use it from anywhere in the world. As you know, India is the third largest country in generating solar energy, and Kerala alone have 1,70,000 rooftop users. And our target market is very clear that we are focused on domestic to mid-scale users. that is from 5 kilowatts to more than 180 kilowatt panel systems. And what we are different from the competitors is that the competitors' product is cost around 1 to 2 lakhs, which is way too expensive for normal people to afford. And it is only scale, it is scale very large for large and it is big in size and it is not easy to carry. Where our solution comes is that we affordable solution which ensures safety and efficiency with all the facilities that is provided on land product. Our solution is aspects automatic solar panel cleaning system, which is smart, intelligent, and it is easy to use. It has AI, IoT enabling features. The image you see on the right side is the concept model. That tiny little board is gonna save a lot of power cost from the energy, solar energies. And this little board is gonna change the way of cleaning solars. Our key features are it is truly autonomous. And it has 12 modes of cleaning, which is wet and dry for saving water, and it has AI features including IoT also, which makes it easy to use for anyone. And main feature we consider is self-sustaining charging, which makes people don't even want to climb on top of that. This makes the product just install it and forget like that. And the implementation challenges we faced was making it affordable for the people and addressing the misalignment panels and the weight and size of the units, which we overcome by focusing on cost optimized development. And we are at the prototype platform. And this is the financial report. We require an initial investment of 1.58 CR for completing come to market within 6 month timeline. And the ROI projection was is 0.18 times within 60 months of entering the market. And the financial breakdown is shown on the left. And the non-financial support we seek is this strategic partnership with manufacturers and also partnership research and development research institution for R&D and evaluation. And the business models we are proposing here is B2C model and also LTMC model. Gives annual maintenance clean for normal people so that everyone can afford it. And this isn't about the money. This is about the impact. Actually, by 2026, Kerala alone will be having more than 3 lakh solar users, which who will require our solution. And we are ready to meet their needs. And our vision is very clear: value-driven solar care for small businesses and we are joining and invest to create sustainable energy. Thank you.
Yeah, good presentation. What's your name?
Nidal. Nidal. N-A-D-A. N-A-D-H.
Good idea, because at the rate the solarization happening across India and you're focusing on the target group, mostly household and the
Mid scale.
yeah, yeah, mid scale. Okay, now what cost any anything of that kind?
Product price?
Yeah,
Yeah, around stage is 20,000.
60,000 rupees. Now, what is the total cost for installing PV capacity? What is the cost of installation of generating 5 to 10 kVA? No, it was to about 3 to 4 lakh. No?
Sorry.
Solarization. What is the cost for rooftop solarization?
The solution it's like only big gigawatts of like that. So we thought that there's solution to the market and we research about that. And there is in the recently we visited one mid-scale users who has 80 kilowatt panel, around 160 panels. And they didn't have any solution. They are cleaning by manual. And manual cleaning, we saw that they are like cleaning regularly, but still they couldn't clean it properly, and it is becoming damaged.
Oh, as of now, മാനുവൽ ക്ലീനിങ് ആണ് നടക്കുന്നത് അല്ലേ
അതെ
മോസ്റ്റ്ലി അല്ലേ
അതെ
ഇതിനകത്ത് but I found this very interesting, very നന്നായിട്ടുണ്ട്. Only thing is that assessment risk of your product.
yeah
Okay,
yeah
once you arrive at and what is it? Because the base ഞങ്ങൾ solar question and photovoltaic ഈ ഒരു മേഖലയിലുള്ള ഭയങ്കര ഒരു ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ആണ്. അപ്പൊ അതിനകത്ത് റിസ്ക് ഈസ് ഹ്യൂജ്. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ അതുകൂടി ഒന്ന് അസസ് ചെയ്താൽ നന്നായി തോന്നുന്നു.
സ്റ്റഡി ചെയ്തു സോളാറിന്റെ മുകളിൽ അതിന്റെ പ്രഷർ എത്ര മെൻഷൻ ചെയ്തത് ബീറ്റ് ആൻഡ് സൈസ് ആ ബീറ്റ് ആൻഡ് സൈസ്
No, no, no. I am talking about the commercial the competition.
അതൊക്കെ
Okay, okay. Overall good.
Good presentation. I just wanted to just understand how the cleaning will take place.
Yeah, it will be, we can have a charging dock, like it will be implemented just like പുറത്തേക്കും സോളാർക്ക് നിന്നും കുറച്ച് തള്ളി നിന്നിട്ടേക്കും. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഫോൺ യൂസ് ചെയ്ത് ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ വഴി നമുക്ക് ജസ്റ്റ് ഓൺ ചെയ്ത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഷെഡ്യൂൾ ചെയ്ത് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അത് ലൈക്ക് റൂം നമ്മളിപ്പോ MI അത് clean it automatically the edges, select balance, clean all and return back. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഫോർ ക്ലീനിങ് എഡ്ജ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതലുള്ള സ്ഥലത്ത് ക്ലീനിങ് നടത്താൻ പ്രോപ്പർ ആയിട്ട് ക്ലീൻ നമുക്ക് ഇത് തിരിച്ചാൽ ചാർജ് ടോക്കിൽ വന്നിട്ട് അപ്പോൾ
It will clean all this microfiber if you are cleaning it. And what is the
അതായത് ബേർഡ് ഡ്രോപ്പിംഗ്സ് we will use in radio approach. That is very sort of and we will use little like where it is there with the AI feature we will take bird droppings and reduce the water there and there is a microfiber which will dry the water as soon as it's there.
thank you any other questions from the audience any interesting questions no thank you next ideator on stage Sebin Saji right Sebin Saji and product is an automated machine with smart sensors and software that ensures high quality honey, reduces waste, and saves beekeepers. Civil Sachi.
So, very good morning all. Myself, Dennis, representing Team Highways. And Sebin is my teammate, he's here. So, before moving in detail, what actually is Highways? So, Highways is nothing but a fully automated honey extractor which can deal through the issues that are faced by the conventional extractors that are present in the market. So, before moving in detail, let's have a check over what are the issues that are faced by the conventional mechanism that is available in the market. Here in the figure, you can see how the conventional mechanism looks like. This is how it is in the structure. It's made up of aluminum and is having a manual rotating mechanism. So the first disadvantage that is facing system is the lack of quality. As we all know, honey is a floral product, and as a result of this, a huge amount of atmospheric and environmental waste will be present over here. So in the conventional mechanism, the top is open and gradually the waste will be open. And second one is wastage. The conventional method is a three container process. The first container is this. The farmer will place it in a bubble structure. He will be rotating it clockwise for 1.5 minutes and anti-clockwise for another 1.5 minutes, and the honey will be poured out. After finishing the process in the first container, he have to filter it through two other containers. The filters of varying. So what actually happens is, the surface of aluminum is pretty hard. So honey is more viscous and it will suck off the structure, and almost 20 to 30% of the honey will be lost there. So that's also an issue. And third one is the bee settlements are lost. The conventional method is open at the top, and the bees will be tending to come back to settlement. They will try to come to the honeybee settlement, and as a result of this, they will be crushed, and that also decrement the quality. And the last one is the quality and the time requirement. So in the conventional method, if a farmer has to take 1 to 2 liters of honey, that's a task of an entire day. Because the conventional way of heating honey, we have to heat the honey. Honey will be having water content, but the water content will be would be less than 22 or 22 to 22.8%. That's a market requirement. So if the water content is above that, the honey quality will be reduced. So in order to sort out this, a farmer what is using is that, he will be tending to put the honey in the sunlight. The honey will be poured over a rectangular structure over the sunlight, and he will be seeking help from sunlight to filter, like, take all the water. So that's all about the beekeeping. So about the task audience, we are having a fixed 252 customers in the market. While we proposed the project, we were having conversation with the Inform Society in Kanjirapalli, and as a result of this, there is itself 2,000 plus honeybee farmers in Kanjirapalli alone, and we are having an assured amount of 252 customers who are willing to buy our product. And speaking about our idea, the target audience will be small scale farmers and the people who are new into the apiculture, and also along with agricultural societies like Inform, Carnivore, and Horticulture, etc. And about the idea, the patent is already been published and the patent number is presented over here. And speaking detail about the idea, the entire mechanism is divided into three layers or the three stages. And the farmer can detach each of the layers and use accordingly. And the first one is the control unit, and the control unit will be equipped with a USB32 microcontroller, which will be performing the controlling operations. And what we are actually doing is the honeycomb will be of varying sizes. It can range from 500 grams to up to 1 kilogram. So what we are actually doing here is we are presenting a load gauge sensor. So this is how the load gauge looks like. Here is where the honeycombs are placed. These are structures and the combs will be placed over the structure. And below that, we will be keeping a load gauge sensor. While we place the honeycomb over the structure, the load gauge will be sensing what's the total weight of honeycomb that is placed over the structure. And as a result of this, there is a certain RPM. If 500 grams is the weight of honey, then the RPM required to rotate is 99 to 102. That's a preset RPM. So we are training our model with that RPM, and as a result of this, the model will be based on the total weight. The model will be deciding what should be the speed to rotate. And the rotation is also in a periodic manner, 1.5 minutes clockwise and another 1.5 minutes anti-clockwise. So that's all about the honeybees. And the second one is the honeycomb carrier. About the control unit, we are also providing another machinery called the air pressure sensor. So in the bottommost region, you can see the honey collector. So what actually doing there is, after the extraction, like the rotation, the honey will be poured into the structure to the collection container. And the collection container, we are providing an air pressure sensor so that the only task the farmer has to do is to keep the outlet container in the below the system. Like he doesn't have to check whether the container is filled or not. At the time when the bottom container is filled, it will be the flow will be automatically. And what is the novelty of the idea? There is a semi-automatic machinery that is available in the market and its price is 12,500 to 15,000. One thing. Machinery is available in the market. So what we are doing extra? So the extra works is the first one is the two-layer filtration. So here you can see that. Yes, the first one is the normal metallic filter that will be filtering out the atmospheric particles present in the honey, and the second one is a heating filter. So what actually happens to the heating filter is we are providing an incandescent lamp support that will be heating out the water that is present in the honey. So I have said in the conventional method, the farmers depend sunlight for the heating process.
So you have 2 minutes.
So the farmer has to depend on the climate. So what we are doing here is we are providing the heating mechanism also. And what actually makes the idea more novel is we can provide the entire mechanism at a price of 30. I said the semi-automatic machine is available at a price of 17,500 from 12,000 onwards. But we are providing the fully automatic machine with two-layer of filtration collection unit all with a cost of 31,000 rupees. And about the business plan and cost requirement, I have said we are having a conversation with the Inform Society in Kanjarapalli, and we came to know that almost 250 customers are interested in buying product for like establishing their agricultural activities. And this is about the target scale. We are planning to gain a sale of 75 lakhs in a year with an expected profit of 10 to 18%. And also about these are the incubating our college BP. So these are the incubation course and all. And that's all about the product. Thank you.
Both evaluators. So good job. Thank you for so many ideas that we are uh, because you are concerned about the problems faced by the farmers, small-time businessmen. So it's actually it shows the concerns that youth has for the small-time farmers and businesses. Good initiative. Overall, I don't understand much about the processes and the honey market itself. Maybe I understand globally honey is Indian honey again is one of the product of this. It will improve further. So there is for this deliverability of this product is sustained, but you can grow geographically.
Actually, there is a statistics. By 2030, the global honey market is increasing 30% per year. So the people are mostly focusing on fitness and healthy lifestyle. So the honey is having a global market also.
So you have wonderful.
Yeah.
Nutrition, that device, you don't have to keep it open in the sunlight. Uh, like, what is the impact that a farmer will be like if he does not want to show it in the sunlight, keep it for 1 day or 2 days? Whether any impact will be there for his business, like
Yes, obviously. For example, I will talk about the Malanar Society. We might be familiar about that. So, Malanar Society, my teammate Sebin, he is an apiculturist. So, in the Malanar Society, we only accept the honey that is having a water content between the range 22% to 0.8. So water content is less or more, and it will not be taken. So the farmer will be facing a huge economic crisis there itself. So that's the issue with the water. And about the filtration, that's naturally we know the honey that having a huge amount of like a micro range of particles present inside it will not be accepted. So more than the filtration, the main content is water. If water is present, honey quality is totally low. Cannot be sold. It is pour out of the line. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So next we have Dr. Shivadath, and he's coming up with a product called as Ecomorph. It's a coconut plus soybean oil resin for photopolymer 3D printing.
Good morning, judges and dear friends. I'm Dr. Shilpat and I'm a dentist and the co-founder of Celestial Innovations Private Limited. So, okay. I'm a dentist and the co-founder of Celestial Innovations Private Limited, and I'm here to talk about Ecomorph, which is a coconut and soybean oil-based bioresin for photopolymerization 3D printing. So in dentistry and medicine, we leverage the use of photopolymerization 3D printing, which is a precise mode of 3D printing. And the current bioresins, the resins that we use currently are toxic and cytotoxic, multi-organ compounds like BP. BP, as we know, is a non-carcinogen too. So there are existing solutions, but they are really expensive and it limits its adoption. So we have a great opportunity right here because the global 3D printing in the industry market is expected to jump from 3.1 billion in 2023 to 15 billion by 2030 coming to India. So we make use of this particular resin printing technology for clear aligners, making clear aligners. So when we look at the market of clear aligners, so in India itself, the market size is about is coming from 168 million to 1.05 billion by 2030. And when we talk about the market in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, we have a population of 120 million, and the addressable aligner patients are in the range of 5 to 7 lakhs. So we have a critical gap where we can supply bioresins to lower. So our product is Ecomorph, which is bioresin, which is a dual oil-based bioresin made from coconut oil and soybean oil. So which is non-cytotoxic, non-genotoxic, BPA free, and it is drop-in compatible. More importantly, it is drop-in compatible all printers available in the market. So the value proposition, it is safe, sustainable, and on par with standard resin. So as you can see here, a standard resin cost is 7,500 rupees. A bioresin will cost in the range of 18,000, and our resin costs just around 7,000, which is in the range of a standard resin. So the prototype achievements, so we validated the print accuracy, the smooth finish, green strength, and it is compatible with all XLA and DLP printers. So talking about the roadmap, we did the alpha batches and we used it in our own Alena company, which is Celestial Innovations Private Limited. So Alena's prove ECOMOS real world adaptability. If it is working in the most precision demanding dental application, it can scale to all dental, medical, industrial, and consumer uses. So, these are a few of the recognitions that we received at national and international both. We also won the Idea Grant by Kerala Startup Mission, Ignite Grant, ISP 6.0, the ISDR Society, etc. So the key asks, we are asking for an investment of 1.75 crores, equity or convertible. So the use of funds will be scaling up productions, verifications and compliance in the capital stage, etc. Why should you invest in Celestial? So we have generated almost 2 lakhs per month in the last 3 months, pre-launch, limited number of clinics. So we have 4 patents pending in innovative data technologies inclusive of negative indentations, which is first time in India, and it is backed by 37-year-old Dentec Dental Lab, which is the first dental lab in Japan. And the integrated notice, we have the in-house bioresin and the Alena. So the cost is lower, we have higher margins, and the target revenue is in the range of 12 to 15 crores in the next 3 to 4 years, with 200 plus clinic converted. Really conservative uh, projections. So the EBITDA margins are in the range of 20 to 25 to 30%, which is much higher than the industry average. And the ROI potential is in the range of 4 to 6 times in the 5 years by growth of strategic. So this is our team, including of myself, Dr. Sheridan, Adish, who is a maxillofacial surgeon and endodontologist, and my brother, David, who is an MBA student. So we are into research, first research-backed Alena company in India. Thank you.
Yeah, I have used aligners earlier in my life, but I did not know so much of technology behind it. It used to be plastic those days. Those days, no? But yeah, your brother told me. Very good, very interesting. Hope, I am sure India becoming the dental tourism center. No? Nowadays, people come here to do the procedures here in India. It is cheaper. That's what I understand. Many Indians living in the US, so they come back and get this market potential.
Thank you.
Using this technology. Uh, what will be the difference in cost that you're expecting making the business grows further?
Okay, sir. So the thing is, bioresins are available in the market and it is costing in the range of 18,000 rupees. And the standard resins, those are genotoxic and cytotoxic. Those technicians who work with these resins, they have the risk of getting and such other cytotoxic toxic. So, clinics or laboratories don't implement this because of the high cost. It will be in the range of 80,000 and upwards. So, what we are doing is we can manufacture. As of now, the small scale itself, we can manufacture using coconut oil and soybean oil in the range of 3,000 rupees, and we can sell it in the range of 7,000 rupees, which is the same rate as that of a standard resin, with the simple physical and mechanical properties. We can give a bioresin with the need of a standard resin, but ours is sustainable, non-toxic, non-cytotoxic. It is also biodegradable too. It too, in humus soil, it will undergo 75% weight reduction in 2 years. So that is also there.
Okay, thank you. Next is from an Ayurveda team. We have Dr. Arun, who will be presenting a product called Thumayantra. Dr. Arun on stage.
Good morning, everyone. My project is Dhumentra. It's an Ayurvedic terminology. Dhuma means smoke and Yantra means an equipment. Here, the problem. We are seeing in Ayurveda, there are traditional methods we are following nowadays. Because of yes, so many challenges are there. First, lack of standardization, improvements in the combustion of that. We are using the charcoal heated so they are another law uses smoke mitigated. Of course, yeah, main challenges is the lack of standardization of equipment. So we have decided to standardize an equipment for uh, standardize an equipment with the correct temperature with a pilot study. So prototype we are made. This is only a simple mechanism we are done with a heating cool and create a smoke and purify with a solvent and it we use as medical purpose. There are standard instrument in we are in traditional way we are using charcoal. This gas produces from the charcoal. So we are using an electric device for this. And then hospitals, centers, machines. Here we can see the product is with a jar. Here in Ayurveda, Lumendra is a club umbrella. Inside that, you need Lumena, Karma Lumena, like position are there. In that purpose, Lumena means simply imitating rooms. Say, go in and here we can go to the network and get a visualization. This is Karma means inserting smoke Google for like this informatic and
Arun, can you pull your mic a little closer? Mic little closer.
okay. Okay, and then this is Karma we are made for. Then, here we have chances to make three products for this one equipment. We will do three procedures in one equipment. In Kerala, thousands Ayurveda college there. All they're always making traditional. So, by chance, we are introducing this to all these dispensaries. We can make it profitable 25%. I wrote it at 25% because of 25% is we have made 25% of total making. The product will runs within 6 months because it is a simple mechanism and the yeah, we are using simply availability, but it will be upgraded to steel and glass. Because it is easy separation. And the initial investment is 2 lakh. For we are already producing that prototype already. We want support. engineering support and compact design we need. Then,
Dr. Arun, yeah, we need not such innovative ideas in Ayurveda sector also because Ayurveda is possibly practiced the traditional way. The equipments used are all equipments which are of which we have been using traditionally from very earlier times. So that's what's lacking in Ayurveda. Maybe with that we should be able to embrace the new technology to Ayurveda so that Ayurveda is the is our own India's traditional wealth. So we should be able to do that. We appreciate the efforts put in by you. We expect more such ideas. I'm not very much sure whether this Karuna Yantra will be of great success economic financially. Viability part is a little bit suspect according to my assessment, the review assessment. Still now I want to discourage you to keep on innovating on various. There are plenty of opportunities, plenty of uh, issues faced by the Ayurveda sector. So we need to improve that, technologically improve that. So best of luck. Please keep innovating. Please keep thinking of new ideas. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So next, the ideator on stage, John Lucas. So the product is swarm of AI-powered robots that collaborate to identify and detect and locate victims during disasters, accelerating rescue operations and saving life. Very, very relevant and important innovation. Over to you.
thank you, sir. Good morning to one and all present here. My name is John Lopez, and my team is Adarsh and Iqbal present here with me. First of all, I would like to thank Gladys and my team for this beautiful opportunity to present our idea. So, moving on to the first slide of our presentation. What is our idea or what is the solution? And what is this a solution to? Search and rescue operations. It's a race against time. As you know, search and rescue commonly involves human teams, and so human teams covering large areas and disaster hit areas. It requires slow coverage, large scale disasters will overwhelm the teams, and it's a lot of pressure on the organizations that handle this situation. The present reality is this manual teams, they might also include rescue dog teams. Maybe drones are also used, but these are not as good idea because drones have short runtime. Dogs also are limited in their capability. Humans, it will be more exposure to the disaster. So just imagine this in a recent, if I quote an example, the Wayland landslides. I think almost over 300 crores of loss has been estimated. And on top of that, we are going to add more cost just to recover that by adding more exposure of human beings, etc. So that's where our solution comes in. The current constraints are harsh, unpredictable terrain, communication breakdowns, and etc. Avenger, so this is our solution. Swarm rescue robots. We plan to implement a swarm of low-cost hybrid mobile robots that will be communicating along with each other and to a base station which will be nearby to this disaster hit area. What we do is the robot will be deployed in the disaster hit area to detect humans using survey images and AI algorithms to detect humans and will send that information back to the base station. That's the basic working of our solution. Who is our audience? That's our buyers. Primary audience will definitely be the national disaster response force or the state disaster response force organizations who will handle these kind of disasters. Also, we might also approach private organizations or other people who are interested in similar products. value proposition, what our product proposes to the value, what it adds to the value is faster coverage of large complex areas. As I told, we are using strong technology and we can deploy this in multiple units across a large area to communicate and send the data back to the reliable detection and communication modules will be also we can scalable and cost effective compared to the current alternatives. So if I need to explain it, the network independent communication, as you all know, it can also in the disaster hit area, the cellular technology or others may fail. So we have also accounted for that using private communication using Wi-Fi mesh technology. That is the robots. If the nearest robot to the base station will act as a link to the robots farther away from the base station. So that is like a mesh network. That's for the communication. And next is real-time monitoring and victim detection, as I do. We are using thermal camera detection for the humans. As vision might not always be good in disaster areas, it might also for humans it might be difficult to see if it's a human or not. The scene is completely different. It's not like a normal vision. So we need to this is a great regarding the technology wise. And as low cost and scalable, we can deploy multiple units as a area-based structure. So the components of the product of a single unit, a 3D depth camera, that's what that's what the normal vision for the base station. And below that we have thermal camera that will be doing the human detection of the humans. Gear DC brushless DC motors with the gear for good torque and low head good efficiency. Then we have eight control motors. If the robot should get stuck, we will actuate the legs of the robot to give a climbing ability. It's 360-degree rotatable capability. That's what we are planning. Then communication modules and processor inside. How it works, base station as I told, it will be talking with the mesh
You have
network,
1 minute remaining.
mesh network robots. They are environment and it will and sending the simple workflow. So it's a short video. That's what we got our previous project. The big wheel rover uses a similar kind of what we call it handles rock very easily. So we are the current project is a small so it's a final year project in college. So it's a smaller scaled down version, but we do the communication. This is a thermal image prototype that we had implemented already. Successfully detected humans using the thermal camera, MLS 90640 camera. Moving on to the last slide and the most important one, the fuel the change. We ask you to fuel our mission to bring this change by investing our initial investment of 4 lakhs and we plan to deliver this in 12 months with a return of 20%. We seek a fixed financing with a fixed return of 50% from 12 months after the launch. The cost estimate for one robot is 1.5 lakhs and expected profit margin is 50%. And we plan to save at least 40 units in 12 months from that. Non-financial support is also greatly appreciated, like connections and labs to build this and to develop with other provision in this fields. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a wonderful R&D project, I suppose. And now I need a couple of clarifications, how it will work in marshy terrains. Now, the recent splash rates, we have seen that to be too much muddy. So the number one, the concern that I said. Number one, that is the overflow. It has imaging, that's fine. But whether it will be able to identify read in depth, the life or whatever, no, will it be able to identify or locate? So that's number two concern that I have.
Yes, sir. Mechanically, to overcome that kind of a situation, the wheels will definitely not help because the system which will again put the situation much worse. So that's why we have implemented that leg kind of actuation and that kind of actuation it will help give a climbing ability. We are also planning on our optimized gate control of that robot to give the leg climbing ability.
not just the wheels. Wheels are for just better mobility. Wheels will help in difficult situations. The actuation. So,
Okay, thank you, John. Next item on stage, Alias, product is on a pneumatic robot exoskeleton that provides an affordable, comfortable, and adaptive mobility solutions for individuals with locomotor disabilities, helping them regain the ability to walk and move freely.
Hello, myself India, and
Michael Brain Injuries.
I'm co-founder of Exonomic Innovations Private Limited. And I would like to start with a quick video showcasing our mission.
People suffer from stroke, spinal cord injuries, and traumatic brain injuries every year. In an instant, the connection between brain and the body is lost. Walking, something we take for granted, become a distant memory. The rehabilitation is slow, recovery is frustrating, but what if a thought could move a leg? The reason neuroscience reveals that each intentional step and a cascade of electric signal that want to do with the broken neural pathway. Studies show that guided repetitive movement can boost nerve reconnection by up to 1% for every thousand deliberate steps. Yet, the conventional therapy depends on the nano support, which is slow, exhaustive, and inconsistent. To address these challenges, we are introducing an AI-powered brain-controlled exoskeleton that bridges thought and motion. By capturing EEG signals over the motor cortex and validating them with EMG, our deep learning model, built on a CNN GCN architecture, decodes the user intent. Those different drive indirect actuators in real time, moving the legs with natural feedback. We make this to help people not just with support, but by using their own tools. Our aim is to turn the brain to the body and help rehabilitation happen naturally. This is more than a device, it is a way to bring back hope.
Now, as you have seen the video, now let me just explain what's this. Imagine this. One day, you wake up after an accident and the doctor tells you that you may never walk again. How will you feel? Helpless, dependent. Strict doctor wants you to for granted. Unfortunately, for millions of people, that's their reality. And we are dealing with gait rehabilitation for stroke, spinal cord injury, traumatic brain injury patients. And conventionally, this process is slow and inconsistent. Therapists have to create each step over and over, and simply it just won't work. But the main issue is neural. After an accident, the neural connection between the brain and the muscle gets delayed, and the patient needs high repetition retraining to rebuild the neural pathway. Without that, the entire rehabilitation process is not. To address these challenges, we developed a pneumatic powered robotic system which adapts to each person's rehabilitation patterns with a customizable feedback and reduce the workload of therapist. And now we are currently incubated under Mentor Village Kochi, and we have a strong backing from a leading Indian institute, and we have a actually art and robotic company, where it placed us the top 10 projects in Asia. And following that, in the 2025, for the IEEE IAS robotic conference and competition, we represented India in Taiwan. Now, with that foundation in mind, what we really want is uh, we are seeking investment and strategic support to support on our regulatory compliances as well as further product refinement as per fire testing as well as our current stage which is clinical trial with our partner hospital as well. And more than that, what we really need right now is more than just investment. We need to build strong, meaningful connections and partnership with leading hospitals and rehabilitation centers. Additionally, we need assistance in navigating regulatory and marketing challenges, especially in the UAE and other foreign countries in the future as well as advisory support on go-to-market strategy and scaling model would be vital for us as well. So, in short, help us to make people work. That's it. Thank you.
It's a very good culture, people working. Wonderful. You have any competitors people doing research in this same this locomotive? Yeah, you have any competitors in Kerala? Anybody? Kerala, I know somebody who has the engine robotics. Okay, good luck.
So when you are using this exoskeleton, what is the time that typical phase of time before you have how much it should recover much faster? What is the ideal
Yeah, I got it. Actually, the thing is, for rehabilitation to happen, imagine me as a paralytic patient or like grade 4 and rehabilitation, which is like we have neural connection between the brain and the muscle, but the leg is behind. So, what I have to do to move again is that I have to move around 1,000 steps to actually show around 1% of chance of rehabilitation. And with manual conventional method, we have to walk around 50,000 steps, 50,000 steps to show around 50% of the probability of walking whether we can walk again or not. But with our technology, we can show, we can provide this type of rehabilitation continuously and precisely every single time. That's one of the advantage of our product. Because with manual support, we have to talk apart, as well as like manual video. You have to do the like manually. So that this communication with the natural human as well. We can replicate it accurately as well. So we can entirely fast forward this entire, that's why this entire exoskeleton rehabilitation robots.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Next idea we have is Mr. Abraham. He is coming up with a product, an AI-powered system that scans handwritten answer sheets, compares them with key points, auto-grades responses, and provide clear feedback on mass, key, and ghost. So we can let's see how we can be incorporated in the universities. Okay.
Thank you for the welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Givragi Saji. I'm a final year student at Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. I am here with a very simple solution applied to a niche market. Education is a market where innovation is coming the last. For example, online video call meetings were came back way back in 2010s and 15s. But then education applied only when a need of the COVID-19. So we are here to show you that there is a need of the system, and we are here with a simple solution for that. Because teaching has evolved, and we have a successful example of a good teacher community here. We have just a participant. He's a school student, and he came all the way here, competing with professionals and staying up to date. He's giving up a good presentation as well. So that is a successful teaching comes up. And the teachers no longer just help the students memorize. They help them mold. They create new personas for the students. And that's where we provide our solution statements.
That is where we identify the problem that teachers have a lot of things to do. They don't just teach, they correct answer sheets, they provide lesson plans, they conduct activities around the school, and we help them to aid in the most boring task they can handle. That is where my mother, I asked her ideas, which is the most boring thing a teacher is doing. And she uses it, correcting answer sheets does get hectic, get boring. Creating or preparing lesson plans will get boring and creating. So what we devised was, why not make AI do the same thing? AI is as good as a human being today. So why not let AI help the teacher do this thing? So our final solution is an AI Swiss Army knife that the teachers can use to prepare presentations, to create class notes, and to ultimately correct answer sheets.
Hi everyone, and myself Adnan. Yeah, I'll just quickly introduce our concept. As Georg has mentioned, what we are is that we are providing an AI platform to first of all digitalize your handwritten answer, then most importantly give you feedback, valuable feedback based on which you improve yourself. Coming to our target audience, our primary audience are teachers and institutes. We are focusing on them mainly, but we're going to get the benefit from that from students, which are our secondary audience. Again, market potential in a country like India just has huge potential where we focus a lot on education. Coming to the value we provide for teachers, as he mentioned, we are reducing a lot of repetitive tasks. For students, they're getting feedback, which is something when you come to like higher level of education, like colleges or like you feel somewhat hesitant to ask for feedback from teachers because of the societal label your peers might put on you. So this is that. Overall, it's going to increase the transparency in education, also provide more feedback, conduct more tests, etc. Just a quick overview of the system we are proposing. So, given an answer set, scanned answer set, we have a digitizing it. So, we are using a mixture of both traditional OCR methods and there are new multi-model large language models. Because one, LLMs are kind of slower and expensive, and OCR is not precise enough. So, we use a smart mixture of both. Once we have this extracted text, we map it with questions and answer script, and we evaluate it against answer script again using an LLM. We give feedback, and we can evaluate that score. So that's just a quick technical overview.
Right now, what we have is a proof of concept prototype because the solution we proposed already exists. Google Classroom is there to help teachers manage. We have AI solutions. What we have is a unique selling point that encourages that we can grade AI papers effectively. We did a market survey. We contacted Choice School. We contacted my own alma mater. All of them were happy to adopt a solution like this. In fact, in Ernakulam, Choice School tried redefining education by implying OMR type of examination, but they felt like it's not enough to assess the student. What we propose, students write exam papers as is, and we use the AI to grade it. And that is where we come to the final stage of this presentation, last stage, where we have a validation, voice of stakeholder survey, where this was done during 2022. ChatGPT was not yet widespread. People did not trust in AI yet. But if we did the same survey right now, almost 80 to 90% of the teachers are currently using AI to prepare presentations, currently using AI to solve their homework. And students, as a college student myself, I make AI do half of my work. Even as a worker, I make it do. So coming to the final point, we don't require funding because this is a SaaS product, a software as a service, and almost every platform gives you a free trial. And what we could leverage is that to onboard a few schools into us, we will have zero cost as a company. We can only take a little amount of money for them, which we can which we can pay for marketing so that we can reach a wider audience. So our return graph would be a good revenue. Then once we take over a lot of students and our free trial is over, we'll have a small cost to pay for the services that we use. And after we onboard a lot of schools into it, we can finally get back into a corporate life. So that is one place that we are different from most of the other ideas. And secondly is that apart from financial support, we need the support of teachers, students, and officials who are ready to trust the solution and give this a chance or give this a shot to prove that this is actually not a waste of time because AI is the next big thing. We have to tell teachers that yes, you no longer have to worry about answers because our aim is to completely revamp education by making AI correct the papers overall, but that's not exactly required. We can assist the teachers in correction. Maybe you can correct answers sheet and AI will provide a reason as to why did you provide 5 marks. Those type of questions will be answered by the product, and I hope all our product very easily will be thank you.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, you should be given a chance. Okay, this is a wonderful idea. As you mentioned, you told the end, it could there could be legal issues also, like people might challenge the release. So there could be legal if you want to extend it beyond schools to a larger scale. Okay, so you have to address that also. Those risks you are going to bear. Overall, no, it look impressive.
So usually right now for our KTU or any CBSE exam, once we get the result, we give them money to get their answer sheets back. Then when we ask for more marks, we have to provide a reason why should the student be added more marks. Our AI model will already answer that question. So most of the legal issues could be stopped there as a actually. So what happens next will be the very rare cases of AI hallucinations and wrong things happening. To an extent, we will be able to fight that legal case, saying that this is the reason why this child was not. Thank you.
So with this, we come to the end of the elevator pitch presentation by stakeholder, selected stakeholder winners for the Mighty program. And a big round of applause to the presenters. I think some of them are very good ideas, there is scope for improvement, and some of them can be your own. So we'll have evaluators to really apply uh, silence. I invite Sapat Kumar, who is the head of CSR from Kochi along with his colleague Sangeet, and they will be announcing the result. And as you know that Kochi Shipyard is being really a partner for us. They are associating with us, collaborating with us in creating this type of innovation. And their support us always give a lot of extra mileage for this YK program.
Kerala, famous as the God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state has also set new benchmarks in democratic.
So now I invite Amit Kumar, Sangeet, along with Sudeep Nair, Executive Director of PLS, as well as Vijay Prakash, Head of Bioprogram, to come to the stage.
Good afternoon, good morning. It was a wonderful experience for me personally and also my colleague Sangeet who has come from Cochin Shipyard to witness the ideas presented by a variety of uh, students, young entrepreneurs. Uh, we got a flavor of from agriculture, basic agriculture ideas to the dentistry, from medical to Ayurveda and to education, all sectors we have covered. And the beauty of it, isn't it? So business and the technology, the innovation has got a huge opportunity for the young minds to work on. We have arrived at uh, most of it. Actually, all the 10 are excellent ideas, but we have been yeah, I am impressed with the team. He's impressed with the youngster, the youngest of the lot, no? Jessel Ants, no? Jessel Ants, no? I am impressed to mention his name. I am not giving any awards to him, but I am impressed with the way he has thought the concerns of the people. And young boy, we have to appreciate for that. So we are mentioning his name, but we are not actually giving an award because he has to somehow a long way to a lot of innovative bringing. We have to study further. So that's but to start with, the third position is on a very interesting project on disaster management and rescue. Okay, by it's Abraham, right? So So Abraham is in third position for his excellent idea of rescue because that is the most correct, the most relevant topic that Kerala is facing now.
That he can come. You can
Yeah,
receive the
yeah,
third prize.
yeah.
Abraham,
So is that the person who has presented a yeah, let me see, I noted it. It's AI powered robots, no? You are, yeah, it's you, right? Come on stage. The robot that you introduced. Okay, yeah, okay. Sorry, we missed your name. Please come on stage. John Lopez is his name. So big round of applause. Yes, come. I think price worth 20,000, no check for 20,000 rupees, isn't it? Big money for you, man. So the next, the second position is on the beautiful idea of dental doctor. Come on, see your team. Dr. Shooter. Dr. Shooter and his team. Please come on stage. It has got a very socially relevant, it is economic, financially viable, it is a wonderful business idea, very much current. So given a price of 30,000 rupees. And the first position, first prize is, I think I shouldn't misspell the name, no? So instead, no, I will go to the idea. Is it Abid? Yeah. Come on stage. It's a latex. The most important industry in Kerala. The most relevant industry which has got a huge business of what do you call the potential. So please come on stage and receive your award. So they are winning 15,000 rupees. So check. Thank you. Thank you, Krish.
And with that, that's wrap on our innovation presentation session. A huge thank you to our innovative minds who shared their groundbreaking ideas with us today. Can we have a huge round of applause for these innovative minds? To our young innovators, thank you for inspiring us with your vision. Your words are truly shaping this world. And last but not the least, I thank the judges for sharing your vital insights with these young innovators. So, as a token of gratitude, let me invite Ms. Sudeep Sir to just hand over a token of appreciation. And to our audience, thank you for your engagement and enthusiasm. Your participation makes events like this truly special. Without further ado, moving on to our next session. For fostering collaborative growth, the power of learning communities. The session will be moderated by Mr. Ganesh Gopal, co-founder CDI. I invite Mr. Ganesh Gopal, co-founder CDI, to join us here on this dais. In the meantime, let me invite the fellow panelists, Mr. Biju Vaisheshwaran, Program Head, YIT KDIS, Meher M, co-founder, Tinker Hub, Shyama Subar, Senior Program Manager, KDIS. I invite the panelists to please join us here on this dais. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you today to this very youthful, vibrant, and illustrious panel that we have with us on fostering collaborative growth and looking at the power of learning communities. Today we have a diverse panel with us here today. Start with Ms. Shayama Subed. She's a senior program manager at ADIS, and she's leading the Knowledge Mission initiatives under the Skills Employment Vertical. And then we also have with us Mr. Viju Parameshwar, who is the program head of the flagship Young Innovators program of the KDISC. As you might have seen, the last panel here also had showcased a few of the smart, bright young minds with the Young Innovators program. In the last 5-6 years, the program has grown into a very scaled up and flagship property, I would say, of the Kerala government, not just of KDIS, but of the Kerala government. So I think we'll have a deeper dive and a discussion on that as well. And last but not the least, my dear friend and co-founder of Tinker Hub Foundation, Mr. Musa Meher, so who also brings in a very wide and varied experience, starting with Kerala Startup Mission, and now leading one of the arguably the biggest tech skilling community in Kerala, which is Tinker, has around 21,000 members across various policy states. So, without further ado, I welcome everyone on this panel and start the discussion. Unfortunately, we were supposed to be joined by two more panelists, Vipu Esnath and Abhilash. Unfortunately, they were not able to make it today. So I'm hoping that we'll have a more deeper dive and a larger perspective into each of these areas that we are planning to cover today. So why we need to discuss this topic is also very important. Kerala, with its very unique paradigms in knowledge, in terms of technologies, that are aware and available to the youth population and the education community at large, needs to also look at how this needs to proliferate, how this needs to reach the last student or the learner in the queue. And for that, why this? Because in the larger context of the knowledge economy, the gig platform emergence, and how Kerala is trying to position itself in the global knowledge ecosystem. This is very important that the entire skilling value chain within the knowledge is continued. Skilling being one of the first crucial basic norms that need to be addressed. So, The first question that I really want to ask is, very basic. How are these collaborative learning models that you get in terms of learning communities, technologies, how are these collaborative learning models that are mostly propagating to these communities? How are they different from traditional pedagogy of teacher-student dynamic that we have in the classroom? So I think maybe I will start with digital.
Thank you, Ganesh. Good morning, all of you. Yeah, it's very interesting, the topic of collaboration, collaborative real learning. And as you all know, he mentioned about the early developers program. YAP is all about collaboration. And if you look at the progress from the past 7, 8 cohorts, we started in 2018. It was individual ideas. So, and then we had a realization pretty soon that innovation is a key factor. It's a proven fact that innovation happens better as teams. And then we also brought in more players in the ecosystem. So you in the first as a partner, had mentoring had more technology focus, technical. But then we realized, what are we addressing here? YAP is about people problem solving. So we are promoting encouraging students in schools, colleges, and research institutions to identify problems, come up with solutions, which offer wicked lessons. These are the wicked problems, okay? Not open closed problem. And by the very definition, it requires multidisciplinary intervention. Have a single expert and a single stream coming and solving problems which are very unique to their lives. So eventually, in all this, we hope to address the developmental problems of the state. That's right. And then we bring in collaboration between students, even between disciplines, because we have the preferences. If you look at how engineering, motivating students more confidence, more conversant with technology, with the platform of with ideas of vision, which the arts student may not humanities, but the middle. So when they collaborate as a team, there's a lot of synergy happening. There is the students. Then we have domain institutions like Agricultural University, UFOs, experts being given to the students, so that brings in another dimension. And we have the academy, which is where all the students are coming, the academic institutions. And when the facilitators, there are YA coordinators in all these schools and colleges who we get train also on this topics about this. So that, and then we have the industry, academic, and government, which is us who will be increasing. So it's a good thing. And then you bring another level of the local bodies, because many of the problems are also hyper-local. We try to bring in grassroots level intervention and government. So that makes it a quarter place. So these are all proven successful across the world. Silicon Valley from this scale China, for example, also. And exactly what we are trying to create here also. And there are activities of experts, community of practice, which is expertise pulled up and people giving back to society by way of they have what we call tacit understanding. You can't Google it or get it yourself. So that is a tacit learning is also important to these students and teachers, and so the whole ecosystem is just an
This is very important. I'm glad you brought up the equity feelings in the newer model, which you know, 21st century problems are embraced with modern feelings. Looking at the universities, government, industry, and now the civil society also. It's also important, you know, how non-traditional classroom models or these collaborative learning models eventually add or plug into this important aspect and then lead to the specific end of positioning and being having them well placed, being knowledgeable. So that I would like you to address that specific aspect. How all of this links to the larger knowledge economy thing, and starting with the very points that you know non-traditional classroom learning models, and how does this eventually fit into the larger scheme of things, the largest canvas, and where Kerala, because Kerala sees itself to be positioned in global knowledge economy space.
Okay. So why the teachers second the major challenge in skilling the classroom learning is there will be practical solutions and it is like the classroom there are practical solutions. But skilling is not aspirational. So the one challenge for us is how to make this aspirational. So that is why we created this collaborative model, how we can include a community, how we can create a community where the students can share their experiences, they can connect with the mentor, how they can connect with the industry. That is why we have created a learning community within the campus. Because already there are so many communities in the campus for startup, for innovation. There are Google Spaces, there are Amazon. There are so many communities are already in the campus. But it is not like those who want to get job. There is no community. So that is why we created around 40, we identified 40 in the industry. Obviously, there are technology, but we can focus on non-tech. So these non-tech areas, we need to create communities within the campus so that these communities will, over the periods, create the learning hubs within the campus, and these will be the talent hubs for we can shout it. Right? So, that is why we created this community. So we created two programs within the campus. One is talent accelerator where the students from the campus who are interested in it will come together with the help of a faculty as a mentor. The faculty from the campus will be acting as a mentor in that particular domain. So that faculty that faculty will guide the students, monitor the students, and they will help them to get skilled in the particular domain. So that is one area. This is a 3-month program where there is a collaboration of the industry assistant. In between the session, there are two, they can interact with two industry sessions so that they can have a clear idea of the industry perspective as well. So that is one. Then second one is the learning consultancy, where because we know that even it is a faculty, there are so many internet for reach the learning. So that is why we created a peer group. So that they are more, nowadays the students are more fluent in the so that is why we created this peer learning circle with a peer meditation. So that where they are really acting as a particular community. They will collaborate and they will share their knowledge, they will share their experiences. In activity where we are saying there can be some CEOs of the companies, there are some managers of the companies, everybody is there. So they can give their ideas, they can share their experiences, and they will be knowing, okay, when you are grabbing the skill is very essential for me to get into a wider community of that particular domain. That is why we created these two models. Obviously, this collaborative learning model is creating so many impacts in the campus. And not only the technological impact, we are trying more on the non-technical domain, especially finance, those examples are more critical, right? So within the campus, so in each campus we are trying to create communities in all the domains that particular campus. So that it will ultimately it will contribute to the overall knowledge of the and scalability of the existing.
Thank you, Shaiba madam. I think I want to pick up on two things that you mentioned. And I'm glad that madam also mentioned about one learning circles. And the second aspect she touched upon is regarding the focus also on non-tech or non-coding skills that need to be there. So this is something that I want to ask Meher. I understand that Tika, okay, I'm also associated with the Tika community, but I'm asking this question as the third person outsider. Sorry, I think I didn't introduce myself. I'm Ganesh Gopal. I am the co-founder of a small non-profit based out of Kerala, CEI, Center for Development Initiatives. Also co-founder of Tika Foundation, and I work with the ICAP in Delhi. So, I've been tasked to ask the tough questions today and kind of have a brainstorming on these emerging issues that we face here and learning through today, and not just in Kerala, but across the world. When we really deluge of technology changes, AI, and all of these things that we've started to face with. So in this context, what I want to ask is, one, I've also mentioned about learning circles. Take and model. So I also mentioned about there being a power dynamic of access of students to teachers. So if your teachers go to be a mentors, and then they are not going to be as accessible. Not talking about cadence or plans or any of these schemes, but overall around the world, that is the difference because there is a dynamic. Somebody stands on a platform and a podium and speaks to you, and you sit down as a learner. So there is pedagogy involved. How does learning circles or think about model? How is it different in this particular aspect? And secondly, one more question, which I also want to ask you sir as well, the non-technology aspect or bringing tech to the non-technology audience. So, digital learning programs, hackathons, and other things. So, those are these questions probably I'd like you to start off. First, learning circles and how non-pedagogy, non-dynamic teacher-student broken through communities like Tika.
Everyone we have. നമ്മളൊരു ഡെക്കേഡ് മുമ്പ് കോളേജിൽ പഠിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഒരു ചെറിയ ലേണിംഗ് ക്ലബ് പോലെ തുടങ്ങിയതാണ് ടീച്ചർ. അപ്പോ ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ഇത്രയും ലാസ്റ്റ് 10 വർഷത്തിൽ ഒരു ഭയങ്കര വിസിബിൾ ചേഞ്ച് നമ്മള് പ്ലേസ്മെന്റ് ചെയ്തവരൊക്കെ ഒരു മാനമുണ്ട് ഒരു ചട്ടക്കോറും ട്രെയിനിങ് പദ്ധതിയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ആയ അടിപൊളി ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്. പ്രശ്നം ഇവര് വന്ന് പറയുന്ന കഥ അതായത് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ കണക്ട് ആയിട്ട് സ്കില്ലിന്റെ ബേസ് ആയിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു എഫേർട്ട് ആയിരിക്കും. ഞാൻ സ്കൂളിൽ പോകുന്ന കാലത്ത് പാലില്ല, ഞാൻ അപ്പൊ പിന്നെ ഏത് രാജ്യം എന്നുള്ളൊരു പ്രശ്നമായിരിക്കും. അപ്പൊ മിക്കവാറും അരമണിക്കൂർ ഈ പരിപാടിയൊക്കെ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ശരിക്കും തെറ്റാണ് അല്ല ശരിക്കും ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കുന്നത്, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി എന്തെങ്കിലും പിള്ളേർക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ ആകെ 15 മിനിറ്റ് ആയിരിക്കും. അപ്പൊ ഈ തുടക്കത്തിൽ ഈ കഥ പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ഇത് വേറെ ഇപ്പൊ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു മേ ബി നമുക്ക് ഭയങ്കര കോൺഫിഡൻറ്റ്ലി പറയാൻ പറ്റും. നിങ്ങൾ റാൻഡം കോളേജിൽ റാൻഡം യുഎസിനെ കൊണ്ടുപോയിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഏറ്റവും ടെക്നിക്കൽ നമുക്ക് ഭയങ്കര കോൺഫിഡൻറ്റ്ലി പറയാൻ പറ്റും. ഒരു 80-90% സെഷൻസ് എടുക്കുന്നതും അപ്പൊ അവിടെ പഠിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന പിള്ളേരോ അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവിടുന്ന് 2 വർഷം മുമ്പ് കഴിഞ്ഞ. അപ്പൊ എനിക്ക് തോന്നിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ആ പവർ ഓഫ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയുടെ ഒരു സൈഡ് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ബിലോങ് ചെയ്യാന്നുള്ളത് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആണ്. എന്നുവെച്ചാൽ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് നമ്മൾ ഒരാൾ വന്നിട്ട് പറയുന്ന പോലെക്കാട്ടിലും റിലേറ്റീവിറ്റി ഒരു ഓവർ പ്രശ്നമാണ്. എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഞാൻ ഇപ്പൊ പറയും യുഎസിന്റെ പശുമാണായത് ഭയങ്കര ഭീകര പവർഫുൾ റോളാണ്. നമുക്കറിയുന്ന കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്നുള്ള അത്ര പ്രിവിലേജ് അല്ലാതെ IAS മൊത്തത്തിലായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഏറ്റവും ശതമാനം പവർ IAS പവർ ഭയങ്കര ഡിഫറെന്റ് സംഭവമാണ്. നമ്മുടെ കോളേജിൽ പഠിക്കുന്ന നമ്മുടെ ക്ലാസ് പഠിക്കുന്ന പിള്ളേര് നമുക്ക് അത്ര പെട്ടെന്ന് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന സാധനങ്ങൾ ഇതിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് തോന്നുന്നുണ്ടാവാം. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു റിലേറ്റബിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാവുക, നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു കോൺഫിഡൻസ് ഉണ്ടാവുക, കോളേജ് പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന കോൺഫിഡൻസ് ഉണ്ടാവുക. അതാണ് ഒരു ഒരു മെയിൻ പവർ ആയിട്ട് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ ഡിഫറൻസ്. പിന്നെ ഈ ഞാനിങ്ങനെ 10,000 പിള്ളേരെ കൂടെ നമ്മൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് എല്ലാ വർഷവും. ഞാൻ ഒരിക്കലും കണ്ടിട്ടില്ല അദ്ദേഹം പിള്ളേരെ പറയും ഒരു 4 കൊച്ചിട്ടോ 10 ഇയർ ആകുമ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും സബ്ജക്റ്റും തോൽക്കും, സെക്കൻഡ് ഇയർ ആകുമ്പോൾ കോളേജ് കഴിയും, തേർഡ് ഇയർ ആകുമ്പോഴേക്കും ചെയ്യും. അങ്ങനത്തെ പ്ലാനിന്റെ പിള്ളേരെ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല പിള്ളേരില്ല. പക്ഷെ എന്റെ ഉദ്ദേശം എന്ത് പറ്റുന്നെങ്കിൽ പിള്ളേര് നമുക്കറിയാം അത്ര പ്രോബ്ലം കോളേജ് പഠിക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് എക്സ്പോഷർ കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. അതായത് എന്ത് വലിയ വലിയ സ്ഥലങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞേക്കാളും അവർ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ ഒരാള് എന്തെങ്കിലും സാധനം പറഞ്ഞെങ്കിൽ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ക്ലിക്ക് ആവുന്നുണ്ടാകും. വൺ ഓഫ് ദി ലേണിംഗിനോട് പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഇറങ്ങിയ സമയത്ത് ലോകത്തുള്ള സകല മനുഷ്യന്മാരും പക്ഷെ പ്രശ്നം ഒരു കോളേജിൽ ആ കാരണം എന്താ, ഒരു ദിവസം ഒരു സാധനം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ടാണ് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവുന്നത് ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു പരിപാടി ഉണ്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. പക്ഷെ അന്ന് രാവിലെ നമുക്ക് ആ ആൾക്കാർ ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോഴാണ് നമ്മുടെ സാധനമുണ്ട്, ഒരു കഥയാണ്. നമ്മൾ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ഫൈനൽ ഇയർ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ സയൻസ് പഠിക്കുന്ന സെക്കൻഡ് ഇയർ മെക്കാനിക്കൽ പഠിക്കുന്ന പെൻസിൽ പോയിട്ട് ഞാൻ ശരിക്കും ഈ മെഷീനറി എന്താണ് ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ നോക്കുകയാണ് എനിക്ക് പ്രൊജക്റ്റിന് വേണ്ടി. എനിക്ക് അറിയത്തില്ല, എനിക്ക് എന്നെ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ എന്ന് ചോദിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ കുറെ ലേയേഴ്സ് കിടക്കണം. ജെൻഡർ ഉണ്ട്, ഇയർ ഉണ്ട്, ഇതെല്ലാം കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് വേണം ആ സ്റ്റേജ് സ്പേസ് ഫീൽ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി. പക്ഷെ അങ്ങനെ സ്റ്റേജ് സ്പേസ് ഫീൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുള്ളത് അത് വെച്ചിട്ട് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഫീൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നത് ഏജൻസ് എന്നുള്ളൊരു വാക്കാണ്. കേരളത്തിൽ അത് പിള്ളേരില്ല. നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ പറയുന്നത് അതിന്റെ എക്സ്റ്റെൻഡഡ് ബാല്യമാണ് നമുക്കുള്ളത്. നമുക്ക് കല്യാണം കഴിയുന്നവരെ നമുക്ക് ബാല്യമുണ്ട്. ആൾക്കാർക്ക് നമ്മുടെ ലൈഫിനോട് കൺട്രോൾ പിന്നെ എന്താ ലേണിങ്ങിനോട് അവർക്ക് എഫേർട്ട് എടുത്ത് അവർക്ക് അവർ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്താൽ അതിന്റെ ഞാൻ കോളേജ് സെക്കൻഡ് ഇയർ പഠിക്കുന്ന അപ്പൊ അത് കാണുമ്പോൾ വളരെ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത് ആ റിലേറ്റബിലിറ്റി
I'm glad that you brought up that. Malayalam, ഭൂരിഭാഗം ആൾക്കാർ മലയാളത്തിൽ ജീവിതം. സോ രണ്ട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഒന്ന് റിലേറ്റബിലിറ്റി. നമ്മുടെ ആ ഒരു പവർ ഡൈനാമിക് ടീച്ചർ സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് മോഡൽ ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്ത് നമുക്ക് റിലേറ്റബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സീനിയർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കൊണ്ട് ഇത് കഴിയുമെങ്കിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളൊരു രണ്ടായത് ഏജൻസി ആൻഡ് വളരെ സ്പെസിഫിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ടിക്കറിലാണെങ്കിൽ മലബാർ ഒരുപാട് പെൺകുട്ടികൾ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി access hackathons not just in Kerala and poiട്ടുണ്ട്. In fact, IEDC model, IIT, social cultural barriers മുൻകാലത്ത് ഇന്നത്തെ I think Mr. wants to add on to this also, and then we want to also.
ചെയ്തതിനെ പറ്റി ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞു. സോ ഇപ്പോ പ്രോഗ്രാം കൂടുതൽ തോന്നുന്നു communication, critical thinking, system and problem solving things like that. When it comes to it's more of skilling towards better employment and organization. Fresh product partly come up with a research solution or what kind of trying to now what we say was
Yeah, I like that. It's very barriers breaking.
That's what
IIT community has
it's a government program. There are so many policy and other interventions that they have made, which will facilitate this kind of barrier breaking and collaborating. Gender is very important. Equity and inclusivity. The random whatever conscious ആയിട്ടുള്ള efforts എടുക്കണം. Sections, the participation of girls, and so all those things. So for the figure, pilot basis, 10 districts, last year. So there what we do is a hub and spoke model, hub school, and then sports. So we cluster it. And when these people actually carry out community activities, community connect, eventually our focus is more on the problem. We can't put the card in front of us, come up with a technology solution or whatever solution and then look around for the problem. We need to study the problem in depth and breadth, which will be facilitated with this kind of community or connect activities, like people go on some transit walk or study soil, irrigation, etc. And then we will expose so many problems around the waste management, and then they will start thinking around these lines and ideas. Like an organic, that is how we think about the culture of it. So the point is, you cluster schools and colleges also. Imagine a school kid and geography student, degree student of geography, engineering, somebody from the medical field, etc. So there will be a lot of, it's almost like a peer learning. When you see the seniors or few years seniors talking to you and mentoring you kind of. But then there's a larger network to back this up, the mentoring that I earlier mentioned. All this together will help us reach where we are. I mean, like Samba mentioned, the ultimate goal of knowledge production and IT generation, everything happens in the state of Vienna and we become this global knowledge hub. So these are like one of the strategies that we're going to be at culture or ecosystem of innovation. Right? This feeds into that.
So അതിനകത്ത് നമ്മുടെ സറാസാൻ പറഞ്ഞ ഭാഗം നമ്മൾ എത്തേണ്ട ദിനാശയം നമുക്ക് വളരെ ക്ലിയർ ആണ്. ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് സാറ് പറഞ്ഞത് മറ്റേ വരയൊക്കെ എങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുന്നു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ correctly covered and I think given us an idea about how YAP specific program is nurturing such a community. But I want to ask two questions, but സമയം പരിമിതി കാരണം ഞാൻ അത് ഒരുമിച്ച് ചോദിക്കുകയാണ്. ഒന്ന്, I think most of the world is still clueless as to what the future of work is going to be. AI revolution, Gen AI, I think everybody wants to be part of it, but nobody is really clear as to which direction it's going. I mean, the sense of direction is there, but everything is linked. What is a futile exercise? I think question is this is one thing. So, what is this future of skills, the future of work going to be, and the future of the workplace overall? Overall, I'm not getting to that. So this, and secondly, how do we in Kerala or communities through tech communities, how do we bring out a vision for building, a culture of collaborative learning?
that specifically addresses these concerns regarding the future of work. So, Shagma Madam, I'd like you to start and probably Meher after.
Indian culture, how this vision would move forward. One is, as rightly mentioned, there is a change in the industry, like industry 2.0, and now it is education for all. 5.0, yes. Now the education for all, the methodology is changing. It is that experiential sharing, experiential learning is the most so I think now the collaborative learning should be the part of the education system. Within the campus, there is a learning community, there is a learning hub. That model needs to be within the education system itself. Then only the students will be involved. I'm not, I'm saying within the campus, within the institution itself, we need to create a culture of collaborative learning within the education system. This is one is that.
How do we institutionalize this from a government perspective? How do we institutionalize? Because we already have multiple commissions. IDC network or the IEEE, is there a way we can institutionalize this culture? Other than the education policy, the education system, how do we kind of bring in this and perpetuate this also?
I think one thing is this academy is the one person right previously mentioned we have over 40 areas of sectors. So all the
40 sectors.
That is not for for each college or the same college. So I think a lot for each college, a lot of this 40 sectors area. If the industry there, the industry again, it is not like government need to initiate this from the college itself, they can also take care of it. So if that's actually several colleges is already happening. When I spoke with the LPS college, like an example, they also they had a community classes. And they created models. Their alumni is the CEO of education. He is right. So they have already created a culture. So if that model can be replicated into other institutions, then it will be a model. Not only for the education system also. It can be replicated in all colleges. And we can change the education framework. That's one. And second, better already told about inclusive. That is as a business. This is a security culture, right? It's not like the people from where the culture of the location. Everybody is there. So inclusive vision area focus on whether doing this.
I'm so glad that you brought up the point of inclusiveness. And കേരളം പോലത്തെ സംസ്ഥാനത്തില് നമ്മൾ മറ്റ് പല സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളെ അപേക്ഷിച്ച് ഇൻക്ലൂസിവിറ്റി ഇങ്ങനത്തെ കുറച്ച് ഹ്യൂമൻ വാല്യൂസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഹ്യൂമൻ മൂല്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മുടെ ഇതിനകത്ത് ഇൻകോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് പലപ്പോഴും അത് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും ഇല്ലെങ്കിലും നമ്മൾ സിസ്റ്റം ഇൻകോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ നോക്കുന്നുണ്ട് ഓവർ ടൈം people have also picked it up and genuinely the good nature of people also. Power of giving back is something that madam, I think what she said we can also know entering as a CEO and alumni, they are still contributing back to that. ഇതിനെല്ലാം പുറമെ ഒരു കുട്ടി സെക്കൻഡ് ഇയറിലെ ഒരു കുട്ടി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇയറിലെ ഒരു കുട്ടി ബാക്കിയുള്ള ഇയേഴ്സ് ബാക്കിയുള്ള സീനിയർ ഒരു സാധനം പണിയെടുക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതിന്റെ റിലേറ്റബിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ട് ഇൻക്ലൂസിവിറ്റി ഉണ്ട് ജെൻഡർ ബാരിയേഴ്സ് ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നു ഇതിനെല്ലാം പുറമെ ഏജൻസി സോ ഐ തിങ്ക് that is a wonderful example that you mentioned. And I think if this can be part of our education policy, higher education council the parallel structures are പക്ഷേ ഈ ലേണിംഗ് കൾച്ചർ നമുക്ക് ഇൻകോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ എത്രത്തോളം ഇത് replicate ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും because each campus might have its own unique ethos and culture and all of those things. പക്ഷേ ഒരു അളവിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇത് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് തന്നെ വലിയൊരു സക്സസ് ആണ്. നമ്മൾ ഓൾറെഡി കാണുന്ന ബാക്കിയുള്ള സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിൽ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല. സാർ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ വൈകി ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് സെക്കൻഡ് ജനറേഷണൽ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് പ്രോബ്ലംസ് കേരളത്തിലെ സോൾവ് ചെയ്യണം. അപ്പം അതിന് നമ്മൾ ഇപ്പം ഉള്ള പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി ഇപ്പോൾ രീതിയിൽ ചിന്തിച്ചാൽ കുഴപ്പമില്ല. നമ്മൾ അതെല്ലാം കഴിഞ്ഞ് പ്രോബ്ലംസ് we need to start realigning our thoughts, our problem solving, and all of that. So, may I give you the same question before I get into future skills being the first one, and how such communities can contribute to addressing this specifically. Cluelessness is across the world. So, how do we address this through communities?
In a first hand experience, like silent or national supply and level 59, standard supply company for sure. ആ സമയത്ത് നമ്മൾ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് പറയുന്നു നിങ്ങൾ അന്ന് സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സ് ഒക്കെ ഭയങ്കര ഏർലി ഡേയ്സ് സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് കാശ് എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സ് ഒക്കെ ഭയങ്കര അപ്പൊ പറയാൻ അന്ന് ആൻഡ്രോയിഡ് ആയിട്ട് തെറ്റി. അപ്പം നിങ്ങൾ എന്തൊക്കെ സാധനങ്ങൾ സെൽഫ് ലീഡ് ചെയ്യും സോ ദാറ്റ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കുറെ കൂടി ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് സാധനങ്ങളിൽ പോകാൻ പറ്റും, ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സിൽ പോകാൻ പറ്റും. അപ്പം ഒരു ഡെക്കേഡ് പണിയെടുത്തതിൽ നമ്മൾ ഒരിക്കലും പോലും മാസങ്ങൾ ഇത്ര മണിക്കൂറുള്ള സാധനങ്ങൾ പഠിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതായത് ആൾക്കാർ സെൽഫ് ലേണിംഗ് ഒരു ബേസ് അഡാപ്റ്റബിലിറ്റി ആണെന്നുള്ളത് ഡെക്കേഡ് നമുക്ക് അറിയായിരുന്നു. നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന എല്ലാ ആക്ടിവിറ്റിയും അങ്ങനത്തെ പോലെ സാധനങ്ങളായിരുന്നു. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ലാസ്റ്റ് നമ്മൾ ഇൻകം ഹാക്ക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് 3018 ഗേൾസ് ഓവർനൈറ്റ് ഹാക്കത്തോൺസ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്തു. 2000 ഗേൾസ് ഫസ്റ്റ് ലൈൻ ഓഫ് കോഡ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞതാണ്. പക്ഷേ ഈ ഇത്രയും ആൾക്കാർ ആക്ച്വലി എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു കോഡ് കുറച്ച് കിറ്റപ്പ് പഠിച്ചു, ഒരു പ്രൊജക്ട് ഒറ്റ രാത്രിയാണ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന സാധ്യത. പലപ്പോഴും വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഈ വിമാനത്തിൽ കയറുന്ന വരെയാണ് സംഭവം. പക്ഷെ ഒരു പ്രാവശ്യം കയറിയാൽ പിന്നെ നമുക്കറിയാം. അപ്പൊ ആ സംഭവം ഇത്രയും കാലം എടുക്കും. നമ്മൾ 6 മാസം കോഴ്സ് പോയി പഠിച്ച് പിന്നെ പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ് ആവശ്യം കാണത്തില്ല. ഇത് ഭയങ്കര പെട്ടെന്ന് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ടെക്നിക്കലെങ്കിലും എന്തുണ്ടായാലും കണ്ടിന്യൂസ്ലി ലിങ്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ, അതായത് ജാവ പഠിച്ചിട്ട് പഠിച്ചു കൊടുത്തിട്ട് ജാവ പണി എടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത് ആക്ച്വലി പോസിബിൾ അല്ല. പക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ വിചാരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ തുടങ്ങിയ സമയത്ത് ടെക്നിക്ക് തുടങ്ങിയ സമയത്ത് അത് പോസിബിൾ ആയിരുന്നു. നമ്മൾ ഒരു ജോലിയിൽ കയറിയിട്ട് കാലഘട്ടങ്ങളോട് അത് ഫിഗർ ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്. അല്ലാതെ ലാസ്റ്റ് ഡെക്കേഡ് ആൾക്കാരെ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതായത് കണ്ടിന്യൂസ്ലി ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്തത് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആണ്. എങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ഒരു ചലഞ്ച് ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ശരിക്കും AI സാധനങ്ങളൊക്കെ വരുമ്പോൾ ഭയങ്കര കാശുള്ള രാജ്യങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാ ആൾക്കാർക്കും യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റും. നമ്മളെന്ത് ചെയ്യായിരിക്കും, നമ്മൾ പഠനം എടുക്കുമോ, എന്ത് സംഭവിക്കുന്നുള്ളത് ആ കൂടെ നമുക്ക് അറിയാവുന്ന ഉത്തരം വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഓൺ ദ വേൾഡ് ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന കേപ്പബിലിറ്റി ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഉണ്ടാക്കാനാണ്. ലാർജ് ജോലികൾ ഇപ്പോഴുള്ള രീതിയിൽ എന്തായാലും ഉണ്ടാകുന്നില്ല. പുതിയ ജോലികൾ വഴിയായിരിക്കും. അത് എന്താണെന്നുള്ളത് നമുക്ക് അറിയില്ല. പിന്നെ കോൺവെർസേഷൻ കേട്ടത് നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പോഴും ദഹിക്കാൻ ഇപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് അറിയില്ല എന്ത് ചില ജോലി വരും. ആ ജോലി വന്ന് കുറെ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ അപ്പോഴേക്കാ ജോലി പോകും. പിന്നെ നമ്മൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, റീസെന്റ് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്ത എക്സ്പെരിമെന്റ് യൂസേഴ്സ് അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ കുറെ ആൾക്കാർ പാർട്ട്ണർ ചെയ്യാറില്ല, ആരും കാശില്ല. പക്ഷേ പിന്നീട് 3000 പിള്ളേർ ലാസ്റ്റ് പാടുന്നുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ പോയിട്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് കഴിയും. അത് മെറ്റീരിയലിലാവാം, വെൽബീങ്ങിലാവാം, കൃഷിയിലാവാം. ആൻഡ് ട്രൈ ടു ബിൽഡ് സംതിങ്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ടെക്നിക്കലിയാണ് കപ്പാസിറ്റി വേണം. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വേറെ ഡൊമൈനിൽ പോയിട്ട് പ്രൊഫഷണലി കണ്ടുപിടിച്ച് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള കേപ്പബിലിറ്റി വേണം. ഒരു ഓണ്ടർപ്രണറിയൽ ആസ്പെക്ട് ആക്ച്വലി വരുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ ഹൈ ഏജൻസി ആൾക്കാർക്ക് മാത്രമേ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷെ അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ എങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഈ ഹൈ ഏജൻസി കൊടുക്കാം എന്നുള്ളതൊരു പ്രശ്നമാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഓണസ്റ്റ്ലി എനിക്ക് അറിയത്തില്ല, ഭയങ്കര ക്ലാരിറ്റി എനിക്ക് ഫ്യൂച്ചർ അറിയാന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആൾക്കാർക്ക് വലിയ പ്രോബ്ലം. അവർക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും GPU വിൽക്കാനോ അങ്ങനെ എന്തെങ്കിലും പരിപാടി. പക്ഷെ ആർക്കും അറിയത്തില്ല. കൺസൾട്ടേഷൻ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മളും നമ്മുടെ അടുത്ത തലമുറ വരുമ്പോൾ എന്ത് സംഭവിക്കുന്നതൊരു ഭയങ്കര ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ വേണം. അവർക്ക് ജോലി ഉണ്ടാവോ, എന്ത് തരം ജോലിക്ക് ആൾക്കാർ കേപ്പബിൾ ആകാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് ഓൺ ദ വേൾഡ് ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു കേപ്പബിലിറ്റി ആൾക്കാർക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നതാണ് നമുക്ക് നമ്മൾ ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അത് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കുറെ ഡിസൈൻ തിങ്കിങ് ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ് നമ്മൾ കൊടുക്കേണ്ടത് ഭയങ്കര ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻസ് ആണ്. പക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കുറെ കൂടി സ്കൂൾ ലെവലിൽ എന്തായിരിക്കും, അതായത് ഈ കുറച്ച് ഇന്നോവേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന അവസ്ഥയൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് അറിയാം, ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അതിന് മുമ്പ് ആക്ടിവിറ്റി ഭയങ്കര ഇമ്പോർട്ടന്റ് ഒരു പ്രശ്നമാണ്. കാരണം കുറെ കൂടി ഇപ്പൊ ഇന്നലെ ചോദിച്ചത് ഡീസിംഗ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ പ്രശ്നം ഡീപ്ലി മാപ്പിൽ പോകാൻ ആവേശം ഉണ്ടാക്കാനുള്ള എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളൊരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. അപ്പൊ എനിക്ക് വെച്ചാൽ ആ ഡെപ്ത് ഓഫ് സംഭവങ്ങൾ ഇവൻച്വലി എന്തായാലും പ്രശ്നമാണ്. അതായത് ഇത് ശരിക്കും വേണം, ഇത് ശരിക്കും ചെയ്യണമെന്നാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആക്ച്വലി ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. അപ്പൊ പക്ഷെ നമ്മളിപ്പോ കുറച്ചുകൂടി എക്സ്പ്ലോർ ചെയ്തെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ പല ഡൊമൈൻസ് പോയിട്ട് അവിടെയുള്ള പ്രോബ്ലം സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ് കണ്ടുപിടിച്ച് സോൾവ് ചെയ്ത്, പക്ഷെ അതിനൊരു ഇവരുടെ ഒരു ആവേശം ഒരു ഫണ്ട് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. പക്ഷെ എനിക്കത് കേരളത്തിലെ ഒരു ബിഗ്ഗസ്റ്റ് ഗുഡ് തിങ് ആയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് ആയിരക്കണക്കിന് ആൾക്കാരാണ് ഔട്ട് ദർ ഹു റിയലി വാണ്ട് ടു വർക്ക്. നമ്മുടെ ഫസ്റ്റ് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് നമ്മൾ ആരെ ഇന്നലെ സാധനം റോക്കറ്റ് ഇല്ലായിരുന്നു ഒന്നും അറിയുന്നില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ആക്ച്വലി ആഗ്രഹമുണ്ട് രണ്ടോ മൂന്നോ കണക്കിനെ കൊണ്ട് അയ്യോ ആൾക്കാരുണ്ടോ മേ ബി ഗവൺമെന്റ് പല രീതിയിൽ അത് ഗവൺമെന്റ് പല രീതിയിൽ എഫേർട്ട് എടുക്കുന്നത് ഇങ്ങനത്തെ മെറ്റീരിയൽസ് കണക്ട് ചെയ്യാനുണ്ട്. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് മേ ബി കുറച്ചുകൂടി പിള്ളേരുടെ ഫണ്ടാക്കുന്ന സാധനം മേ ബി വി ഷുഡ് ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട്. ബിക്കോസ് നമ്മൾ നൃത്തത്തെ ആലോചിച്ചിട്ട് നമ്മൾ കുറെ അടിപൊളി മെറ്റീരിയൽസ് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നുണ്ടാവും. അവരെ നോളജ് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പറഞ്ഞോളൂ വലിയ ബെസ്റ്റ് നോളജ് ആയിരിക്കും. പക്ഷെ അത് ആക്സസിബിൾ ആക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് അതായത് പിള്ളേരിന് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് അപ്പൊ ഇന്ന് ഏജൻസി പാർട്ടി ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതായത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ലൈഫാണ് എപ്പോഴും രക്ഷപ്പെടാം പക്ഷെ സഹായിക്കാൻ ആൾക്കാർ നരേറ്റീവ് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയ
much, Meher, for hitting the nail right on the head. Somebody has to say, ഒരു സമയപരിമിതി കാരണം ഞാൻ അവസാനത്തെ ചോദ്യത്തിലേക്ക് പോവുകയാണ്. And this is a rapid fire question. Probably within 30 seconds or 40 seconds, I want you to give 2 prescriptions. Imagine yourself as a doctor. ഏകാധിപതിയായി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആൾക്കാർ ഇത് ഫോളോ ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ള ഒരു കമ്പൽഷൻ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വാട്ട് ആർ ദ 2 things that you would say for addressing this particular issue and making sure that people get employability in this issue, very specific to Kerala context. So I start with Shaipaman. You have 3 seconds.
Okay, Kerala perspective നോക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ faculty institution, the change mindset change are വളരെ important ആണ്. Collaborative learning, നമുക്ക് ഒരു സൈഡിൽ community collaborative learning. They will recent the oldest that is the one. First നമ്മൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഫാക്കൽറ്റിനെ what is collaborative collaborative learning how to change that
mindset change ആണ് main idea.
And second is the generation gap. So the faculty so that's how to adapt that. Adaptability is other thing. How to adapt this collaborative learning.
കുറയ്ക്കണം എന്നിട്ട് ആ ഒരു കടലിന്റെ വ്യത്യാസം കുറച്ച്
അധ്യാപകനും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അധ്യാപികയും കുട്ടികളും തമ്മിലുള്ള ചേർന്നുള്ള ഒരു കോ ക്രിയേഷൻ തന്നെയാണ് അതിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് collaboration. പിന്നെ ഈ ഹയർ ഓർഡർ സ്കിൽസിന് വേണം So we are skill ലേക്ക് ഈ ലേണിംഗ് പ്രോസസ്സിനെ നമ്മൾ co-creation ആണ്.
ഒരു റിമോട്ട് സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലുള്ള ഒരു ആവറേജ് വെച്ചിട്ട് ബെറ്റർ ഈ ലോകത്ത് എന്തൊക്കെ നടക്കുന്നുന്നുള്ള അവർക്ക് ഒരു ഐഡിയ ഉണ്ടാവുക എക്സ്പോഷർ. പിന്നെ അത് അവർക്ക് ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാവുക ഏജൻസി അതായത് റിമോട്ടുള്ള വെച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു ഹാക്കത്തോ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ള അറിയാൻ അത് പോകാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നമ്മളെ സഹായിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്.
അപ്പോൾ റിമോട്ട് ജോഗ്രഫിയിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഡിഫറെന്റ് ലൊക്കേഷനിലുള്ള ആൾക്കാർക്ക് എക്സ്പോഷർ ആക്സസ് കൊടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് മെഹറിന്റെ കൺസെപ്റ്റ്. ഈ 3 ഡോക്ടർമാർ നമ്മളുടെ ചിന്തിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കുറച്ച് നല്ല പോയിന്റ്സ് തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഐ തിങ്ക് ഇറ്റ്സ് ബീൻ എ വെരി ആക്റ്റീവ് ഡിസ്കഷൻ. കുറെ കോൺട്രവേഴ്ഷ്യൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള സബ്ജക്ട്സ് നമ്മൾ ടച്ച് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. And I think this got food for thought for all of us. And I'm very happy that there's also a very diverse audience here with us today. മണിപ്പാട്ട് സാഹിത്യം കൂടെ വന്ന് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്ത് നമ്മുടെ അവസാനത്തെ ഭാഗത്തിൽ സാറിന്റെ അടുത്ത സെഷനാണ്. അപ്പോ താങ്ക് യു ഓൾ, താങ്ക് യു ലീഡേഴ്സ് നോളജ് മിഷൻ ഫോർ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ടു വെരി relevant pertinent issue that young people മാത്രമല്ല the learning community across the world is facing. And I think it is important that we reflect upon this. More such conversations happen. And ഒരു വലിയ important കാര്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് lot of these communities exist, but they exist in silos. നമ്മൾ തമ്മിൽ നിന്ന് സംസാരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത് ഭയങ്കര ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആണ്. ഒരാൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യം മറ്റൊരാൾ പിന്നെയും ചെയ്ത് റീഇൻവെന്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്ട് collaborative ആയിട്ട് within these collaborative communities there should be collaboration. So that's also a cooperative principle. Cooperation among competition എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് there should be collaboration among these collaborative communities. And thank you so much, everyone. Once again, thank you to the hosts on this panel. Over to the organizers for the next one.
Thank you, speakers, for sharing your valuable insights. We are done with the session on fostering collaborative growth, the power of learning communities. Now, to honor our moderator, Mr. Ganesh Gopal, co-founder, CV, I invite Dr. Anupa, Senior Program Manager of CADIS, to present him with our token of appreciation. I request our moderator, Mr. Ganesh Gopal sir, to present the rest of the panelists with our token of appreciation. Starting with my co-founder, Speaker. Next, I request Mr. Biju Parmeshwaran, Program Head YIP CADIS, to receive the token of appreciation. Next up, offering the token of appreciation to Ms. Shaima Subhash, Senior Program Manager, CADIS. Thank you so much. While the group photo is going on here on the stage, let me give a brief intro on what our next session is going to be. The fireside chat is going to be a very insightful session, and it's from a Padma Shri Award winner, Padma Shri Ali Malik Khan, who was awarded Padma Shri by the Indian government in 2021. He is a famous ecologist. And he was even a fish named after him. He was even granted the permission to reconstruct Arab ship. So let's welcome So this fireside chat, Padmashri Ali Khan is going to be conversing with Mr. Biju Parmeshwaran. Over to you, speakers.
Good afternoon, everyone. So very happy to introduce you to luminary. We have a person who has come all the way from Kozhikode, Padma Shri Ali Manipal, a very dynamic, multi-talented, innovator, and he knows many languages. So what do you call it? Polyglot. And if you just Google and find out something about him, you will not be sure what is his major areas because he's an expert in so many things. Like he hails from Lakshadweep, Minicoy Island, and he is excellent in marine biology, shipbuilding. He has got patents making a moped. It all comes from need. It's very interesting how he does his inventions and innovations. He had the need to travel, to drive, so he studied in detail for 1 year about automobile technology and how it works going inside. I mean, it's a very, very good example of thinking in a quest for knowledge. We had our Young Innovators program. It's a major governmental program for promoting school and college innovation. So those winners were there. I hope some of them are still there. We had a session with them. So they could learn a lot of lessons. One of this listening to that was my university. Because innovation is a word very much used nowadays, and even the state realized that for its development, innovation, because of the big challenges that people have. We can have large manufacturing plants, we cannot have ecological reasons, we cannot have so many things, we are not very rich in mineral resources. So that is why this innovation is being promoted at the school level by EPs. Anyway, I want people are waiting to hear from you. Maybe I will start asking you which is your favorite, do you have a favorite area among your the subjects that you are tackling? So let's start with marine biology and the fish around the actually ocean that was named after you. One person that marine fisheries.
I am very happy to be here to interact with you. I come from Minicoy Island. You maybe know Minicoy Island is in Lakshadweep. It is in between Maldives and Lakshadweep. Minicoy is separated from both these Maldives and Lakshadweep by about some 200 kilometers. So Minicoy was held in those days when I was there in my boyhood. I was born in 1938. At that time, the population of Minicoy was about 300, 3,000 and 4,000. Now it is about 2,000. So in those days, the literacy was very poor. Only say 20% could read or write. But now it is not like that. Now people are intelligent, they are educated, they know many languages. Our language is Maldivian, the language of Maldives. It is related. We don't have traditional Malayalam. But now, in all the islands of Lakshadweep, people all know Malayalam. And even our Minicoy language is learned by other areas because we are close. We are traveling. Minicoy was not connected. I remember in my boyhood, some of the boats straight from Lakshadweep and using the way they reach Minicoy because Minicoy is the lighthouse is seen, the edge of it is seen 40 miles. So they use language, their culture, even because is entirely we belong to Maldives, but we are not. We were separated from the, I don't know, many thousands of years. We were separated from the village. So we are included in luxury of the that is in 1950s when the states of Kerala was raised at the time. Our luxury also is all decided. We are entering a corporate diet. Actually, about 36 islands, only 10 islands are populated. So it is like that we are living separately according to our culture, and government wants to protect our culture, our language, and everything. So we are disturbed at all. We are very happy. We will be there. And Minico is the only island in Italy who will catch the tuna. Tuna fishery is a very interesting type of fishery. I think it is developed by the Maldives because I know that during the time of Sri Raman, they he wanted Nicoya Island to train to catch tuna fish. So he brought from tuna fishing express Java. But when they went, our Nicoya people could catch tuna. The Nicoya people could catch 10 tuna when these people could catch only one. The, the has got the bar, but our people have a hook, which is just a hook. So it need not be you. It will just fall when you leave it, it will fall on the boat. But these people, they catch it and then because bar is there, it won't get released. So they have to catch the tuna under the arm, they have a leather here and then catch the tuna and then by this time, our military catch about 20 tuna. This tuna is a fish which is so limited, uh, very voracious when we are getting weight fish. Tuna fishing is very interesting. You have seen it in very interesting type of fishery. In the what they do is one day before it sails, they collect the bait fish, small fishes, separately. They keep it in the lagoon in baskets, alive. The next day when they are going for fishing, they transfer it to the boat. The boat has got arrangement, small fishes, big fishes, alive, going thrive. So we go out from the tuna come into the lagoon. Very rarely it comes to the when something is some or for something is once I go to the lighthouse and the lighthouse is 5 kilometers away from the equator of Bay of Bengal. I used to go to lighthouse with my boy. I wanted to learn their language, English, and all this from them. So I go to the lighthouse every day. I had a bicycle. At the time, there were only 3 bicycles were there. But now, people have bicycles and those days, I had three cycles. So one day I was going to the lighthouse. Lighthouse is near the seashore, the way is going. I saw something running in the shallow area where the sea grasses are grown. I did not what it is. I kept the cycle and got down into the sea and chased it. This fish was running about in a dark place. They are crashing. Other place is having white sand. It is not white there. So this fish was running this way, that way. Thank you.
Send some people from Minikoi to Lakshadweep to teach how to
Catch like this tuna. Tuna caught in their boats. It's a separate type of boat. Their boat is built in the olden way. That is tying the plank with square rope, and they apply the fish oil in that. So they keep the life beauty life. They are, they are, and they are, now, yeah, it is a very especially dry and Malaysia and all those places. It is, I think you have seen, it is called in our language mass fish. So this is how we were living in those. In those days, the people of Minikol, I told you, they are not literate, they don't know how to read and write. Only about 20 people we know in the state. But they were living close, they were building houses, you know, they, they do not control it, but the money they have got, how to build a home, they just build it and it will be perfect. So this is how we now the people are educated, the 100% literacy is there. They know Malayalam, English, Hindi, and other languages, Nigerian language. That is how our life was going. So these words I would like to come. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So, we got an insight into how curiosity led to learning so many things. Shipbuilding also you mentioned, and we actually built a ship or some technology from online. Rigged ship. Yeah, and then you mentioned about English, but you ended up mastering 15 languages. Right? You can read and write in all those languages. You can read and write in 15 languages. Because you're mentioning somewhere that the root is important, like Latin, Sanskrit, and Arabic, if you know. Some related languages you can learn. But that curiosity, and very interestingly, some of you may know, he was in the school in Kanpur. But at the seventh standard, he decided that this is not going to serve any purpose. I have bigger things to do. Stop, drop out of the school, and started self-teaching. And became an expert in ecology. And you advised lot of interesting things. I think it's very, very used to study this case. It's an example of high thinking and simple living, you say, for Vivekananda, or as a think of dialogue, the way he looked at education and learning. Now, what I would would like is to address some for you to address some questions like innovation. Does that happen in groups or is there a solo activity?
See, we are not like other creatures. See, other creatures, take monkey or any other thing, they live as they were living in the beginning. But man is not like that. Man also was in those days living in caves and trees and all. Even in our island, people had some caves to go and live. But now people have learned so many things because God has given this advantage, thinking power and working power that can make things. Other creatures, they are not able to do that. They don't make anything. He has got hand and he can do so many things. And he can learn something also. You have seen monkey cleaning the banana and eating it. Yes, time to doing like that. Seeing people doing like that, we have imitated them. So imitation, but also imitation. We imitate and learn and proceed. So like that, people have gone so far. Now you see, we have been doing so many things. We are exploring the outside the earth also. We have been doing so many things. We have to do so many things, but this is not done because of so many problems. Our knowledge is not progressing. But we have to do so many things.
So this celebration is about skilling. Skill is the focus here. How do you see this acquisition of skills in the larger context of your life? Should people be the particular skills? Basic question. What kind of skills should this generation have essentially in order to become good?
You see, our education should be so that they are able to use it. Now we say that we are civilized and educated and all, but we hear people killing each other. Another they are killing. This is not in our Nico island. I can say that if you see the history of Nico, they never raise the hand. They may raise the voice, but never hand. They never beat each other. They have developed this culture because they were lonely and they know what will happen. They start beating each other. So they have developed this habit. Even there will not be fighting been going on. We have no police at all till 1950s. And you know we don't need police because the Indian people came there and they wanted to belong to we have so many people in there. But in those days, how we were traveling, see, this sometimes 20 days also. But there is something we can reach in 1 or 2 days also. There are locations when goods reached in 24 hours. It's a very good speed, very high wind. But usually there won't be so much favorable wind, and it will take 3 days, 7 days, sometimes 20 days also. I have done many voyages during that time also. Every time I do something, I want to do it. Even now, I am continuing that process. I want to learn each and everything. Some my mistake. So that I have made some voyages and I have learned navigation and data. Navigation means things. You can see the skeleton very in
have trapped somehow and then should not be allowed to go to the atmosphere and pollute the place. But people are not doing all that. People are interested in their own affairs and they are not ready to do anything for preserving nature. But nature itself is something strange. It will keep itself. If you do something wrong, it will have its effect and it will do the devastation. The storms, this and that will come, and the people will be settled. So it is, if you want to know more things,
very important point. Yeah. It's a continuously learn, etc. And you might take special note of this concern for nature and climate change, pollution, and how people take baths, even nowadays, so-called civilization and education, people want to see each other, those kind of things. So they're concerned, what remaining concern is what keeps it going as a continuous. Now, we'll take some questions. I think that will be like the water also. We ask some questions, so you can answer that. I mean, if you have questions, nobody. You are from the earlier session? Six youngsters.
No, sir.
Yeah. You can answer.
It's nice to have you, sir, here. This is nothing about innovations. Since you have got a much experience with water, I'm just asking out of curiosity. And I'm also working on water and how human beings are interacting with water. So that's what actually the area where I'm working on in my PhD thesis. So out of curiosity, I'm asking this question, sir. Since you have got connection with seawater and seawater life, I just want to know your take on how people, those who are living in islands, connected with seawater.
How people in the island connected with
Seawater.
seawater.
Just to know his take also.
Doing research on seawater. Your take on how people in the island, actually,
Any island,
how
they connected with water. How you can define?
you see, actually, the islands are surrounded by sea. Island is very small. But you see, the nature is so kind that water is collected and it will the sea tide is there, go down. What happens is when the is fresh water is lighter than the sea, so it is floating above the seawater. So in the land also, below there is seawater, but up there is this fresh water which is provided by the rain. What happens is this water is collected in pits and it is floating on seawater below. When the tide, the seawater rises, goes down. What happens is the land also, this water will rise and go down. In this time, what happens is this seawater below comes up and then it goes down, the fresh water goes down with the sea and it goes in the area where the seawater has left salt. So this fresh water gets diluted with the seawater then it will become saltish day by day. Find that provides rain. When the rain comes again, this water goes to this correct content of this drinking. So the idea is there is no problem at all. We can manage without any seawater, saline water making to sea fresh water. That type of thing is not necessarily the requirement of the people. They know how manage.
So, can I ask one question? In connection with that, I'm just asking you, do you have any traditional, culturally connected traditional methodology for saving water?
Any traditional method, indigenous method on seawater purification.
Saving water. He told that they are means saving water means rainwater. So I just want to know if there is any traditional indigenous method.
Any special
There is that if you make this about 2 feet, not more than 2 feet, in the after sea level, that is the water level. If you make like that, this water which is provided by rain will keep the fresh water always. But if you don't have these pits, and then this fresh water will not be the land. I have seen some islands where there are no pits and fresh water is not available there. That's a very important etc. There is no fresh water because there are no pits there. If you make dig and make the pits, this water will be collected, fresh water will be collected when it rains. And then this fresh water is always available. There is no need for us to make fresh water. There is no unnecessary methods introduced recently. It is not necessary because the people who come from mainland, they don't know about their island environment. They are living in the mainland. It's quite different. They are coming from northern side. They have never seen this. Such people are coming there as administrators, officers. They don't know the island this uh, conditions. So they think that island is not have but we will have to start sometime. When I was there in Mexico, I was working as a clerk at the time. At the time, some health inspectors came, and there were so many pits there. These pits were made for soaking this coconut husk. And there were so many tons for the necessity of the people for bathing and for the usage. He told that these open waters breeding mosquitoes, so you have to close. So in some islands, so many pits are closed and fresh water content was reduced because there is no storage. When there is no pit, when rains, the water flow back into the sea above the sea water level. So it will go to the sea, it won't remain. But if you make these pits, enough pits and you make the ponds, there will be fresh water. We need not make fresh water.
Yes, sir, thank you.
So, since you said that you've been to many voyages, can I ask you about a journey? A journey which you travel on the bicycle, that is a motorcycle or a bicycle with your son from Tamil Nadu to New Delhi. Can you share with us what made you make such a motorcycle?
It was my son who wanted a motorbike. I said motorbike is very difficult to get it and we don't have good roads over here. So I will do something, I will fit your engine for your cycle so that you can ride on it. So I purchased one small engine, that is the engine which is used in for spraying the chemicals in the fields. There is a small engine which is kept on the back and is spraying in the field. So I bought such an engine and made the roller drive cycle. That is, we tap the roller on that engine and then it is coming directly to the tire. Just as a dynamo is rotated when it is cycled, here is when the motor is rotating this rotator, it rotates the wheel. So we wanted to experiment how efficient it is. So simply writing here and wasting the petrol, and is not useful anymore. So I thought we will plan a project of car. We will go bicycle, this cycle will go. But you see, when we wanted to go, the way was not clear on this thing. We have to cross Pakistan. Pakistan was not allowing from India to enter. They wrote to them, they said, you will let you enter, but you have to go to the same way you come in. So that means, so I got the idea and we planned the journey daily. Like that, my son both traveled in the cycle and we did it in it was not traveling always, going about some 4 hours in the evening for like that. Slowly going seeing the places and village life and all these things. So it took about 45 days to go to Delhi and return back. Returning, we returned to Bombay. We could come up to Bombay by the time this train has started, and then from there we took the cycle in the train and came by train to this town. This was in 82. I did another work, there was a traveler doing voyage and writing. His name is no more. He is Tim Severin. So he did one voyage first. That was the Brendan voyage. Then Brendan, those days before Columbus reached America, is Brendan went to America. We did that boat. There was a story in which is Tim Severin and learned in college. So people were not believing that. They were telling that how can this skin is combined, is will remain in the tea water for such a long time. It will disintegrate and so they were not believing it. But these things were going to experiment and find out the truth about it. So he and his fellows together, they made this kingdom, they made the with the wood and covered it with the skin, this coconut, this cow hide. And then they traveled to America from Vietnam. So he proved that this skin can be made of it and printed when it was real.
It's all through doing and experiencing it. Learning through experience. How do you summarize your career and experience? Would that be something like that?
My father was the army means chief there in the island. At the time we had only 4,000 population. Now it is about 12,000. So in those days, there were no policemen, nothing. Only two peons were there to help. So he wanted me to learn, and he sent me to Calcutta. Those days, we don't have infrastructure like hostels and all these. We have to stay in somebody's house and then go to school. That is how I came to Calcutta for my studies. I joined in the fifth standard, and then I studied up to seventh standard. After that, I was reading at the time English and all this thing, I can understand everything. So I thought, what the use of this slow learning? I got a certificate. I will go back to my island. Like that, I go so many books and learn. I was, our people are serious long time. they are sailing, the bits of sailing vessels also, or people were renowned sailors. They go to Calcutta and they get into the sailing vessel and they become cargo vessel. They go here and there and finally they return to here and so, also so many sailors are about 2,000 decoys ships, the best sailors. So I also wanted to go as a sailor. So I went to Calcutta, and I underwent training in the how to work in this sailor. And it was about 6 months of training. I underwent that, and I was waiting released training there in Calcutta. At that time, it was small ticket. I got it. And I returned back. I returned back to Ireland again to continue my studies and everything. Then I was, we have government offices there, lighthouse is there, wireless is there, and observatory is there. I have worked in all those places, not for money, just for learning. So in the observatory, we have the bright balloon light. We made the big balloon that will be this so big. So I was working as an assistant there. So we made the balloon. It's cost of soda and there. We had that. Also to shape this this computer generated. And below is and the below is below the left observer here working through the theodolite. They look through that and then see where all this balloon is going. You see the balloon when you go at certain level, at certain point it will sticks. Sometimes it will go straight up and then it will go to the direction, then the other direction. They take the reading to the forest and then this message is translated to this then weather forecasting. So all this is done by observing these weather patterns and harvesting. This is done in the observatory. There was a observatory there in Mexico. I worked there also. I invited nothing about it.
Have had some courses, some training very specifically to your need interest areas, even though the formal education was left at some center.
Yes, for 15 years, I will help in this study. I have the books and I have the people also to teach. In those days, I learned the stars when I was observatory. When I read about the stars. So I know many stars and today we cannot see the stars. We can see it in the moment of the stars.
So, yeah, I mean, any other questions? Please.
Can be audible? What is the psychic
Specifically about the lunar calendar that you devised, and what is the advantage of that over the other calendar?
The lunar calendar is the correct natural calendar. See, you know, sun shows is the time that is day and night is shown by the sun. So we know the days by that, and then the month is controlled by the moon. The lunar month is the month. Then people have using the lunar calendar nowadays. See the time season, the time seasons are there, Jews were there. They were also using this lunar calendar Ravivar, these people cannot fix the date. They want to see the moon and they will be after the moon is seen. Actually, it is not like that. This the moon is every month, new moon is taken the data of the new moon. Those days are calendar. They are very old. At that time, also they knew this. But the people later they were not using this calendar. Somehow this English completely, maybe even the Europeans came here, they introduced this Christian calendar. That is Julian calendar. Calendar then Gregorian calendar. This Julian calendar by 1580 or so. Gregory. He found that there was some defect to the calendar. 10 days are increased in the calendar. So this calendar is not we are correct. So the 10 days are removed the calendar and then this Gregorian calendar. Even then this calendar is natural. It is no natural calendar. Since it is number of days different. Is it 365 quarter? 365 going to 5. Actually, 2.5 is not there. It is 24 balance there. So it gets accumulated and then in many years it becomes many days. Now it is increasing. So it's not a correct calendar. Correct calendar is a lunar calendar. In lunar calendar, if you take a date and calculate, you will see that we will get the correct number of days. See, events are there in history. There was a solar eclipse on 27/1/632 AD. And calculate the number of days from that calendar to this day, you will not get the correct number of days. So this calendar we are using is not correct, but we are using it. It's not according to
You're conditioned to living with this erroneous calendar. Hopefully you take it. So, any other questions? So, you're okay with that? So, you got your answer about the lunar calendar. Okay. Anybody has any questions? Are we hearing the session? Already there was a bit of a delay. Apologies for that. Continuity. Yes. Any important question is ready to take? That's it. Questions and that's it. If you put in remarks or advice or
yes, we are beings, not like other creatures. So we must be very careful. We are also in biological chain. We are not separate from the nature. So what we should do is we should not disturb the nature too much. It is not correct at all. We have to limit our usage and then be with nature. That's my idea.
As someone who worships nature, this session has been the most informative to me personally. And I thank Padmashri Ali Mani Khan sir for this. Thank you so much, sir. And to honor his presence, we would like to appreciate him with a token of gratitude. For that, I request Mr. Viju Parmeshwaran, Program Head, YIP, Indies, to offer him a token of gratitude. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Can I have a volunteer to assist Padmashri Ali Mani Khan sir? Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next session of Skill Kerala Global Summit 2025. The next session is Driving the Future, Talent Development for Evolving Automobile Sector. Sakriya, Area Service Manager, VECV, Icon Trucks and Buses. The next speaker, Raisa Sapai, Senior Director, Incubation and Industry Connect, Amaljuti College of Engineering, Nanjapalli. I request the panelists to please come to the dais and be seated. Since we don't have much time, I request the panelists to please come to the dais.
Most respected guest, Mr. Jyoti Sakaria from the Commercial Letters, and Raisa Rapai from Royal Enfield, and my dear participants and other coordinators. Good afternoon, all.
Apologize to interrupt. So there's been a slight change in our schedule. So the session which was supposed to happen right now, good practices in skill development training and agencies will happen at 1:30. Speakers, please take note the session which was supposed to happen right now, that is good practices in skill development training agencies.
Royal Enfield, myself, Dr. Sharon Sanchez from Amaljuti College. We welcome all the participants and other coordinators for this session. We have a panel discussion on the theme Driving the Future, Talent Development for Evolving Automobile Sector. In this topic, as we all know, Indian automotive sector stands today as one of the most dynamic and fast-growing industries in the world. By 2025, India has emerged as the third largest automobile market globally in terms of sales. If we are going to the statistics of the same, in 2024, vehicle sales, including passenger cars, commercial vehicles, and two-wheelers, close to 25.5 million units, with 11 points year-on-year because published by India. The momentum has carried forward in the fiscal year 2025. The total vehicle production surged to nearly 31 million units. At the same time, India's global footprint strengthened with the exports of 19% rising by 19% to more than 3 million units we were able to export. This remarkable performance highlights not only the strength of domestic demand, but also India's growth growing role in the global manufacturing and exports hub of automobiles. If we are looking back to the history of the world, we, that the automobile sector played a key role. Some of the examples are when we look back to the history, leaders like Alexander the Great developed new methods in the warfare for enabling them to move faster than the kings of that time, covering more than 28,000 kilometers during the warfare. If we are taking to the history of India, in Rajaraja Cholan expanded his kingdom as far as Cambodia, ruled from Tanjavur and built magnificent temple, Brihadeshwari temple, a marvel that still stand today. Later during the Mughal era, India was generating 32% of global GDP and constructing timeless monuments such as Taj Mahal and Red Fort, while also engaging in global trade for raw materials and other items. All these things indicates that India's transportation sector, especially the automobile sector, played a key role in the development of our country. Just as the history reflects transformation and innovation today, the Indian automotive sector is undergoing one transition from the internal combustion engines to the electric mobility. Making the shift, KSRTC created history by purchasing more than around 100 electric buses from Eicher Motors. A step that signals how mobility in India is emerging a cleaner and more sustainable future. Panel member, Mr. Georgie Sakaria, who is the representative from who is heading Eicher Motors or Motors in Kerala. In India, Eicher is collaborating with having an engine production plant at Nidambur, MP. Eicher is producing many automotive parts for Volvo from India. Volvo is trying to into EV segment. My first question to Eicher team member is, what is the role of EVs in heavy vehicle segment? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Actually, see, the EV segment, most of the automobile manufacturers, they are focusing in EV. And I have already launched the 9-liter buses and 12-liter buses and also electric. So the main advantage of this vehicle is actually there is a application, especially for major cities. These buses are very convenient. Actually, per bus, they cost 50-liter diesel it is consuming. It is a diesel, it is a IC engine. So if it is 50-liter diesel consumption per day, one vehicle is 1,500 liter diesel will consume. So it will be, if you check 80 or 100 vehicles, it is around 14 lakhs diesel will consume. So these diesel, this crude oil can be changed to electric vehicle. And the other main advantage is compare with the diesel engine, the torque and horsepower of the electric vehicle is very much high. It can be carry a load and carry more horsepower vehicle. It can carry the total load from pressure application. This is the most advantage in electric vehicle. And the other advantage is there is no lubrication system in electric vehicle traction motor, and the cooling system is very simple cooling system. But whereas in a diesel vehicle, it's a most complicated cooling system and lubrication system. So the service interval it is reduced expense for that vehicle. The maintenance has been down. So these are the main vehicles. Cumulative around 90 lakhs kilometers we have been completed in 200 Cochin metro, 90 lakhs kilometers. So you can imagine how much diesel we have saved and how much environmental protection we have done it. Lot of pollution we have controlled it. Almost 30 lakhs diesel we saved. So these all are the main advantages of EV bus.
project is doing motor vehicles will come in future. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You mentioned the importance of EV vehicles, and you exactly were able to explain how much energy, how much carbon footprint you were able to save through a good initiative. Hope that again we can grow in that way. Now we have representative from Royal Enfield. Royal Enfield traces its origin back to England in York, making it one of the world's oldest motorcycle brands still in production. The company entered India in 1955, and Madras Motors partnered with the UK-based Enfield to assemble iconic 350 in Chennai, primarily to meet the Indian Army's need for rugged and reliable motorcycle. By 1994, the brand came under the ownership of Eicher Motors, which transformed Royal Enfield into a global player by keeping heritage alive. Models like Bullet, Classic, Thunderbird, Himalayan Bullet, a cult following in India. In the recent years, Royal Enfield has expanded its reach worldwide. The motorcycle like Interceptor 650, Continental GT 650 gaining success in the global market. The company has also started investing in electric mobility with its first electric model expected soon. In this scenario, my first question to Rapai sir is a brief overview about the new models of Royal Enfield and Kerala market experience. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. This is- Thanks for having me. I just want to give a brief about the Royal Enfield as sir mentioned. Uh, we started this legacy in 1901. So the last 125 years, we are the brand player in this mid-size segment. So in two-wheeler, especially in the bike segments, we have three segments, especially like initial bike segment that is below 250 cc vehicles and mid-size segment that is 350 cc to 650 cc and above 650 we call it as super bike. So in Royal Enfield we are the mid-size segment player and as you all know we are the market leader mid-size segment and in this 350 to 650 segment. So about our product portfolio, we have 14 models in 350 segment, 440 segment, and 650 segment. About for in this 14 model, we have around 87 variants there in market. So coming to the market share, if you see the market share, yes, definitely in mid-size segment, we are the market leader around 90% market share we are having right now. So we are the market leader in this mid-size segment. So so just want to give a glance about the market leadership. So in earlier times, we were producing around 12,000 units in our plant in 2000 or 2005 time. We were producing around 12,000 vehicles per year. From that scenario, now we came across around 1.2 million vehicle production in the last physical year, and we had sold around 1 million units globally in the last financial year. So that was the entire journey from the 1901 to 2025. So, as I said, we are the market leader in that mid-size segment, and as sir mentioned, we also reached in the EV segment because nowadays EV segment is a booming market. So, Royal Enfield also entered to that EV segment as well. Thank you.
Sir, one more question to you. As far as the Royal Enfield users, we have a legacy. That legacy will be Bullet's IC engine sound is an iconic experience for Indian youth. How can this emotional connection be addressed with the silent operation of vehicles like EVs?
Yes. As you all know, the when you hear Royal Enfield, or when you hear the word bullet, definitely the sound comes in our mind as the thumb sound, the iconic thumb sound of comes in our mind, as well as the pin strap in the fuel tank, that also comes in our mind. So in films, in other social medias, we are seeing the legacy of Royal Enfield only because of this such kind of emotional connect. As said, like almost if you see the buyers of Royal Enfield, definitely the major share, or almost 60 to 70 percentage of our share, I mean buyers view is emotional connect only. Uh, when you see, if you open an Instagram page, if you see a buyer who is buying a bullet from showroom, definitely he have some kind of connect. Recently, we also have that kind of experience. A son is gifting a bullet to his father. A daughter is gifting a bullet to his father. So there is emotional connect, as it is there. Emotional connect, it is there, but the thing is that, as I said, see, as a mobility, as an automotive industry now, India is growing in EV market, especially in two-wheel industry. EV has a very good market share in India right now, and it is growing year on year. A simple scenario in the EV segment, I'm also connecting to that point as well. In 2016, we have in India, overall India, the EV vehicles we sold around 50K, 50,000 vehicles we sold. But now, last fiscal year in India, we sold around 2.1 million vehicles, around 2.1 million EV vehicles we sold. So last year, I mean 2024 and 2025, the year growth, if you see, around 19 percentage growth we had in our EV segment. So that also, it's an emerging market. EV segment is an emerging market. So we also in that loop. Definitely, as I said, the people's connect is emotion as well as quality. So so when you enter in EV segment as a brand Royal Enfield, if you enter in EV segment, definitely people will think the brand, not, yeah, emotion is there, but more on that, people will connect to the quality or the brand value. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You were able to explain how the Royal Enfield is growing, and we would like to connect the Royal Enfield or automotive sector growth in terms of the money which is coming to the each and every family. Exactly, it shows that an automotive industry is one of the largest source of employment in India and a vital driver in economic growth. As, as of 2025, it contributes over 37 million jobs across the value chain, including manufacturing, component production, logistics, dealership, sales, and after sales and service. The sector accounts nearly 7% of India's GDP and around 40% of country's manufacturing GDP. That is a remarkable one. Highlighting its importance to the economy, within this, the auto component industry alone employs more than 5 million people. That is 50 lakh people, with number continuing to grow due to the rising exports and increasing localization. Looking ahead, the transition towards electric mobility, digitalization, and shared mobility is expected to create new avenues of employment in the areas such as battery production, charging infrastructure, software development, and service ecosystem. This automotive sector in India is not just about producing vehicles. It is about generating livelihoods, fostering skills, and shaping the future of the world. We have uh,
participants from different institutions, especially youngsters, how you can bridge the gap between academia and industry, especially in skilling sector. In this regard, transportation, especially goods transportation is one of the key requirements for the development of our country. When the GDP of India during the COVID period was reduced to minus 23 percentage, it was mainly because of there was no transportation. The transportation sector requires manpower in areas such as design and manufacturing, driving, servicing, and logistics. Based on the experience of Aisha, my next question is to George sir. What are the areas where we need to focus in order to develop quality manpower, or where we are currently lacking? What do you say?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Actually, if you see from 2017 April, actually we introduced, Indian Sarkar introduced BS4 vehicle. 2017 April BS4 vehicle. Then 2020 April we shifted to BS from BS4 to BS. So before 2017, actually the vehicle is BSV, it's a purely mechanically run engine, and there is no additional technology, nothing was there. So once it has changed to BS4 and BSC, the complete scenario has been changed. That means the skill level of technician we need to improve. Uh, all the vehicle engine is fitted with the ECU, sensors, wiring harness, lot of changes introduced in the vehicle. So purely mechanical has been changed to mechatronics. So mechatronics main criteria where we need to get the trained technician. So that was the biggest challenge in front of all the automobile manufacturers. So what Action did is we already started one CDC, Competency Development Center at our Pidambur plant, and we have around 10 RCDC, Regional Development Center, in most of the main cities. So we are taking students from IT, diploma colleges, and engineering colleges, and sent to this training center and get it trained around 3 months training, 4 week training, lot of trainings are there. Then these people, trained people, we send to the different dealership and outlet for handling this modern technology. So coming to hydrogen vehicle and coming to CNG, coming to electric vehicle, more electronics related, electrical related technicians is required. That is the main challenge. So our yearly we record in aftermarket itself, we record around 50,000 people. It is only aftermarket. I am not considering plant. I am not considering any other ancillary industries. So purely aftermarket, we record 50,000 people blue collars. Same way, the Ashok Leyland, the Tata in other manufacturer also. So one of the main challenge. We are recruiting people directly from colleges. We are giving the training and we are developing the people. So this is the way we are managing for the manpower competency in Aisha. Okay.
Uh, I can add on this, sir. We have in Amaljoti Engineering College, we have a, center of excellence set up by Volvo Asia Commercial Vehicles Limited, which is comes under the Aisha Motors. We are able to run many training programs for students, that hands-on training program, especially if we are considering the new education policy 2020, experiential learning or practical learning is one of the key points. What facility we are providing to the society, especially our students are getting experience in that. Apart from that, even outside students can come and get the training. We used to conduct 6-day training program, internship program for engineering students and polytechnic or ITI students. Apart from that, we used to conduct many 1 year technician training programs too in that training center. The speciality of this training center is we can really experience the dismantling, assembling, and how it is working. That science and technical the details behind the each and every parts operation, everything you will get very good experience. And another one importance is we have already all these are the CSR initiatives of B Commercial Vehicles Limited, and they gave all the equipments and tools for dismantling the equipment. That's not in the conventional way. Even apart from that, appropriate tools we have by using the appropriate tools, how we can dismantle the equipment, the engine or other parts, and how it works, and when work it, how the sound changes are taking place, how we can identify that this part is faulty, otherwise this part is good. Just like that, you will get an extra exact experience of how the IC engine is working. Since we would like to express our heartiest thanks to Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles Limited for providing such a center in Kerala. And in nearby Kerala, Eicher is having another one center in Coimbatore. Coimbatore, if I am right, which institute it is? Not Nehru. Yes, I'm not remembering that that one good setup is available in Coimbatore too, with where our students can explore the opportunities. The same time, I have one more question to you, sir. You are providing lot of support system for youngsters. Are you providing any reskilling or upskilling for the traditional automotive workforce? Because that traditional side, now we are using minute and electronic control systems in automotive vehicles. But the people who are working in the traditional side are not having that much experience with mechatronic equipments. Whether this Aisha is providing any or VCV is providing any extra support for the traditional people who are working in this field.
Sir, 100%. Because actually, in the local market, a lot of local technicians are available. We are providing the training to these technicians for handling our latest technology with the BS4 and BS6. So these vehicles, anyway, we record some DIY tools for scanning the complaints and all the things. So we are supporting these tools to this local technician and they can also attend. So mainly we are focusing for customer. That means if any breakdown or anything has happened in between the route, if it is an emergency load or something, we need to on-road the vehicle at the earliest. So we are supporting local technician also. They can go and inspect the vehicle and they can release the vehicle at the earliest. And one more other factor is actually, we have newly launched one assembly line at the Bhopal. It's a LMD vehicle assembly line. The beauty of that line is complete assembly line was run by women employees. So 100% women employees we have introduced in the Bhopal plant. There is one more. Actually, dealership blue collar activity, women's number is very less. Women are coming to that automobile repairing and all the things. So we have recently started one Sony project. That means 100% is a woman. We are giving the training to 5 week training to these women, and they will get that means earn a lot of diagnostic skill. Then they can come and do the work in our dealership, and they can diagnosing the vehicle properly. So we are promoting women also in this training in okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. I would like to compliment in this opinion. This is a good way to reach out to the OEM, original equipment manufacturers. One of our students joined in one of the service centers of Aisha in Kottayam. Thereafter, now he is working in OEM, original equipment manufacturers. Since this is a good opportunity for youngsters, if you are not interested, the same message can be shared with your classmates or your neighbors or friends to join this Tejaswini program that may be useful for them. Then I hope that this ecosystem, mainly students are sitting in the in this hall. I think one more question to you, sir. Uh, is there any specific academia linkage program whether that Volvo Aisha is running to that whether it is graduate engineers training program, otherwise internship in service centers, otherwise as I said in the training center, students can come and attend that internship programs. Likewise, any initiative you have in VECV?
Yes, sir. Internship program is there. We are selecting the people from colleges, various colleges, and we are providing the internship at our plant, Vidambu, and also our cooperative office, Delhi. We are supporting.
Okay, thank you, sir. My next question is to Royal Enfield. Being one of the major two-wheeler manufacturers in India, especially in Kerala, one of the iconic two-wheeler is premium two-wheeler is Royal Enfield. Royal Enfield has a very large service network that includes branch showroom, dealers, and private garage. My question is, what are the challenges faced by the Royal Enfield in getting skilled manpower?
Thank you, sir. Uh, just want to add two, 3 points here. Actually, in Kerala, as sir mentioned, we have a large network here, around 120 networks, service networks we have in Kerala. So, in that 120 networks, I mean, in Kerala, in service alone, around 1,000 plus manpower is there. In sales also, the same kind of manpowers are there. So if you see in all India market, definitely we have around 1,300 plus networks, service networks pan India. And definitely if you see Kerala alone, we have 1,000 plus manpower in service alone. If you see in the pan India level, definitely it may be the larger numbers. So that is the kind of requirement what we have in as a manufacturer we have in our dealership. So definitely, we have three plants right now in Chennai. That there also we have kind of manpower requirement is there. The skill what we need right now, we can segregate this to two parts for the dealer manpower as well as the company manpower. I mean OEM manpower. So for the dealership manpower, especially in the service sector, definitely we need technical skills. We have in our service sector we have technical manpower segment is there. Then CRE segment, that is customer relationship management segment is there. Then apart from that, a managerial skill. So in the dealership, specifically in the service sector, we have three requirements are there. The technical competency should be there. Then the customer relationship management system should be there, and as well as the analytical skill. For the managerial kind of point of view, we need analytical skills. So now uh, we are in industry 4.0. As you see, the industry 1 to industry 4.0, definitely the travel is from what is that manual things to a level. A manual thing. I mean, when we the automotive industry started from manual things like steam engine kind of things, we now reached a robotic level. Okay, so the technology when the industry grows in such a way, definitely the manpower skills also need a kind of growth. So in our ecosystem, in our educational system, definitely we need that kind of competency. When the industry grows, we should know what the industry or what the level industry goes. We need that competency. Like as I said, that nowadays that AI technology have a vital role in our automobile sector. So we need that kind of what are the AI technologies now is there in our automobile industry. It is all there in your fingertip. So grab those ideas, grab those competencies, and approach the right paths. As I said, dealer have this kind. Dealerships need these competencies, like technical competencies, then CRM kind of competencies, then the analytical skill. Likewise, if you go to the OEM level, definitely the same kind of technical competencies are there. As I said, in Oregon, We have Chennai, we have three plants, Oragadam, Vallam, and Tiruvatiur. We have three plants are there. So, as Sir said, we also emerging, ladies into our system. Uh, in one of our plant is completely run by ladies, so that is also there. So there are a lot of opportunities are there in Royal Enfield. So it's a youth oriented company, as you all know. The brand itself is a youth oriented company, so definitely we have a lot of opportunities on Royal Enfield. Yeah.
Thank you. As a continuation of that, I have one more question. What special initiatives has Royal Enfield undertaken to identify and develop manpower? Perhaps through platforms like the Riders Club.
Yes. This also I'm segregating into two parts: the rider community as well as the manpower. I mean the technical manpower. Uh, for the rider community, definitely the riders, as I said earlier, the Royal Enfield. Our tagline is as said, ride more and ride fewer. So whoever taking Royal Enfield definitely have a mindset of riding long trips, long drive, and adventure rides and all. So we have a lot of riding communities are there in Kerala. We are providing DIY activities, DIY sessions to all our customers, especially in our dealerships. If you can approach, definitely they will provide you a kind of DIY activities. That means we are ensuring our vehicles on road at all time. So it's also a helping hand our customers that he can do the preventive maintenance or some kind of periodic maintenance at our home as well. So coming to our technical competencies, we are having technical centers, different parts of in India, especially Chennai. We have a university kind of thing is there. It's called as Power Train. We are giving training to college pass out students. We are giving trainings to the local technician, as sir mentioned. Uh, they also need to adopt the new technologies what we are having right now in automobile industry. So we are providing, I mean, training to those people as well. And we have a training center at our Kerala Amarjyoti Engineering College. We have a training center is there. So yeah, we are providing our technicians training. There is a level of trainings are there for the technicians as well as the other manpowers like level 1, level 2, level 3, and the master kind of technician technical trainings are there. So we all those trainings are we are providing at our Kanjarapalli training center. Likewise, in every region we have training centers, and we are developing the skills of dealership manpower as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. As a complement to that opinion, as far as the students are concerned, I have got an opportunity to visit Experiential Training Center at Chennai. The entire system is changing. Now, in the commercial side, entire system is changing. When we enter into that center, you can expect just you will learn something by doing and learning. Instead of that, different environment you will get when you enter to the experiential training center. One simple example is the same program that we are conducting right now is can be conducted in a classroom. That much audience only available. But when we sit in a hotel like this, that ambience that and the other ecosystem will networking and the system will motivate us to think in a different way. Exactly like that, the industry is growing in that way, and Royal Enfield is giving the training in that experiential training center. I think few experiential training centers are available in India. The nearest one is in Chennai. That can be utilized. My next question is to Aisha Motors. When we look into the changes which is happening in the automotive sector, I was able to witness one of the opinion by automotive sector. They informed that they are trying a few years back. They are trying to develop a good driving experience for the drivers. Now, in new commercial vehicles, the most comfortable location in the vehicle is exactly that driver cabin. Driver cabin is air conditioned. That power steering we have, power brake we have, ABS we have. The system is changing, which is providing maximum comfort for vehicles, sorry, drivers. Such a system was first introduced in India by BECV. In this basis, my question to Jyoti sir is, what are the trends in heavy vehicle segment based on the development of premium port? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Actually, anyway, see, the driver training about ECB, actually, we have a exclusive on the driver training center at them. It is around 5 acre land, and with some tracks are there. And we are providing driving training to these all the driving. We are selecting from various areas. So today, automobile industry actually heavy commercial vehicles. Actually, it's a driver-driven this one industry. That means the opinion is collecting from driver only. If one customer is planning to purchase one vehicle, first he will search whether drivers are available or and he will ask which vehicle they need to drive. Comfort level of the vehicle need to increase. So the latest government norms, all the heavy commercial vehicles need to be fitted with the AC only. Without AC, we cannot produce the vehicle. That comfort level we are increasing. So as far as Virginia port is concerned, actually, see, it's one of the dream projects of Kerala, and a lot of container movement is happening. So these all the container movement, we recruit heavy commercial vehicles with the multi-axle vehicles and tractor trailers. So the total industrial volume before Vizhinjam, the total industrial volume per month is very less count in Kerala. But after releasing the Vizhinjam port, the TAV has been increased. So anyway, more vehicles will sell. Related to more vehicles, lot of other ancillary supplies also will get energized. Means that washing center, heating center, wheel alignment center, tire puncturing center. These all are the areas where business will come. So a lot of employment will also come connected with this Vizhinjam project. Not only this project, anyway, the entire highway network is expanding. From Kasaragod to Trivandrum, now it is 6 lane. Within 1 year, the 6 lane highway will open. So the transportation of heavy commercial vehicle, length vehicle, 48 tonner, 16 wheeler, tractor trailer, this long wheelbase vehicle, it will come in India, especially in Kerala. And in the global market, if you see, there is a train type of trailers are available in Europe and American market. In future, within 10 years, these all the vehicles will come in India. Our national highway network in the world, I think, is first. Our national highway network after USA, our network is highest. So every day around 35 kilometer highway is developing. So infrastructure development is very fast in India. So the a very chance of high chance of commercial vehicles here in India and Kerala. So we can see a lot of vehicles, commercial vehicles with the multi-axle vehicles will come in Kerala and India. So the Virginia project anyway, it will boost automobile industry. It will boost heavy commercial vehicle industry, and also it will increase the employment in Kerala and India. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Our time is going to end. Allotted time was up to 1:30. My last question is to Royal Enfield. You have one special program, graduate engineering trainees. So can you just explain the details of GET program?
Yes, we have that GET programs in our plant and other areas. So it is companies directly involving to colleges and selecting people, and they are giving training and plan and various other institutions of company side, and we are giving you an opportunity as a graduate engineer trainee. You can visit our website and get the details from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. As far as a conclusion, as far as a country's growth is concerned, infrastructure or transportation development is a key parameter. An example that I am remembering right now is uh, when Hitler tried to capture the entire world. First, he tried to develop a good infrastructure, road infrastructure in Germany. First, he did. Even he knows that when war started, that opposite team will first destroy the airport. But he tried to develop all the roads where the aircraft can the land in even in the road. That was the message. That was the vision he made even before starting the war. That indicates that road infrastructure and transportation is going to play a key role in the development of a country. In this regard, what the youth power, India is having lot of youth power. How we can utilize the youth power? My humble request to the Indian youth is it possible to develop new ideas which is suitable for empowering the transportation sector? One simple example that I would like to quote right now is it possible if we are taking the lorry transportation, many lorry booking offices are available in each and every corner of this country. Is it possible to develop a software which can operate? Sometimes some versions may be available, just like Book My Show, otherwise Oyo Homes. Likewise, is it possible to develop a system which can support the logistics of transportation system? Only one example that I am quoting right now. For that, what the youth need to think is you need to approach to the different OEMs, whether it is Eicher, whether it is Royal Enfield, Yamaha, or Maruti Udyog Mandal, you need to approach to them. We are trying to develop the prototype or idea is this one. Is it possible to get the support from all these industries? Such a view, such a thought, the objective of this discussion is to develop or create such a thought in the mind of youngsters. Hope that such a creativity that can be produced from the colleges in Kerala. And in this regard, I would like to thank all panel members, Jyoti sir and Rapai sir, for your valuable time. The time is much valuable for them. Month end and many other activities are taking place right now. Even after that, spending your valuable time with us, we are thankful to you and hope that some of the points that they explained here will be utilized by them and will develop, will work for it, and ultimately we will come to the end that we will work for the development of our country. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. With that, we are done with the Driving the Future Talent Development for Evolving Automobile Sector session. That was such an insightful session, panelists. Thank you so much for your time. And in order to express our gratitude, I request Dr. Anupa, Senior Program Manager, KDIS, to offer the token of appreciation to our moderator, Dr. Sherin Sam Jose, Director, Incubation and Industry Connect, Amal Jodi, College of Engineering, Kanjirapalli. Now, I request our moderator, Dr. Sherin Sam Jose, to offer a token of gratitude to Mr. George Sakriya, Area Service Manager, VECV, ICA Trucks and Buses. And finally, I request Dr. Sherin Sam Jose to offer the token of appreciation to Mr. Raisen Rapai, Senior Ace from Royal Enfield. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next session will start soon.
Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by six key themes: the opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we'll soon be restarting our sessions. So, the next session is going to be good practices in skill development training agencies. So, before we begin, just let me take this moment to introduce you our panelists. Mr. Ayyapan R., Principal NTTF Telisheri, Mahadevan Venkatakrishnan, Head of School Education Industry Practice at TCS ION, Secretary Muhammad Abdul Salam, Chairman of the Institute of Gems and Jewelry, KTB Educational Trust, and Managing Director of Safa Jewelry Group, Professor Dr. B. Sunil Kumar, Director, IIIC, and finally KV Kudai, Founder, CDA Academy. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Madhuri Dubey, Founder, Director, National Skills Network. With such a large panel, we can expect an insightful session, so kindly pay attention. So, we have all our panelists here. Let me invite all the panelists onto this dais. Mr. Ayaban R, Principal MTTF Telisheri. Please come onto this dais, sir, and please be seated. And next, Mr. K.T. Muhammad Abdul Salam, Chairman of the Institute of Gems and Jewelry, KTB Educational Trust, and Managing Director of Safa Jewelry Group. Next up, let me invite Professor Dr. B. Sunil Kumar, Director, IIIC. Next panelist, Mr. K.V. Hudai, Founder, CDA Academy. And our final panelist, Mahadevan Venkatakrishnan, Head of School Education Industry Practice at TCS ION. Let me invite our moderator, Dr. Madhuri, Founder Director, National Skills Network. Gentlemen, please be seated and make yourselves comfortable. So, Madhuri ma'am, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Let me first introduce the discussion, what this discussion is about. This is, I think, one of the most relevant discussions when it comes to skills. We have representation from different training organizations representing different types of training. From TCS ION, we have technology-related training. Then we have construction-related in gems and jewelry. And then, of course, from ATTF, you have manufacturing and other latest technology training. Then digital marketing is what you do. So you see there is a variety of what kinds of training programs are available for our youth to help them become employable and also probably start as entrepreneurs. So I would like to get started. But before that, sir, esteemed panelists, for the first round, let us have like 3 minutes for each person, and then we will summarize and then go to the next round, just to keep a time factor also in view. So I'd like to start asking you, sir, because sir, Mr. KT Mohammed Abdul Salam, he has a train to catch, right? So he's got very little time. So I thought we can, is it okay if we start by asking him? So, sir, we have already discussed with you about this. Gems and jewelry is one sector, right, which has a huge potential for exports and also huge potential for skilling and training. And it happens to be one of the design specific sectors, right? So, sir, can you tell us a bit about what is being done in the training institution that you have, the training academy, and you also representing the gems and jewelry industry. So, please tell us briefly about the programs that you do and the kind of achievements you have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected moderator of this program, Dr. Madhuri Dubey, and dear panelists and participants. First of all, I sincerely thank KDISC and its partners for organizing this prestigious two-day program and for giving me the opportunity to be part of it. It is truly a privilege to join this session on good practices in skill development training agencies. I represent here Institute of Gems and Jewelry, Kerala. We are established 2015 with the Gem and Jewelry Skill Council of India under the Ministry of Skill. From the very beginning, Institute of Gems and Jewelry has been a training partner for both state and central government agencies, implementing projects like ASAP, NULM, Yuva Kerala, and DWGKY. The sector we represent, gem and jewelry, is not only Kerala's pride, it is also a pillar of India's economy, contributing nearly 7% of our GDP and 15% of our export. This makes skilling and especially upskilling a matter of both livelihood and national importance. In less than a decade, Institute of Gems and Jewelry has trained over 17,000 people in jewelry design, jewelry manufacturing, gemology, and retail management. Our work has been recognized with Center of Excellence status from the Ministry of Skill Development and Best Jewelry Design Institute awards from both Designers of India and the Kerala Jewelry Association, and a special recognition in the Books of India records for our unique training contributions. Some practices we are especially proud of include a dual model, long-term courses and short-term programs, government-supported skilling through ASAP, DDUGKY and others, corporate and CSR collaborations driving community skilling, banking sector training, over 11,000 staff trained in the gold loan segment, a strong placement network with the alumni. They are working across India, the Middle East, and global jewelry hubs, and industry academia tie-ups with Rajagiri Business School, Alliance University, Janssen Business School, and Medhavi Skill University. Innovation. We launched India's first MBA in jewelry retail management, acknowledging the global role of Kerala's jewelry entrepreneurs. We are working on international projects in Oman, Saudi Arabia, and Dubai Knowledge Park. On our campus, 5 alumni have already launched a jewelry design startup, now exporting patterns worldwide. Our vision for the future, looking ahead, the Institute of Gems and Jewelry is focused on jobs but to business, positioning Kerala as a global jewelry skill hub, driving continuous upskilling so our youth stay competitive in a fast changing global market. Reflections. Our experience shows why sector specific training agencies matter. They deliver deeper specialization than generic centers. Government partnerships add scale and credibility. Industry linkage ensure demand driven training, leading from training to employment and to entrepreneurship. In conclusion, Institute of Gems and Jewelry is more than a training institute. It's a model of focused skilling with continuous upskilling, combining Kerala's traditional strengths with modern innovation. True global hub of innovation and talent. And finally, wishing each one of you and your families a very happy and prosperous Onam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was, I think, a complete overview of the work being done at the academy for training under various schemes and also trying to help higher education in gems and jewelry, which I think is still not very popular in India. But I'm sure you can reach out to Sir later to know more. So thank you once again. You can stay on as long as you wish.
With your permission, I have sorry for
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I'm glad you made it. Thank you. Yeah, so let's continue the discussion now. I invite Mr. Mahadevan to share his views and also his experience at TCS ION about the role of technology in improving training delivery and engagement. Since we are talking about best practices in training, we can probably have a digital platform and you are also offering courses which can complement higher education. Right? So maybe you can share some views about that and also keeping the over to you, sir.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for KDS for inviting us. Move on quickly to Madhuri asked me to talk about how technology how technology enabled skilling is real scalable ways for the future. Let me just quickly start by telling what we do at TCS ION. TCS ION is a unit of Tata Consultancy Services, many of you will know. We are present across the country. We have the offerings spanning the entire education space, starting from school education to vocational skill education, education, as well as professional, and work with government on skilling government employees also. So throughout this, the process is the whole trend or the whole need, I should say, is lifelong learning, as many of you would have heard about. So we said lifelong learning, if we have to practice as TCS or TCS, we have to go and communicate to others why this is important. We should be present in that entire trajectory, which is why we start very early from school going age. A few points, later we provocations for all of us subsequently could be a few points on how skilling has changed and what we are doing. Everyone has probably gone into detail on the jobs future, skills for the future, technology growth curve, given the demand curve. There's a lot of things which everyone would have thought. But it is very important to construct how we engage with the youth. So we started by putting together a very large framework, which when you talk about Madhuri in the start, end to end, Muhammad Abdul Salam also talked about it. Initial skilling identification till job. So we started by looking at what is the starting point for all those students. I will not come into school education. I had the school, but I'll come to that in the provocation. But we started by saying what is that or where is that we need to get started. If you look at today's youth, students passing out of polytechnics, ITIs, colleges, or even passing out of schools and then going to jobs, if you ask them, what do you want to do in life? Very, very few know what to do, right? Very few know what their skill sets are, what their capabilities are, what their goals are, what their dreams are. They all know they need to go and earn, they need to go support their family, they need to become independent. But where, how do we start? Which is where gives us the first starting point of this framework. In terms of identifying the skill sets of that individual, a very structured framework, and helping him or her get guided on the careers which are possible. Very few know that I want to become an electrician, I want to become a technician, I want to become a drone technician, I want to become a medical support person, paramedic. Very few know. I'm talking about those who are passing out of IT, polytechnics, schools, or even colleges. So the first is to help them identify which is that skill set which they are good at, or which they are interested at, or which they can do, and then give them the path that these are the 4 or 5 areas which you can look at. So that's the first step. Second step is the entire skilling. Now that they've got an idea of what area to look at, how do we bring in the kind of skills? Now this again needs a participation of the ecosystem, which involves the skilling agencies, which involves the academic certification agencies, which involves the content partner in terms of experts, which involves even, for example, the OEMs who bring in the equipments, techniques, jets, ribs, etc. Right? So it's a very large set of ecosystem partnerships. So through these ecosystem partnerships, we today enable a very large set of skills. Most of them are tech enabled or tech driven skill sets for the future and future ready skills. That's how we have positioned ourselves. So that's the second large area. First starts with identifying the career which they want to take on, and second, go into that skills and get trained with the skills. The third is once they have done it, we need to make them ready for the job. So there are 3 areas in that. One, how good they have gained the skill sets. So one is a skilling test. Second, great in the skills, but how good are they in cognitive domain, which is very important because a lot of challenges which they will face on the job involve their ability to wade through the various challenges. So that's the second. Third is how good they are in terms of employability skills, soft skills, in terms of engaging in teamwork, in terms of communication, various things, empathy, interaction. So these are the 3. For this, we actually, as part of the framework, put cognitive test and the domain test. Domain is called a proficiency test, which is called a national proficiency test, and a cognitive test as part of the national qualifier test. These two help an individual differentiate or position himself or herself to the skill sets they have learned. So now that you have those skill sets, now you have this, what do I say, scores. When you go get an internship, where you can go and get an internship anywhere, but you can also participate on large scale national level assessments and get certifications around this. And based on this, their scores are published to a very large set of employers, and these employers are across the country. So gone are the days where a simple resume, where you post a resume and then someone will look at the resume. And today, you have the resume, but it is supported, the skill sets, it is supported with cognitive, it is supported with the preparedness for you to move transition into a small, either an MSME or a corporate or a small medium enterprise or any of these services. So this is the end-to-end where you identify the skill sets, prepare them, give them the skills, test their proficiency, test their cognitive skills, and then open up to a large set of employers. And internships is somewhere in between, which we are not actively doing it because there are very large set of internships. That's also part of the provocation I'll come to later. So this is how we work on currently. I'll come to how it aligns with the vision of Kerala, with the vision of India in some time. Others also give their views. Thank you.
So actually, we want to just spell out the complete life cycle of skill, which starts with learning and then you end up getting the kind of job you want. But there are many stages as we just saw. So one more point I would just like to share with the panelists is, as you know, in this event there are so many student volunteers, and I'm sure you are also connected to some of them. So they were interacting with me, and one question they're all asking is, our degree is not enough. We don't know what to do. Then I told them, go and see. There is a LinkedIn booth there. Go and see what is being done there. Or they are very interested to listen to our panel discussions. So there's a lot of excitement among young people also. So coming to the construction sector, so you're representing Indian Institute of Infrastructure and Construction, and being the director, I'm sure you have seen many such growth aspects of the industry in construction. Today, I think it is not traditional construction industry, which has a lot of technology, and many new things are getting added to it. So, how can we ensure from your perspective that whether it is construction or if you extrapolate other trainings also, that it remains industrialized? And what are the kind of action points that we should keep in mind? You can give construction examples.
Thanks to this for inviting IAAC also into this program. And I'm so glad and honored to be part of the general panel's moderator. IAAC is focusing on construction, infrastructure, and real estate industry. If I just a little bit speak about the construction industry, as we all know, our country has emerged as the fourth largest economy in the world, and it is predicted that it will be the third largest economy in a short 2 years. So, in this scenario, if you take any developed nation across the world, an economy that is emerging like this, the backbone of that is the infrastructure available in the country. So, in order to create this infrastructure, a huge amount of investment is essential, and side by side, human resource also essential. So, the country is in the process of therefore investing something like by 2030, you will be spending something like around $2 trillion by 2030 for construction, for infrastructure. Yeah, now you look at the human resources available in the country, it is projected that the requirement of construction workforce in India is somewhere around 92 million as the requirement. If you look at the stock, it's somewhere around 50 to 60 million. There's a huge deficit in human resource. That's number one. And then number two is the existing stock of human resource operating in the construction infrastructure industry. Almost 50% of them are not trained. That is the biggest handicap. So big challenge ahead to supply right trained, certified workforce as India is emerging as one of the developed nations in another 20 to 30 years. So this is the challenge. So at IAC, IAC is a very unique institution where the bandwidth is very high. We offer programs from technicians to managerial. uh, So as I'm on the patient, the fresh graduates lack skills. It's a fact, and we often emphasize as discussed. It is very challenging to overcome this. The existing higher education system where skilling or skill outcome focus is absolutely not there. It's very challenging in one more sense, like the faculty existing in the higher education system, they're absolutely new to this. If you want them to process the skill deficiency which exists in the curriculum and how it is going to be really, really challenging. So at IISc, we are fully focusing on how to uh, impart skills which the industry demands. So IAC is a center where we offer managerial programs for engineers, civil engineers, mechanical and electrical engineers. They can join for a program wherein we offer 6 months and 1 year program, and each program, the program delivery is we focused on skill development. Skill development which is essential to operate in an entry level job role in the industry and be productive from day one. Industry complains about a fresher engineer or technician a bit different, but engineers mostly as they enroll, I mean, as they join the industry, industrialists claim that they have to spend from their pocket for at least 2 years and train them, make them fit for the industry, and make them productive. Ideas is actually properly as again we counsel them to identify and choose the right job role at the array of job roles existing in construction. We help them to align with one of those entry level job roles, and the skill sets essential for exactly what you said, like skill sets essential exactly for the particular job role. So that is being imparted, and also as Mr. Mahadevan said, all our programs at IASC is 2 months, 3 months industry internship. We call it a structured internship, where the internship itself is monitored from the institute and mapped with what has happened and what we have delivered. We call it structured. And our the result and outcome, if I may look at it, most of the cases, these guys come back with a placement offer from the industry that we set internship. That way, I believe that what we are doing is recognized by the industry, but long way to go. Too many things to be addressed in the whole process. So with this, I for the introductory.
So, thank you for sharing about construction industry. You're talking about industry aligned training. And I would like to now quickly relate what Mr. Mahadevan said about young people really not knowing what career or what they should be doing in life. That's where the problem starts. And this problem becomes even more serious when the youth are coming from challenging backgrounds, marginalized sections, and also those probably who are not academically very inclined, I would say, they might be interested in other things. This is where I think over the years, over the last 65 years, NTT has established itself as a brand to reckon with, and they have done immense amount of work in training youth and helping them with employment, employability enhancement, and also making them we have with us now, who's the principal of NTTF Solution. So please tell us about this inclusivity aspect that I think you followed for these long decades. How has it worked? What are the best practices so far?
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. And I would also like to thank the government and the KDs for arranging such a wonderful panel discussion whereby the public also will be getting involved and they will understand what is going on in and around Kerala. So coming back to the question, so NDTF got established in 1959, exactly 65 years back. And we started working in backward areas, villages, thereby what we have told the youngsters, what are the opportunities available across the country and abroad. So we identified the candidates from middle class, trained them in job-oriented courses. And the initial days itself will be telling them what is the ladder they have in front of them and what are the job roles available. We are preparing them for the job roles available in the industry outside. And for the last 6.5 decades, we have been changing our curricula, including the modern technologies, and thereby we ourselves have changed the course name system. Initially, we were known for tool and die makers. We were creating tool and die makers. Now, some 5 years back, we have renamed it as tool engineering and digital manufacturing because the practices in industry have changed drastically. Rather than totally doing manual work, machines were introduced. So why there are a lot of machines in the industry, we switched over our training in the digital way. Now for the conventional machines, lathe, milling, drilling, we are using the CNC machines in industry as well as for manufacturing sector. A lot of 3D printing machines have come, and you might have learned that even buildings are being designed by 3D printers. So these are the technological innovations, and thereafter we have introduced the much sought after course mechatronics in 2000s. We were the first to introduce such courses in India, taking technology from Japanese people. So that's also a outtake. So now we are training the youth after identifying them, counseling them, showing them the job roles in front of them. We are training them for mechatronics, including robotics, pneumatics, embedded controllers, automation, as well as tool engineering. So that is how we are training the students. Our curricula is totally backed by the industry requirements. It is a dynamic one. Every 6 months, we are changing the curriculum and matching the industry standards. For your information, now the latest technologies, artificial intelligence and machine learning also have been introduced in our curriculum. We are happy to announce that once it started in Kerala in 1959, now our presence is pan-India. Up to Jamshedpur, about 15 training centers, regular training for 20,000 students a year. We are sending out around 5,000 students to the concerned companies, and the disciplines are other than tool engineering, electrical electronics, mechatronics, computer, production engineering, and so on. In addition to that, we have been supporting the skilling activities of different state governments, including Kerala government. We have been training the SCST community for the last 12 years. I am so happy to announce that more than 20,000 students of this category is already placed 50 plus are working abroad. So that's how we are supporting. And my humble submission is, see, we have now more than 1,000 job roles available in our country. Whereupon the earlier discipline were only engineering or medicine. Now, what not? We have to search. So the present youth, they have to find the right career by Googling. That should be supporting their attitude as well as their talents. Once they identify their talent, find out the course, find out the college, find out a proper guru, and get placed. Don't follow peer pressure. Don't ask what I should do with the parents or the teachers. They are nowhere. Each student has to identify the right career path for which now lot of opportunities are there. They can discuss online, offline, textbooks, and Google Sheets, whatnot. So it's a new era. They have got lot of facilities. Let them enjoy. And as training service providers, we want thousands of training centers. Only one training center cannot help our country. We want lakhs and lakhs of people every year. And most of the HRs are complaining that they are not in a position to get the right talent. That's a question. And there are a lot of things I believe have to be done by the training partners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for emphasizing on the kind of responsibility and ownership the students themselves have. But before that, we also heard about the way NTTF has upgraded itself, in terms of the kind of courses they offer, and that's how the best practices also have evolved at the institution, where they have many centers now across India. Now, moving on to another area of training, which is into digital marketing, right? Yes, digital marketing related training programs. Let's hear from Udaif what he has to say about collaborations. It could be industry collaboration, it could be collaboration with other bodies, other institutions in making training effective and useful for the students.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Very good afternoon. Yeah, the first and foremost, I have given only 3 minutes time. I'm giving that promise to you. The CDA, when it comes to the best practices, the first thing we do is we keep the promise. Whatever promises has to given to the students, we should keep that promises and we should keep that commitments. So CDA is an agency-based digital marketing academy and proud partner of Kerala Knowledge Economy Mission. And myself, Uday, one of the co-founder. See, when it comes to the best practices, all the best practices comes from the one core question: why these students are coming to any institutes? The one thing is they are jobless and they are hunting job. And most of the cases, what I have seen is there are three major reasons why still they are jobless and hunting job and they are not landing to the right job. The first thing is they are having a very less or very low self confidence. And the second thing is their learning agility or the self learning skill is very low. That's why they are paying to an institute and coming to us. And the third thing is they are lacking communication skill. And what CDA is doing, the first thing is that we are giving a workplace exposure. If you don't give a workplace exposure to your learner, then how do you expect them to work in a company or a agency or in a business? So the first thing is we are giving a workplace exposure. Could you please present the screen? Yeah, just wait 8 seconds. Yeah, so this is our infrastructure, which you can't differentiate it as an academy or an agency, which is a co-working space. Like that means our learners are trained from a workplace. This is our Cochin campus and this is our Calicut campus. And we successfully trained 3,000 plus alumni so far. You can't hire somebody from Google or Meta, but you can beg them and you can ask them, could you please come to our place and train our new beginners? Definitely, most of them will be very happy to do that. So they are always ready to return their learnings and expertise. So we have Jinuben from Meta. He's having more than 8 plus years experience at Meta, and he's also a Malayali. That is a proud thing. And Ransami, he worked with PPL, Samsung, and all the big brands. And Natasha, she's graduated from IIM. All these trainers, I'm not hired everyone, but they are part of our training and they are helping our students. And as a successful result, our students are get placed in Firstcry, Amazon, even Dubai National Bank, and a lot of other multinational companies and agencies and all. See, what are the best practices that we follow is that we always carefully look our ambassadors. We used to call our alumni as an ambassadors. 51% of them are working as digital marketing executives and 22% of them are working as social media marketing executives and SEO analysts, and some of them are freelancers, the gig economy and all we have discussed in some other sessions also, and copywriters and all. Out of this alumni, what they have done in their program is they do this task tracker. See, whatever we have, whatever the training that we are giving to them, they have to submit it as a tracker. So, which helps in their improving their confidence. I have done this much of activities and tasks that they can share to their HRs and recruiters and even into the business for hunting a projects also. And we have a challenge that is to complete our program, our learners has to complete this challenge. The first thing is they need to complete the assignment tracker and they have to do some self branding or personal branding activities, which is 21 days of LinkedIn challenges, and they have to create contents in related to businesses and the professional etiquette, speak up sessions, and project exposure. So I specifically discussed this speak up sessions. This is a 24 sessions in 3 months. All of them have to attend this 24 speak up sessions. So once they attend the speak up sessions, they will be getting a seal from the academy. And kind of an engagement activity. Once they complete a speak up sessions, they have to get this seal from the academy. And when they finish the programs, they will be attending 24 speak up sessions. So one learner before attending this 24 speak up sessions and after attending 24 sessions, he's completely changed. And at least he could negotiate with an HR and he can have a conversation with a entrepreneur very confidently and he will be communicating very fluently with his colleagues in an office. So this is how we helping them to get high communication skill and also and grow head sessions. Tomorrow also Sunday, we are conducting a session for exclusively for our ambassadors. Once they finish the course, we will be giving an additional continuous sessions in every Sunday. This is a 1 hour session exclusively for CDA ambassadors. So this is how we are making them industry ready and fit for the market and job industry. That's what. Hope I can contribute.
I think that's a very good explanation of various strategies you have incorporated in your program. Very smartly, I would say, to make sure that the education to employment connect happens very successfully, right? Now coming to the second part of this discussion, and we have just about I think hardly 10 minutes left. I would request you to share your views in about 2 minutes each one of you. There's a common question to all of you. Since this is an outcome-based kind of a session, we need to come up with some very concrete ideas for Kerala on the occasion of this particular event. I would like to ask all of you, 5 years from now, how can training organizations, different types of training organizations, or even institutions like organizations like TCS, how can all of you help Kerala to position the state as a global talent hub?
Thank you. So if I look at how people will perceive vocational enabling skills, which is going to typically typically generate the largest number of employers or employees, and what technology is taking over many other areas. I believe it is very important for a state like Kerala or a country like India, I would say, which has a massive workforce, to do five things, and which I'm calling them as provocations I mentioned in the past. Uh, uh, so the first one I believe is, while there are so many training agencies, everyone has their own frameworks, everyone has their own model of testing, assessing, training. Is there a way that we can create a learnability index? Because the number one challenge for people who are getting to a job, I'll come to those who are not employable or who are scouting for jobs, who even get into job, even in MSMEs, the number one problem, their ability to continuously learn and upgrade their skills. So learnability is a very, very critical component, going to become far more important in future, especially given the amount of data which will get generated about an individual, about his or her
The skill
performance.
story of Odisha begins in the year 2016. This
This
is when Odisha
extremely
Skill Development Authority was formed at the behest of the Honorable Chief Minister Shinabin Patna. Its charter for the newly constituted authority was to build an aspirational brand called Skilled in Odisha. He said,
into this room. So number one thing we have is there an ability that we can create together along with a learnability for every individual. This will become very critical, and we need to start much earlier in school. I'll come to that in a minute. The second is, not everyone who's going to get trained or who's looking for a job, we discussed a few minutes back, know what they need to do. And hence, today, everyone goes after internships, trying out after getting a skill. But even let us think of it like a micro credential or micro internship or a micro, what should I say, skilling. Is there an ability where MSMEs, corporates, agencies come together and give an option for individuals to come and explore for a week, say 15 hours, 18 hours, 3 hours a day, go into a foundry, go into a hospital, go into a beauty parlor, go into a shop, find out, offer, volunteer. The student candidate should volunteer, and then they should know whether this is for me. Today, if you know, and you can't just assess them using a test, right? So this is a hands-on experience, and the candidate knows, okay, that's the area which I want to continue, which I want to invest my time, etc. This is the second one. Even I tell you, even a career guidance assessment will not really help. It's not easy. It will help to an extent, but this is the second area which we are thinking. The third is, which is a long term, is the ability to have a vocational digital tool, because it is very costly to skill the number of students, candidates whom we need. We talked about 92 million versus 50 million. It's not easy to train 42 million, and they cannot be trained on the job straightforward because the kinds of risks involved for both them as well as the customers, right? So it's very important for them to be given a simulation ready environment for them to get trained. So is there a vocational digital twin which we can create, which are simulation ready, where they practice full fledged? And then the last is there a skill wallet which we can create for every individual? So every individual, whether it's right from school level or those 15 hours, 18 hours, or from jobs which they join, let their skills be captured, and then this is the true value for an individual in the future. This will help him or her identify a trajectory towards the future where things will change very fast. At the time, they should be ready. So this is the fourth provocation. And the fifth one is it is very critical to start much early in school because it cannot be that many of the skills, many of the hands-on motor skills develop develop at the school age. You cannot push and they cannot be prepared after say 22, 23, 24. Then it is more like force fit. If you want to fit, it has to start early. Otherwise, it becomes a force fit. These are some five provocations which I have.
Thank you, sir, for these very valuable action points, the provocations which were discussed, mentioned just now. We can all look into it also and reach out to sir if you need more information. And I would like to ask.
Yeah, from a global perspective, I said about in my introductory few lines, the requirement in the construction industry in India, something like 22 million people are essential for running the show in years. Globally, also, there is a much more bigger demand for human resources, especially those developed countries, European countries, there is a demographic decline. If I cite one case, like in last 6 months, at least 3 or 4 delegations visited IISc from Germany. They are looking for technicians and engineers for involving in the construction industry in Germany, because Germany is already an aged population, and there is a huge deficit of trained and certified workforce. So in Japan also, as you all know, it's a declined aged population, and there are also youth certified trained workforce is lacking. So and again, the opportunities in these countries are very tempting in terms of salary, in terms of permanent residency. It's very tempting, and always the Keralites aspire for such migration as side. But when we look at the global perspective, the type of skills that we provide in Kerala or in India generally, this has to be cross-mapped with the skilling and requirements and the training practices that is there in these countries. So benchmarking our skill training process with those in the developed countries is something which we have to do, and also sort of upgrade our skilling systems in the state as well as our country is essential to grab the opportunities that crop up across the world.
So, moving on, what would be the
Okay, thank you. The question is very relevant. There's a purpose why training providers are assembled here. What we can do for the improving the skill ecosystem and the youth empowerment area. Lot many things. First of all, we should be able to counsel the youngsters, tell them, show them what are the job roles available across the world, rather than identifying one or two job roles like doctor, engineer, IAS. There are thousands of job roles which will be giving dignity and better salary plans. That's the first thing as a training center, what we are suggesting. And what actually we are practicing the same only. The best practice others are. So we are practicing taking 5 years, kind ban like that. Best practices in industry. Day one, there should be the industry environment, starting from punching as well as daily writing of the diary, shop talk, which will enable them public speaking, which will be supportive when they are attending interviews and their future. And curriculum upgradation, training centers can help, as well as hand-holding of government institutions like ITI, Polytechnic, engineering colleges. Maybe they may not be having sufficient trained faculty. Thereby, these training centers can take internships. They can do short-term, 1 week, 2 day, 5 day training can be offered to other youngsters. And age should not be a bar, as well as qualification should not be a bar. Now, because of RPL, recognition of prior learning, anybody can learn anything. If you have got a skill, it can be certified. So those things can be propagated and lot of hand holding, improving ITIs. That's what we are doing in states like Orissa. Same can be implemented here. Thereby, let us work for a better future for our own country.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad one point only. You take any industry, if the industry goes in 100 kilometer per hour, usually the academies and institutions goes in a 50 kilometer per hour. Always academies and institutions lag behind the industries. The collective steps like this, the industrialists, working professionals, and academician policy makers coming to a stage or a platforms and thinking and planning about the policies and future workforce and all. Only these kind of initiatives can solve the problems in the industry, job market, and that only help our job hunters or
Thank you. That was amazing. Thank you all. Thank you, panelists, for sharing all the views, the perspectives, and the action points. Since we are running short of time, we will have to conclude this session here. In case you have any questions, audience, I would request you to reach out to them personally and ask the question. Thank you so much, and thank you, organizers, for giving us this opportunity to discuss the best practices from various training centers and organizations and things that can be implemented for Kerala. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhuri ma'am. So we are done with good practices in skill development training agencies. And now, let me take this moment to thank our panelists for the valuable time and this insightful session. So now I request Ms. Lakshmi Priya, Program Manager, KDIS, to please come forward for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, next up there is going to be a short video presentation on how India grows at the grassroots. This video has been done by Subroto Bagchi, founder Mindtree. All eyes on screen.
The skill story of Odisha begins in the year 2016. This is when Odisha Skill Development Authority was formed, behest of the Honorable Chief Minister Shinabin Patnaik. His charter for the newly constituted authority A day must come when future employers would ask their potential employees, are you skilled or are you skilled in Odisha? This overarching aspiration meant three things. In the short term, high quality employers should make a beeline to lock in talent in Odisha's skill training institutions. In the medium term, global employers must come to Odisha in search of extraordinary talent. And finally, in the long term, Odisha must be known as a sandbox for innovation in the world of skill development. Great ideas worthy of being replicated elsewhere must be tried in Odisha first. Back in 2016, towards fulfilling our goals, we created a threefold strategy. We call it fix, scale, and accelerate. What it meant was that first we fix the ITI system. Second, to scale up short-term skill programs for school dropouts. And finally, we accelerate the setting up of the iconic World Skill Center. Let us first talk about fixing the ITI. In India, ITIs and IITs were set up around the same time. Unfortunately, in successive decades, the ITI institution receded in stature, even as the IITs lunged forward. ITIs became synonymous with failed aspirations and blocked dreams. If a high school student had all the doors slammed closed, that child came to an ITI. The ITI was seen by many people as a failed institution. Our job was to make it aspirational. For starters, we changed the report card for the principal of every ITI. For this, we used the 10-6-4-2 formula. Each ITI had to name 10 students of whom it was truly proud. Every teacher needed to know the personal story of each of the students to present them as role models to be emulated by skill trainees. For example, they needed to know what family circumstances these 10 students come from. What was their transformation at the ITI? How did they overcome odds? And where were they placed after finishing their training? Of the 10 names, 6 had to be of those who had made a mark outside the state, and 4 had to be women, and 2 had to be stories of entrepreneurship. The 10-6-4-2 formula caught everyone's fancy because everyone loves a delightful story. Today, all the ITIs can highlight their role models to inspire others to follow their examples. The first such role model was Muni Tiga, an Adivasi girl who lost her father early in her life. She came to an ITI. She trained for 2 years, and after her training, today she has become a loco engine pilot with the Indian Railways, where she hauls trains between Bhubaneswar and Palasa every day. Lunaram Hansda, another tribal, came to ITI Rourkela, where he always ran short of his mess dues by 30 rupees a month. His teachers pulled together the deficit and let him study. Today, Lunaram Hansda runs the insulin manufacturing line at Biocon. Just the same way, Somendra Das, trained at ITI Puri, became a trainee at Tata Motors. Quit his job, started an auto body repair garage, where today he employs 80 people and clocks revenues of rupees 8 crores. The next thing for us was to make the ITI students self-confident. Over the years, they looked like a ragtag bunch. The state roped in National Institute of Fashion Design to suggest a new set of uniforms for them. Unlike the past, today ITI students play contact sports, compete at the state level. ITI fests take place to celebrate the debating, acting, and other artistic talents. They look forward to going to class today because there are other cool things to do as well. Among the many other interventions at the ITI, a significant one was the concept of a change leader to work with young students for enhancing their life skills. For this, we have partnered with Tata Stripe to send bright skilled trainers to every ITI on a 2-year fellowship to augment technical training with life skills. Today, 93 change leaders and project managers are part of a process that impacts 27,000 students every year who learn about ideas like learning to lead, teamwork, problem solving, sustainability, design thinking. In 2016, government ITIs had less than 6% girls. In many ITI today, it has crossed 20%, and the eventual goal is to cross 33%. Today, Odisha's ITI boasts of skill museums, open-air art installations that display their technical and design prowess. They take pride in their social outreach in terms of natural disasters, from fixing household gadgets in the flood-hit Kerala to helping restore power after Cyclone Fani that battered Odisha in 2019. The next thing was to create a new sense of direction and ambition among the teachers themselves. For the first time in India, we sent 215 ITI teachers and administrators to ITE Singapore, considered one of the best skilled institutions in the entire world. 90% of these teachers did not ever have a passport in their lives, signaling their own personal lack of outlook and ambition. These teachers, upon their return from Singapore, crafted the mission, vision, and values for what we call the new ITI. Beyond the ITI and polytechnics, the state implements many short-term employment-linked skill training for those who have dropped out of school after their 5th, 8th, or 10th class and would not go back to formal education either because they cannot cope or they have family compulsions. These youth train to become retail sales assistants, drivers, janitors, healthcare assistants, domestic electricians, industrial sewing machine operators, and so on. The flagship program for such training is the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushalya Yojana of Government of India that provides 75-day residential training in many domains. Odisha has been adjudged by the Government of India as the best performing state for DDU GKY implementation for 3 years successively in a row. The famed Tirupur textile belt of Tamil Nadu critically depends on skilled Odia workers. These are from DDU-GKY, whose deft fingers make international levels from Diesel, Guess, H&M, Marks and Spencer to Tommy Hilfiger. Among the thousands of beneficiaries of our short-term skill program is Sumati Naik, a 10th class pass from Bhadrak who could not speak any language other than Odia. Today, Sumati is a department manager at Westside Coimbatore. Or consider the story of Damanti Swai, a girl from Kendrapada, who was selected by Tata Advanced Systems, Hyderabad, where she builds aircraft body for Boeing and Pilatus. To make Odisha's talent more visible, the state has been engaging at the CEO level to create a special connect with high-quality employers. The efforts have paid off. Now, let's talk about the iconic World Skills Center. The World Skills Center has been set up in Bhubaneswar at an outlay of nearly 193 million US dollars. It's come up in Bhubaneswar, housed in an 18-story state-of-the-art building, spanning 500,000 square feet. It will roll out one-year courses as a finishing school designed with the help of IT Singapore in areas like precision engineering, vertical transportation, air conditioning, refrigeration, as well as certain creative economy courses like beauty and healthcare. Additionally, through several other programs, the World Skills Center will directly and indirectly impact 1.5 lakh youth by 2024. The World Skills Center will be run with expert guidance of an expatriate leadership team of 5 from IT who would eventually transfer the ability to local leadership team. World Skills Center is part of a larger skill ecosystem in the state that is being further strengthened. A key part of the overall fix, scale, and accelerate strategy is using the spirit of competition among youth who are making skills aspirational. Towards this, in 2017, the state decided to participate in the India Skills Competition 2018, which was a precursor to World Skill Competition at Kazan in Russia. In preparation for Kazan, Odisha set up Mission 1, 2, 3. It meant Odisha would strive to get India 1 gold, 2 silvers, and 3 bronzes. Towards this, Skills 2018 was conducted in Bhubaneswar for the very first time with 5,000 youth competing in trades from beauty to hospitality, nursing, welding, painting, carpentry, bricklaying, plumbing, and many others. At the national level, Odisha surprised everyone with the second largest medal tally in the country, slightly behind Maharashtra. More importantly, three participants from Odisha represented India at World Skills 2019 in Russia, and one of them, Aswat Narayan, brought India her very first gold medal after the World Skills competition in Kazan. The next one will be held in Shanghai in China in October 2022. Towards this, India Skills Competition 2021 was recently held in Delhi by the government of India. This heralded Odisha's moment of crowning glory. At the India Skills 2021, Odisha has been ranked first among all Indian states with the highest medal tally in all three categories gold, silver, and bronze. A large contingent is now getting ready under what we call Mission 234. The goal this time is to get India 2 golds, 3 silvers, and 4 bronzes at the World Skill Competition in Shanghai. Based on the original charter to make Odisha a sandbox for innovation, many breakthrough ideas have been created out of Odisha, and one such is the Nano Unicorn program. As we all know, the Unicorn is an internet startup with a valuation of more than $1 billion US. India has a clutch of more than 60 such entities, from Ola to Oyo to Paytm. But India's true progress would depend on how many nano unicorns we can create. These are tiny enterprises set up by skilled youth who may generate just 1 or 2 jobs at a village or a small town somewhere remote in India. To build a prototype for this, Odisha launched the Nano Unicorn program. To find a potential nano unicorn with talent scout at the IKEA level for their entrepreneurial aptitude, we listen to their dreams. And if we like the story, we send them to a 2-week mini MBA program where the person can further hone the business idea. At the end of the program, we bring in rupees 1 lakh from philanthropic funds and get the nano unicorn off the ground. A pilot has been rolled out so far with 433 nano unicorns, and this will be stepped up to 3,000 in the coming couple of years. The large goal is to harvest the story of entrepreneurship, which we'll share with young people to encourage them to look at skills as a means to become entrepreneurs beyond the journey of the last 6 years. Now we are beginning to dream bigger. Odisha's skill efforts are in the middle of a reject. We are soon going to start work on Skill Vision 2030. The idea is to create a blueprint for the future. We have chosen 2030 as the milestone because it coincides with the sunset of Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations for the year 2030. What would be unusual is the process of crafting the vision, the creation of subsequent policy, articulation of the strategy for implementation, and the determination of funding as well as organizational structure and the resultant change management process. The exercise would start with an analysis of global trends that would have discontinuous impact on the future of work, employment, and entrepreneurship. Vis-a-vis these trends, the study would look at the as-is condition of skill preparedness of the state, and then look at the could-be and should-be scenarios. We need to plan for a differentiated position for the state to make it a global benchmark for skill development and human transformation in the decade ahead. The visioning process would entail drawing from the insights of a multidisciplinary team of design thinkers, economists, sociologists, market analysts, technology and development sector specialists, and domain experts who have the thought leadership and the experience in large-scale transformation and change management. We know this is a journey that will never end. Under the leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naveen Patnaik, all of us are driven by a sense of purpose. We are here to take the story of skilled in Odisha to the next level that recognizes every individual's right to skill, just as we talk about right to education. We are driven by the vision of the Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naveen Patnaik that skills must be seen not just as a means for employment, but as a tool for human transformation. Skilled in Odisha.
Yeah, skilled in Odisha. Yeah, skilled in Odisha. Wanna do any skilled in Odisha.
Ladies and gentlemen, That was a video presentation by Subrata Bagchi on how India grows at the grassroots. Now moving on towards the final session of day 2 of Skill Kerala, the Global Summit 2025, Journey of DWMS. The session is going to be moderated by Mr. Biju Parmeshwar, Program Head YIP Cadres. Now let me welcome the panelists onto this dais. Mr. Anup Marcos Mani, Associate Director, KDISC. May I have Mr. Anup Marcos Mani onto this dais. Ms. Neetu Satyan, Associate Director, KDISC. Mr. Prijit PK, Program Manager, KDISC. Shakna Nath RU, Program Manager, KDISC. Rishu Abraham, Associate Director, KDISC. And finally, Sibi Akbar Ali, Assistant Director, KDISC. I invite the panelists onto this dais. Dignitaries, please make sure you are comfortable. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ കൂടിയിരിക്കുന്നത് DWMS ഡിജിറ്റൽ വർക്ക് ഫോഴ്സ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സിസ്റ്റം എന്ന അതിൻ്റെ ഫീച്ചേഴ്സ് കേപ്പബിലിറ്റീസ് അതെങ്ങനെ വിജ്ഞാന കേരളത്തിൽ ഒരു നിർണായക ഘടകമാകുന്നു അറിയാനാണ്. വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം പരിപാടിയിൽ തൊഴിൽ അന്വേഷകരുണ്ട്, തൊഴിൽ ദായകരുണ്ട്, അതുപോലെ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് സംവിധാനങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഇത് ഇത്രയും കാര്യങ്ങളും മറ്റും അടങ്ങുന്ന ഒരു ആവാസ വ്യവസ്ഥയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിനെപ്പറ്റി വിശദമായി പറയണം. എന്താണ് ഈ DWMS? ബേസിക് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഇതിന്റെ അംഗമായ ചോദിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് തുടങ്ങാം. എന്നീത് പറയുന്നത്.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, all. So, digital workforce management system DWMS നമ്മളുടെ strategy പേപ്പറിലെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയൊരു one of the major intervention ആണ്. So, basically, this is a technology platform which integrates several platforms, applications, then already നമ്മുടെ ഒരു seamless interactionsന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് provide ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ടെക്നോളജി പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ആണ്. ഈ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തത് ഡിജിറ്റൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ഓഫ് കേരള. അവരുടെ ഒരു നേതൃത്വത്തിലാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഒരു DWMS പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തത്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്കറിയാം നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഇതേപോലെ തന്നെ ജോബ് സെർച്ചിങ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒത്തിരി പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോംസ് അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇൻഡീഡ് പോലെയുള്ളത്, നൗക്കരി പോലെയുള്ള ഒത്തിരി ജോബ് സെർച്ചിങ് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോംസ് നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. സോ അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഡിഫറെന്റ് ആയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു DWMS ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മളുടെ KDISCിലെ തന്നെ ഇന്നുണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള പാനൽ ഒരു കമ്മിറ്റി ഫോം ചെയ്ത് അവരാണ് നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്തത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിനകത്ത് ആ ഒരു ബാക്കിയുള്ള ജോബ് സെർച്ചിങ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള വെബ്സൈറ്റുകളിൽ നിന്ന് ഡിഫറെന്റ് ആക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള വർക്കും ഡിസൈനിങ്ങും ആണ് നമ്മളുടെ ഈ ഒരു DWMS പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇത് ജസ്റ്റ് ഒരു ജോബ് സീക്കറും അതേപോലെ തന്നെ എംപ്ലോയറും രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യുക, അതിനുശേഷം ജോബ് മാച്ചിങ് മാത്രം നടക്കുകയല്ല. നമ്മളുടെ ഈ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ വേറെ ഒത്തിരി സർവീസുകളും കരിയർ സപ്പോർട്ട് പ്രോഗ്രാംസും സ്കിൽ ട്രെയിനിങ്സും ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പും അപ്രന്റീഷിപ്പ് അങ്ങനെ ഒത്തിരി സർവീസുകളും ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസും നമ്മളുടെ ഈ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ ഇൻക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു ജോബ് സീക്കർ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ ഇനീഷ്യൽ ലെവലിൽ നമ്മൾ ഈ ഒരു DWMS പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഒരു വെബ് പോർട്ടൽ ആയിട്ടാണ് ആ ഇനീഷ്യൽ ലെവലിൽ അത് കൊണ്ടുവന്നത്. ശേഷം നമ്മളുടെ എന്താ പറയുക കേരളത്തിലുടനീളമുള്ള റിക്വസ്റ്റ് പ്രകാരം നമ്മൾ അതൊരു ആൻഡ്രോയിഡ് വേർഷൻ ആയിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ നിയർലി അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. DWS കണക്ട് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ ഒരു ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ് ഇപ്പോൾ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. നമ്മുടെ ഈ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ ഒത്തിരി കരിയർ സപ്പോർട്ട് പ്രോഗ്രാംസുകൾ ഉണ്ട്. ഉദാഹരണം പറയുവാണെങ്കിൽ PDT പോലുള്ള പേഴ്സണാലിറ്റി ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ട്രെയിനിങ് ഉണ്ട്. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ വർക്ക് റെഡിനെസ് പ്രോഗ്രാം ഉണ്ട് SAP കേരളയുടെ. റൊബോട്ടിക് ഇന്റർവ്യൂ ഉണ്ട്. അതിനുശേഷം നമ്മൾ സൈക്കോമെട്രിക് ടെസ്റ്റ് അനാലിസിസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് കൗൺസിലിന്റെ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് സ്കോർ പോലെയുള്ള സർവീസ് കരിയർ സപ്പോർട്ട് പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് നമ്മുടെ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ ലഭ്യമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതെല്ലാം നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു ജോബ് സീക്കറിനെ അവർക്ക് താല്പര്യമുള്ള ഒരു ജോലിനകത്തേക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഈ സർവീസുകൾ എടുക്കുന്നത് കൂടിയിട്ട് അവനെ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ള ലക്ഷ്യത്തോട് കൂടിയിട്ടാണ് ഈ ഒരു കരിയർ സപ്പോർട്ട് പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് നമ്മളുടെ ഈ ഒരു DWMS ഇന്റഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ തന്നെ ഏറ്റവും എന്താ പറയുക പ്രശസ്തരായിട്ടുള്ള ലിങ്ക്ഡിൻ പോലെയുള്ളത്, അതേപോലെ തന്നെ അവൈൻ, ഫൗണ്ടിറ്റ് പോലെയുള്ള പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമുകളും നമ്മളുടെ ഈ ഒരു DWMSനകത്ത് API യൂസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഇന്റഗ്രേറ്റും ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നമ്മളുടെ ഈ ഒരു DWMS ജസ്റ്റ് ഒരു ജോബ് സെർച്ചിങ് മാത്രമല്ല, അതൊരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഓഫ് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോംസ് നമുക്ക് പറയാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. നമ്മളുടെ ഈ ഒരു DWMSന്റെ ജേർണി നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തത് ഫെബ്രുവരി 2021 അതിനുശേഷം നമുക്ക് അറിയാം ആ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഇപ്പോഴും അത് അപ്ഡേറ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഫർദർ നമ്മളുടെ ഫീൽഡിൽ നിന്നുള്ള അതേപോലെ തന്നെ എക്സ്പേർട്സുകളുടെയൊക്കെ ഇൻപുട്ട് പ്രകാരം നമ്മൾ ഇപ്പോഴും ആ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിനകത്തേക്ക് ഫർദർ അപ്ഡേറ്റ്സുകളെല്ലാം നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. നമുക്ക് 2022 ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഇന്ത്യ അവാർഡ്സിന്റെ വിന്നർ ആയിരുന്നു നമ്മളുടെ ഈ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം സെലക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനുശേഷം നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ റീസെന്റ് നോക്കുവാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ ഏകദേശം നമ്മുടെ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ 20 ലക്ഷത്തിലധികം ആൾക്കാർ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനകത്ത് തന്നെ 13 ലക്ഷം ആൾക്കാർ നമ്മുടെ മൊബൈൽ ആപ്പ് യൂസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടും ബാക്കി 7 ലക്ഷം നമ്മളുടെ വെബ് പോർട്ടൽ യൂസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുമാണ് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് നിലവിലുള്ള നമ്മുടെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിന്റെ ഒരു സ്ട്രക്ചർ. ജാലകം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ
കേരളത്തില് അഭ്യസ്തവിദ്യരായ തൊഴിൽ രഹിതർക്ക് ഡേറ്റ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യും, ക്യൂറേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് അതിനെപ്പറ്റി ഫർദർ പറയാനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ സിബിയോട്
ഇപ്പോൾ നിതു പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഓഫ് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മൾ എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് സൊല്യൂഷൻസിനെ നമ്മൾ കമ്പൈൻ ചെയ്ത് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ആക്സസ് കൊടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് അതിന്റെ പ്രധാനമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു പ്രിൻസിപ്പിൾ. അതായത് എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള നമ്മുടെ മാക്സിമം അവൈലബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള റിസോഴ്സിനെ നമ്മൾ എഫക്റ്റീവായി യൂസ് ചെയ്യണം. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കരിയർ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആണ് എന്നുള്ള ഒരു പോസിറ്റീവായിട്ടുള്ള ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ നമ്മൾ ജനങ്ങളിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് അതിന്റെ പ്രധാനമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഉദ്ദേശം. അപ്പൊ അതിന്റെ ഭാഗം നമ്മൾ ജാലകം സർവേ നമ്മൾ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ ഡോർ ടു ഡോർ ക്യാമ്പയിനിങ് ആണ്. വേറെ എവിടെയും നടക്കാത്ത രീതിയിൽ ഡോർ ടു ഡോർ ക്യാമ്പയിൻ നടന്നു. ഏകദേശം 5 ലക്ഷത്തോളം താമസ സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ ആൾക്കാർ കുടുംബശ്രീയുടെ പ്രവർത്തകർ ഡയറക്റ്റ് പോയി വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് അവരുടെ ഒരു എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് സ്റ്റാറ്റസ് എടുക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ആക്ച്വലി അപ്പൊ സംഭവിച്ചത് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ജോലി കിട്ടും എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ആൾക്കാർ അങ്ങോട്ട് കൊടുക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അവരുടെ ഫോൺ നമ്പർ, അവരുടെ പേരൊക്കെ കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ഒരു പക്ഷേ പാരന്റ് ഒരു പക്ഷേ അവരുടെ സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കുട്ടിയുടെ പേര് നമ്പർ ഫോൺ നമ്പർ ആയിരിക്കും കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ടാവുക. ഒരു പക്ഷേ നമ്മുടെ ഈ മദേഴ്സ് അവരുടെ നമ്പറൊക്കെ കൊടുക്കും. അപ്പൊ ശരിക്കും ആക്ച്വൽ ജോബ് സീക്കേഴ്സ് ആരാണ് എന്നുള്ള ആ ഒരു ഐഡന്റിറ്റി ഇഷ്യൂ അവിടെ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ഫോൺ നമ്പർ മിസ്മാച്ച് മാത്രമല്ല ഈ ജനറേഷൻ ആൽഫ ന്യൂ ജനറേഷൻ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഈ ജനറേഷൻ ആൽഫ ജനറേഷൻ സീറ്റൊക്കെ ആൾക്കാർ അവരുടെ ഇമെയിൽ നമ്പറും ഫോൺ നമ്പറും ഒക്കെ മാറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഈ 20 ലാഖ് എന്നുള്ള ആ ഒരു ടോട്ടൽ കൗണ്ടിൽ എത്തുമ്പോൾ അതിൽ കുറെ അധികം ഇനാക്റ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള യൂസേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ഈ സർവേ നമ്മൾ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനമായിട്ടുള്ള നമുക്ക് ഈ കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഈ ലേബർ കണ്ടീഷൻ, അതായത് എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള അൺഎംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഈ ഇക്കണോമിക് ടേം, അതായത് ആക്ച്വലി ജോബ് ആവശ്യമുള്ള ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ജോബ് കിട്ടാത്ത ആൾക്കാരാണല്ലോ ഈ അൺഎംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ആക്ച്വലി ഇവിടെ നടക്കുന്നത് അണ്ടർ എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് ആണ്. അതായത് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, അവർക്ക് പക്ഷെ അവർക്ക് അനുയോജ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള ജോബ് അല്ല കിട്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നത് യാഥാർത്ഥ്യത്തിലേക്കാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ സർവേ നമ്മളെ കൊണ്ടെത്തുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ അതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഈ സൊല്യൂഷൻസ് നമ്മൾ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഈ പ്രോബ്ലത്തിന് അഡ്രസ് ചെയ്യുക, അതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ട് കുറച്ച് ഡാറ്റാസ് നമ്മൾ ഇനീഷ്യലി നമ്മൾ അഗ്രിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ടെക്നോ പാർക്കിന്റെ നമ്മൾ കുറച്ച് ഡാറ്റ എടുത്തു. പിന്നെ CMD എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഗവൺമെന്റ് നോൺ കോൺട്രാക്ടിലുള്ള ജോബ്സ് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള കുറച്ച് അഭ്യസ്തവിദ്യരായിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ CMD വഴി നമ്മൾ അഗ്രിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ DDUG ഒക്കെ അതിന്റെ ഡാറ്റ നമ്മൾ ഇതിലേക്ക് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തത്. ഇനീഷ്യലി
ഈ ഒരു ഐഡന്റിറ്റി ഇഷ്യൂ ഉണ്ടാവാനുള്ള പ്രധാന കാരണം ഡാറ്റ നമ്മൾ ഇൻഡയറക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് അഗ്രിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്തു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പൊ അതിനുശേഷം ഈ ഡാറ്റനെ നമ്മൾ ടു ഫാക്ടർ ഓതന്റിക്കേഷൻ, അതായത് OTP വെച്ച് മൊബൈൽ നമ്പറും ഇമെയിൽ ഐഡിയും വാലിഡേറ്റ് ചെയ്തതിനു ശേഷം വാലിഡേറ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രൊഫൈൽസിന് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ജോബ് ഫെയറിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർക്ക് എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള അവരുടെ എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് അവർക്ക് ജോബ് കിട്ടാത്തതിന്റെ കാരണം ഇവരെ ബോധ്യപ്പെടുത്താനുള്ള ശ്രമമാണ്. ബോധ്യപ്പെടുത്താൻ മാത്രമല്ല, അവരെ കൈപിടിച്ച് അവർക്ക് അനുയോജ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള അല്ലെങ്കിൽ താല്പര്യമുള്ള തൊഴിൽ മേഖലയിലേക്കുള്ള കരിയർ പാത്ത് വേ എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സപ്പോർട്ട് നമ്മൾ കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് കൗൺസിലിന്റെ സ്കോർ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ ആവശ്യമുള്ള ആൾക്കാർക്കുള്ള ഒരു ഗ്രേഡിംഗ് ആണ്. അത് ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ കോമൺ യൂറോപ്യൻ ഫ്രെയിംവർക്ക് വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ABC ലെവൽ ഗ്രേഡിംഗ് ഒരു ടെസ്റ്റ് അവർക്ക് കിട്ടുകയാണ്. അവർ മൊബൈൽ തന്നെ ഇത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ള ആ ഒരു ടെസ്റ്റ് അവർക്ക് ആക്സസ് ആവാണ്. അപ്പൊ എത്ര തവണ വേണമെങ്കിൽ ടെസ്റ്റ് എടുക്കാം. പക്ഷേ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് ഒരു ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് ആയതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അതിന്റെ പേയ്മെന്റ് വൺ ടൈം ഗവൺമെന്റ് കൊടുക്കുന്നതാണ്. അപ്പൊ അവർക്ക് സ്കില്ല് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു അവസരമാണ് അവിടെ കിട്ടുന്നത്. ഫസ്റ്റ് ടെസ്റ്റ് ഗ്രേഡ് ആണ് അതിന്റെ ഹയസ്റ്റ് ഗ്രേഡ്. അപ്പൊ ആദ്യം ആൾക്കാരുടെ അപ്ഗ്രേഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും, സ്കിൽ അപ്ഗ്രേഡ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു അവസരമാണ്. എ ഗ്രേഡിലത് നമ്മൾ B1 ആക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു പ്രാക്ടീസ് ചെയ്ത് എന്റെ സ്കിൽ ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ ഒരു പക്ഷേ 100 ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് 100 മാർക്ക് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ സ്കിൽ ഇമ്പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട ഒരു ആവശ്യത്തെ കുറിച്ച് അവർക്ക് തന്നെ ബോധ്യപ്പെടും. അപ്പൊ അതിനുള്ള ഈ ഒരു ടെസ്റ്റിംഗ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി അവർക്ക് നമ്മൾ എത്തിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുന്നതിലൂടെ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു സൊല്യൂഷൻ. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ റോബോട്ടിക് ഇന്റർവ്യൂ, ഒരു ആക്ച്വൽ ഇന്റർവ്യൂ ഒരു കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് പകരം ഒരു വീഡിയോ റെസ്യൂമേ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സെൽഫി ക്യാമറ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഒരു AI ടൂൾ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് അവരുടെ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ സ്കിൽ എങ്ങനെയുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളത് മെഷർ ചെയ്തിട്ട് അവർക്ക് തന്നെ ബോധ്യപ്പെടുത്തി കൊടുക്കേണ്ടത് ഏത് ഗ്രേഡ് ആണെന്നുള്ളത്. അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ അവരുടെ സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ എത്തിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു സ്കില്ലിന്റെ ആസ്പിറേഷൻ നമ്മളിവിടെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുക്കാനാണ്. നമ്മൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതല്ല, ഈ അണ്ടർ എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാരണം സ്കിൽ ഇല്ലാത്തതാണ് എന്നുള്ള യാഥാർത്ഥ്യത്തിലേക്ക് നമ്മുടെ ഈ ജോബ് സീക്കേഴ്സിനെ എത്തിച്ച് അവരെ ആ രീതിയിൽ അവരെ പിന്തുണക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ഈ സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് എന്നുള്ള ഈ ഒരു ക്യാമ്പയിനിലൂടെ സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ആണ് ഇവിടെ പ്രധാനം എന്നുള്ളതിലേക്കാണ് നമ്മൾ തിരിച്ച് ഓറിയന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ലിങ്ക്ഡിൻ പോലുള്ള പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം നമ്മൾ ഈ DWMസിന്റെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ലിങ്ക്ഡിൻ എന്നുള്ള ഈ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം അതിന്റെ ഡാറ്റ FTP അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതിലേക്ക് ഇന്റഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അതേപോലെ ഡെയിലി 30,000 to 40,000 ജോബ്സ് ആണ് ലിങ്ക്ഡിൻ വഴി ഈ DWMസിലേക്ക് വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു ലിങ്ക്ഡിൻ പ്രൊഫൈൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കി എടുത്ത് പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഡിജിറ്റൽ പ്രൊഫൈൽ അവർക്ക് ഉണ്ടാവണം എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ആവശ്യകത അവർക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി ആവാനാണ്. ആക്ച്വലി ആ ജോബ് കിട്ടണമെങ്കിൽ ഇന്ന ജോബിൽ ഒരു മൾട്ടിനാഷണൽ കമ്പനിയിൽ ഇന്ന ജോബ് എനിക്ക് കിട്ടണമെങ്കിൽ ആ ജോബിന്റെ ഡിസ്ക്രിപ്ഷൻ എന്താണെന്നുള്ള അവർക്ക് നോക്കി മനസ്സിലാക്കി ആ സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു അവസരം കൂടിയാണ് അതിന്റെ കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ റിസോഴ്സസ് നമ്മളവിടെ എഫക്റ്റീവ് ആയിട്ട് ആൾക്കാരുടെ മുന്നിൽ അവരുടെ മൊബൈലിലൂടെ തന്നെ എത്തിക്കുകയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. മാത്രമല്ല ഇതിന് സൊല്യൂഷൻ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഈ റിസോഴ്സ് നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കരുത്ത് സോഷ്യൽ ക്യാപിറ്റലാണ്. ജനകീയ ആസൂത്രണം മുഖേനയൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുത്തിട്ടുള്ള കേരളത്തിന്റെ പുരോഗതി മുഴുവൻ സോഷ്യൽ ക്യാപിറ്റലിനെ ബേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അവരുടെ ഒരു മെന്റർ ഫണ്ട്, പ്രൊഫഷണൽ നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ഉണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ വാർഡ് തലത്തിലും നമുക്ക് ഈ പറഞ്ഞ മുനിസിപ്പൽ കോർപ്പറേഷൻ LSCD ലെവലിലൊക്കെ ഈ ക്യാമ്പയിനിങ് നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഇത് പങ്കെടുക്കാനുള്ള മോട്ടിവേഷൻ കൂടിയാണ്. സോഷ്യൽ ക്യാപിറ്റൽ ലെവറേജ് ചെയ്യുന്ന എക്സാമ്പിളാണ് നമ്മളെ അലുമിനീസിനെ നമ്മൾ ആക്ച്വലി സാധാരണ ക്യാമ്പസിലൊക്കെ എന്തെങ്കിലും പരിപാടി ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോഴാണ് നമ്മൾ അലുമിനീസിനെ വിളിക്കുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ ഇതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് അലുമിനീസിനെ മെന്റേഴ്സ് ആയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഇൻവൈറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം ക്യാമ്പസിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ അലുമിനി എങ്ങനെയാണ് സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ട് ഒരു കരിയർ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്തത്, ആ കരിയർ എന്തൊക്കെ സ്കില്ലുകൾ ആവശ്യമുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ റീസെന്റ് പാസ് ഔട്ട് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ ഈ ക്യാമ്പസിൽ വന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഒരു മോട്ടിവേഷൻ, അവർക്ക് ഒരു കരിയർ പാത്ത്, ഒരു ഗോൾ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു അവസരം കൂടെ അവർക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ആ രീതിയിൽ നമ്മൾ ജനകീയമായിട്ട് ഇതിലൊരു അടിത്തറ, ഒരു സോഷ്യൽ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ ഇത് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുത്ത് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഈ DW സ്കൂളിന്റെ ഒരു പ്രധാനമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇമ്പാക്ട് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്.
സെറ്റിന്റെ ഒരു വലിയ മുന്നേറ്റമായിട്ടുള്ള ക്യാമ്പയിനെ പറ്റിയുള്ള ആ ഒരു കൺസ്ട്രെയിൻസ്, അതിന്റെ പരിമിതികൾ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കറക്റ്റായിട്ടുള്ള ഡേറ്റ കിട്ടുന്നില്ല ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ അതിനെ എങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യാം, സിബി പറഞ്ഞു വന്നത് ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ഈ 2021 കേരള നോളജ് എക്കോണമി മിഷൻ ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഒത്തിരി ലേണിംഗ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. ഒരു കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ലേണിംഗ് എക്സസൈസ് കൂടെ ആണ്. അതിനനുസരിച്ചുള്ള റിഫൈൻമെന്റ് നടത്തുകയാണെങ്കിൽ പ്രോഗ്രാം മുന്നേറും. ഇപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന ഈ പറഞ്ഞ 2.0 നമ്മുടെ വിജ്ഞാനികളിൽ കഴിഞ്ഞ സെപ്റ്റംബറിൽ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി റിവ്യൂ നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷം കുറച്ചുകൂടെ മാസ് മൂവ്മെന്റായിട്ട് പിന്നെ ഇന്റർനാഷണലിലേക്ക് കൂടെ എത്തിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് പ്രോഗ്രാം കൊണ്ട് പോകുന്ന ആ ഒരു ഘട്ടം വരെ ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ആയിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞു. So further ഡിസ്കഷനിലേക്ക് വരാം. അതിനൊപ്പം ബില്ലിങ്ങിലേക്ക് എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് സർവീസസ് എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് DWPയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ് ഓഫർ ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്നുള്ള കേരളത്തിൽ ഞാൻ അനൂപ് മാത്രം
beginning out ഇപ്പം രണ്ടു ദിവസമായിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാ രീതിയിലും സംസാരിക്കുന്ന വേർഡാണ് സ്കിൽ ഫാമിലി അതിൽ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് ഒരു വേർഡാണ്. അപ്പം ആ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഈ കമ്മിറ്റിൻ്റെ പേര് തുടങ്ങുന്ന സ്കിൽ കമ്മിറ്റി. നമുക്ക് എത്രമാത്രം ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആണ് സ്കില്ല് വേണ്ടതും കഴിഞ്ഞ സെഷൻ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് ഏജൻസി പറഞ്ഞത് ഷുഡ് ബി കണ്ടിന്യൂസ്. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു ഫീച്ചർ തന്നെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ DWMS-ലുള്ളത്. ഇപ്പോൾ DWMS ഏതൊക്കെ സ്പീക്കേഴ്സ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട് അത് കീപ്സ് ഓൺ ആഡഡ് ആൻഡ് ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് കോൺസ്റ്റന്റ്. ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഓൺലൈനായിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഓഫ്ലൈനായിട്ടുണ്ട് സ്പീക്കേഴ്സ് കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഡിസ്കിൻ്റെ പറ്റി ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തതാണ് PDC പേഴ്സണാലിറ്റി ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് പ്രോഗ്രാം. അപ്പോൾ അതൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ഏത് നമ്മുടെ അറിഞ്ഞ റിപ്പോർട്ടിനാണെങ്കിലും മനസ്സിലായിട്ട് ഒരു കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ് ഏറ്റവും ലാക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ലാംഗ്വേജ് എങ്ങനെ ഇംപ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യാന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അത് ആ ഒരു സെല്ലിംഗ് ആണ് നമ്മൾ ആ PPT കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. ഹൗ വെൽ
ലാംഗ്വേജ് പ്രൊഫഷൻസി ആവശ്യമുള്ളത് അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര ജോബുകൾക്കാണോ? ഗ്ലോബൽ IT കമ്പനി പോലെ മാത്രമാണോ എന്നാലും
നാട്ടിലുണ്ട് സാർ. നമ്മുടെ കസ്റ്റമർ സർവീസ്
അല്ല, അല്ലാതെ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ഭാഷ ഒരു ആവശ്യമല്ലാതെ വന്നൊരു പോലും
സ്കില്ലുണ്ട്. അതിപ്പം ചില ജോലികൾ സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യങ്ങളാണ്. ഉദാഹരണം പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മേക്കിംഗ്. അപ്പോൾ അതിനകത്തൊക്കെ ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ പാർട്ട്നേഴ്സായിട്ട് അപ്പം നമുക്ക് ഓഫ്ലൈനായിട്ട് സ്കില്ലായിട്ടുള്ള കോഴ്സുകൾ വേണമെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് ഓൺലൈൻ കൂടി കൊടുക്കുന്ന കോഴ്സുകൾ ലിങ്കിൻ അൻഷോർ നമ്മുടെ ലിങ്കിൻ രണ്ട് പാർട്ട്നേഴ്സാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ലിങ്കിൻ ഒരാൾ ഫ്രീ ആയിട്ട് കിട്ടുന്നു. അതിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും ഞാൻ എടുത്ത് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെ ഒരു ആസ്പിറേഷൻ ആണ്. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ഫോറിൻ ഓസ്ട്രേലിയ UK ഇങ്ങോട്ടൊക്കെ പോകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും ഒരു IELTS ആ IELTSൻ്റെ അതേ സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡിൽ നടത്തുന്ന ലക്ഷണങ്ങൾ കാണുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ കൊളീഗ് ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് കൗൺസിലിൻ്റെ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് സ്കൂൾ. അപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഇനിയും ഞാൻ പറയത്തില്ല, പക്ഷേ അതിൻ്റെ ഫുൾ ആ ഒരു ലെങ്തോടെയാണ് ആ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതൊക്കെ ചാർജ് $1 for it, but ഫ്രീ ആയിട്ടാണ് ഇതിൽ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. സോ അതുമാത്രമാണ് DWS ഇത് പറഞ്ഞത് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഓഫ് ആക്സെപ്റ്റൻസ്. ഹൗ അവർ യൂസ് ആൻഡ് ഗെറ്റ് സ്പെസിഫിക്കലി ഫോർ മീറ്റിംഗ് ഉള്ളിൽ അത് കൂടാതെ നമുക്ക് ഓൺലൈൻ ക്ലാസ് നമ്മൾ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന അപ്രന്റീസ് ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ്. ഏറ്റവും ലേറ്റസ്റ്റ് നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടിയിൽ വരുന്ന ഒരു വലിയൊരു ആമാണ് ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി. ആ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് നമുക്ക് ഈ ഇഷ്ടം നമ്മൾ കൊടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മുടെ സാറ് പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു ഇതിൽ സ്കില്ലിൻ്റെ കനോട്ട് ബി WRC ആണ് ഫ്രീ ആയിട്ട് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. മറ്റുള്ള കോഴ്സുകൾ ചിലതൊക്കെ ആണെങ്കിൽ പാർഷ്യലി പെയ്ഡ് ബൈ ദ ഗവൺമെൻറ്, partially paid for certain community of the society by the government. So അങ്ങനെ കുറച്ച് criteria it's all dependent upon the government order which has been released. So അങ്ങനെ ആ ഒരു basis ആണ്. പിന്നെ സാറ് പറഞ്ഞ pipeline membership if you have to investment for running it onto this page like discussion something on the hopefully the year about so little bit skill on opportunity so that അതിൻ്റെ മെത്തേഡ് വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ പറയാം. നമുക്ക് ആ ഒരു കോഴ്സിൽ ചേരുവാണെങ്കിൽ ടാലൻറ്റ് will be sponsoring without any security with that surety we have it. The planning hopefully by the year end we'll be getting that also. So all will be coming or routed through the DWM.
അതെ പക്ഷെ DWMS ബാക്ക് ബോൺ തന്നെയാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഡിഫറൻ്റ്ലി certain sections എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു ആക്ച്വലി അത് നെക്സ്റ്റ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ പാർശ്വവൽക്കരിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന മാർജിനലൈസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള നമ്മുടെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഫിഷിംഗ് ഫിഷർ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ആയാലും ഗോത്രവർഗമോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കുറേ വിഭാഗങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അവർ നമ്മുടെ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റികളുടെയൊക്കെ അവരെല്ലാം മികച്ച ജോബുകൾ എത്തിക്കുന്നതിനാണ് ചെയ്യുന്ന അത് DWMS കൂടെ വിവരിക്കട്ടെ.
Sure. Thank you for the question. DWMS, Digital Workforce Management System എന്ന ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇൻക്ലൂസീവ് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമായി മാറുന്നത് എന്നത് വളരെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആയ ഒരു ആസ്പെക്ട്. We look into LinkedIn or Monster or any other similar platforms, they have an explicit statement regarding inclusion. Like that, DWMS itself having a declaration like how we are inclusive for the marginalized community, in terms of diverse communities. ആ ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ് തന്നെ DWMS ഡിക്ലറേഷനിൽ തന്നെ നമ്മൾ കാണിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുന്നത് we are embracing diversity in the case of need support. ആ രീതിയിലുള്ള ഒരു ഔട്ട്പുട്ടാണ് ഡെഫിനറ്റ്ലി നമ്മൾ കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. മെയിൻലി നമ്മൾ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് DWMS through various projects. Projects because we are engaged with communities, different communities. അപ്പോൾ ആ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയുടെ നീഡ് അനുസരിച്ച് ആപ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ് അനുസരിച്ച് അവരുടെ ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് സാഹചര്യങ്ങളനുസരിച്ച് സ്പെഷ്യലി ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള പ്രോജക്ട്സുകളാണ് നമ്മൾ DWMS വഴി നിലവിൽ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുന്നത്. നമുക്കറിയാം പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ 20 ലക്ഷത്തോളം ആളുകൾ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തതിൽ പകുതിയോളം ആളുകൾ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സ്ത്രീകൾ. കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഒരു ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷന്റെ ഒരു സ്ട്രെങ്ത് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഈ സ്ത്രീകളുടെ പങ്കാളിത്തം. ഉറപ്പായും തൊഴിലന്വേഷിക്കുന്ന സ്ത്രീകളുടെ എണ്ണവും നമ്മുടെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ കൂടുതലുണ്ട്. അതിൽ തന്നെ കരിയർ ബ്രേക്ക് ആയിട്ടുണ്ട് ഇതൊക്കെ വേരിയസ് റീസൺസ്. ഈവൻ ത്രൂ DWMS we had a study on career break women. എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ what are the ബ്രേക്ക് ദം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവരെ പുറകോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നത് അതിനുള്ള കാരണങ്ങൾ എന്താണെന്ന് നമ്മളൊരു സ്റ്റഡി നടത്തി ആൻഡ് വി പബ്ലിഷ്. അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു അക്കാഡമിക് ഇന്റർവെൻഷൻ കൂടി ഈ മേഖലയിൽ നടത്താനായിട്ട് ശ്രമിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു വന്നത് കരിയർ ബ്രേക്ക് വിമൻ, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സ്കെഡ്യൂൾഡ് കാസ്റ്റ്, സ്കെഡ്യൂൾഡ് ട്രൈബ്, ഫിഷർ ഫോക്ക് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി, പേഴ്സൺസ് വിത്ത് ഡിസബിലിറ്റീസ്, ട്രാൻസ്ജെൻഡർ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി, മൈനോറിറ്റി എസ്പെഷ്യലി. കാരണം കേരളം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമുക്കറിയാം പല വിധത്തിൽ ഹെൽത്ത് കെയർ മെഷേഴ്സ് പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് നമ്മുടെ സർക്കാർ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിക്ക് കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റികൾ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് സപ്പോർട്ട് നമുക്ക് എക്സ്റ്റെൻഡ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്. ദ ടേം സ്കില്ലിംഗ് ഇറ്റ്സെൽഫ് നോട്ട് ഇൻക്ലൂസീവ്. കാരണം നമ്മൾ സ്കില്ലെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് കൺവെൻഷണലി എഡ്യൂക്കേറ്റഡ് ആയ ഒരാളിനെ മറ്റേതെങ്കിലും ഒരു തൊഴിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കുന്നതിന് ഓറിയന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് നമ്മൾ പരിശീലിപ്പിക്കുന്നു എന്നതാണ്. അവിടെ നമ്മൾ മറന്നു പോകുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം ഇവിടുത്തെ തദ്ദേശീയ ജനങ്ങളുണ്ട് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടുത്തെ മാർജിനലൈസ്ഡ് നമ്മൾ വിളിക്കുന്നത് തന്നെ എസ്പെഷ്യലി ഇപ്പൊ ട്രൈബൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള മനുഷ്യർ കഴിഞ്ഞാലും ട്രാൻസ് പീപ്പിൾ ആയിരുന്നു എവറിബഡി ഈസ് സ്കിൽഡ്. അപ്പൊ ആ സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിനെ പക്ഷെ പലപ്പോഴും നമുക്ക് പരിഗണനയിലെടുക്കാനായിട്ട് പറ്റുന്നില്ല ബിക്കോസ് ഓഫ് ദ എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സ്. കാരണം നമ്മുടെ മാർക്കറ്റ് ഡിമാൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് അതുകൊണ്ടല്ല. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു വന്ന കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റികളെ അഡ്രസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന തരത്തിലുള്ള ഡിഫറെന്റ് പ്രോജക്ട്സുകളാണ് നമ്മൾ നടപ്പിലാക്കിയത്. ഈ പ്രോജക്ട്സുകളുടെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ഒരു ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ്സിന്റെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വി ആർ ഹാവിംഗ് കൊളാബറേഷൻ വിത്ത് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഓഫീസസ്, കൺസേൺ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റുകളുടെ കൂടി ഫണ്ടിങ് അതുപോലെ മൊബിലൈസേഷൻ സപ്പോർട്ടുകൾ നമ്മൾ എൻഷുർ ചെയ്യും. അറ്റ് ദ സെയിം ടൈം കേരളത്തിൽ വൈഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള NGO CBO സപ്പോർട്ടുകളും നമ്മൾ ഇതിനൊപ്പം എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ മൊബിലൈസേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമുക്കൊരു വലിയൊരു ജോബായിട്ട് മാറുന്നില്ല.
മൊബിലൈസേഷന് ശേഷമുള്ള സ്പെസിഫിക് ആയിട്ട് വേണ്ടി വരുന്ന സപ്പോർട്ടിംഗ് മെക്കാനിസം മേ ബി ക്യൂറേഷൻ ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ് ഇവിടെ ഇപ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞ ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് ആസ്പെക്റ്റുകൾ സർവീസുകൾ നമുക്ക് അങ്ങനെ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയിലേക്ക് ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ചെയ്യും. ഇതിൽ നമുക്ക് വരുന്ന വലിയൊരു ചലഞ്ച് കേരളത്തിലെ എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സ് ഡൈവേഴ്സ് ആയ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റികളെ ഓൺബോർഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ റിക്രൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കാരണം പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ നേരിടുന്ന ഒരു അനുഭവം കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് ഓപ്പറേഷൻ ഇസ് ഹാവിംഗ് കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് ലൈക്ക് ഒരു PWD ഹയറിംഗ് നടക്കുകയാണ്. They are not ready to recruit more people if they are skilled or merit wise ഒക്കെ അവർ നോക്കുമ്പോഴും അവർക്ക് റിക്രൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. അതിന് പല കാരണങ്ങളും പറയുന്നു. ഈവൻ വി ഹാവ് എ ട്രാൻസ്ജെൻഡർ പ്രോജക്ട് കോൾ പ്രൈഡ്. അതിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ ഏറ്റവും ലാസ്റ്റ് കൊടുത്ത ഒരു ഏവിയേഷൻ കോഴ്സ് വിത്ത് അസാത്ത് ആൻഡ് GMR ഫുള്ളി ഫണ്ടഡ് ബൈ സോഷ്യൽ ജസ്റ്റിസ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ്. ഒരു രൂപ പോലും ട്രാൻസ്ജെൻഡർ കയ്യിൽ നമ്മൾ മേടിക്കുന്നു. ഹോസ്റ്റൽ ഫുഡ് എവറിഥിങ് ഇങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൊടുക്കുമ്പോഴും നമുക്ക് നേരിടേണ്ടി വരുന്ന ഒരു ചലഞ്ച് എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സ് എത്ര പേര് തയ്യാറായി വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം നമ്മൾ നേരിടുന്ന ഏറ്റവും വലിയൊരു പ്രശ്നമായിട്ട് മൂന്നെണ്ണം ഞാൻ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിക്കുകയാണ് ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ. വൺ ഈസ് ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡിവൈഡ്. അപ്പോൾ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡിവൈഡിനെ നമ്മൾ DWMസിലൂടെ നമ്മൾ മറികടക്കുകയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. റിമോട്ട് ഏരിയകളിൽ നമുക്ക് എത്താൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്, കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റികളിലേക്ക് എത്താൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇതിനൊരു അക്സസിബിലിറ്റി നമുക്ക് ഉറപ്പാക്കാനായിട്ട് പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. There are social that is second one. അപ്പോൾ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റികൾ ഇൻക്ലൂഡിംഗ് ട്രാൻസ് പീപ്പിൾ, ട്രൈബൽ പീപ്പിൾ, ബിഷപ്പ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി അവർ നേരിടുന്ന സോഷ്യൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് പോളിസി സപ്പോർട്ടിലൂടെ നേടാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. പോളിസിയിൽ റിവിഷൻ കൊണ്ടുവന്നും വിവിധ സർക്കാർ ഓർഡറുകളിലൂടെയും അവയർനെസ് പ്രോഗ്രാമുകളിലെയും കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് സപ്പോർട്ടിലൂടെയും നമുക്ക് അത് മറികടക്കാനായിട്ട് ഒരു സിസ്റ്റമിക് എക്സ്ക്ലൂഷൻ എല്ലാ വർഷവും കാലാകാലങ്ങളിൽ നമുക്ക് ഈ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയായി കാണാനായിട്ട് പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. ത്രൂ ഡിജിറ്റൽ വർക്ക്ഫോഴ്സ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സിസ്റ്റം കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി എൻഗേജ്മെന്റ് അനുസരിച്ച് സിസ്റ്റമിക് എക്സ്ക്ലൂഷനെ നമ്മൾ ഇൻക്ലൂഷൻ എന്ന രീതിയിലേക്ക് മാറ്റിക്കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത്. അതൊരു സോഷ്യൽ ജസ്റ്റിസിന്റെ ഒരു അറ്റ്മോസ്ഫിയറാണ്, ഒരു എക്കോസിസ്റ്റമാണ് DWMസിലൂടെ നമ്മൾ ഉറപ്പാക്കുന്നത്. സോ വി ക്യാൻ എൻഷുവർ the participation of diverse communities through equitable and sustainable methods.
പിന്നെ ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ പോളിസി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ റിപ്പോർട്ടിട്ട് ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ നടപ്പിലാക്കി. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പോൾ എല്ലാം പ്രൈവറ്റ് കമ്പനി ജോബ്സാണ് നമ്മളിവിടെ പിന്നെ അക്കാദമിയിൽ ഒരു ഗ്ലാസ് സീറ്റിംഗ് ഉണ്ടാവും. ഈ റിക്രൂട്ട്മെന്റ് വരുമ്പോഴേ ഗ്ലാസ് സീറ്റിംഗ് വിച്ച് ഡിസ്റപ്റ്റ്സ് ദിസ് ഇന്റൻഷൻസ്. ഒരു ലാർജർ ബിഹേവിയറൽ ചേഞ്ച്, സോഷ്യൽ ബിഹേവിയറൽ ചേഞ്ച് എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സിനും പിന്നെ ജോബ് സീക്കേഴ്സിനും വരേണ്ടത് കാര്യമായിരിക്കും. കാലക്രമേണ ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത് സ്ത്രീകളുടെ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ കൂടുതലാണ് നടക്കുന്നത്. women are aspiring for jobs, which is good because
career marriage കരിയർ ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരുന്ന വിമൻ ദേ ആർ ഈഗർലി റീച്ചിങ് ടു കം.
അത് നല്ല കാര്യമാണെന്ന് പറയാൻ കഴിയും. കേരള ഈസ് വൺ ഓഫ് ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് in terms of women participation in jobs. Bottom അത് ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ will hopefully
ഭരണഘടനാപരമായി നമുക്ക് റിസർവേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ജോബുകളിൽ പബ്ലിക് സെക്ടറിൽ നമുക്ക് പക്ഷേ നമ്മൾ ഡീൽ ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രൈവറ്റ് സെക്ടറിൽ വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് എനി റിസർവേഷൻ So we are trying to ensure a diversity inclusion policy in the private sector. അത് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഒരു നയമായി വരും വർഷങ്ങളിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഒരു ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ്സ് വരികയാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കത് ഉറപ്പാക്കാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. കാരണം ഈ കമ്പനികൾക്കെല്ലാം തന്നെ ത്രൂ DWMS we can ensure a consultation, an inclusive audit process mechanism so that അവർക്ക് എന്താണ് ആവശ്യം, അവർക്ക് വേണ്ട മാൻഡേറ്റ്സ് എന്തുകൊണ്ട്, അവർക്ക് വേണ്ട പോളിസി ഡിവിഷൻ ചേഞ്ചസ് എല്ലാം തന്നെ ത്രൂ DWMS we can ensure.
ഇപ്പോൾ ജോബ് ഫെയർസ് ശേഷം പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഫിസിക്കൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർസ് ജോബ് ഫെയർസിനെ പറ്റി പറഞ്ഞാൽ അത് അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് അഗൻസ്റ്റ് വെർച്വൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർസ് നടത്തിയതിൻ്റെ തരത്തിലും നിങ്ങൾ പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന അനുസരിച്ച് ഇങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന്
ജോബ്സ് പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു അതായത് നമുക്ക് പൂൾ ഓഫ് കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സിനെ എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സിന് പൂൾ ഓഫ് കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സിനെ കിട്ടും. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സിനായിരുന്നാലും ഒരുപാട് എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സിനെ മീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും ഒരുപാട് ജോബ് ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂസിനകത്ത് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാനും പറ്റും. അതുകൊണ്ട് ജോബ് ഫെയർസ് വളരെ എഫക്റ്റീവാണ്. നമുക്ക് ഡിഡബ്ല്യൂസിനകത്താണ് ആണെങ്കിലും നമുക്ക് ജോബ് ഫെയർസ് കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്ത് നമ്മൾ ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂസ് കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യും, ജോബ് പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസാണ് നമ്മൾ മെയിനായിട്ട് ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്ത് പോകുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ജോബ് ഫെയർസ് മെയിനായിട്ട് 2 ടൈപ്പാണുള്ളത്, ഫിസിക്കൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർസും വെർച്വൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർസും. ഫിസിക്കൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർസിൻ്റെ കേസിൽ നമ്മൾ പറയും എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സും കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സും ഫിസിക്കലായിട്ട് ജോബ് ഫെയർ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള റീച്ച് ചെയ്യുകയും ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ പ്രോസസ്സ് അവിടെ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്യും. വെർച്വൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർസിൻ്റെ കേസിൽ എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സ് വിർച്വലി മീറ്റിംഗിൽ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യും, ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യും. പക്ഷെ ഇവിടെ കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സ് തൊട്ടടുത്തുള്ള SDPK സെൻറ്റർ വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യും. അവിടെ വെച്ചിട്ട് അവർ ഫിസിക്കലി ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ ഓൺലൈനായിട്ടാണ് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, പക്ഷെ അവർ ഫിസിക്കലി SDPK സെൻറ്ററിൽ എത്തുകയും ഓൺലൈനായിട്ട് എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സോട് ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യും, ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ നടത്തുകയും അങ്ങനെയാണ് അന്നത്തെ സെലക്ഷൻ പ്രോസസ് നടക്കുന്നത്. അതുപോലെ വേറെ ഡിഫറൻസ് എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഫിസിക്കൽ ജോബ് ഫെയറിൽ നമ്മുടെ പ്രോസസ്സിനകത്ത് 5 ജോബ്സിനാണ് കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സിന് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. വെർച്വൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് 10 ജോബ്സിനാണ് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. അത് മെയിനായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ അതിനകത്തുള്ള റഷ് അവോയ്ഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ കൂടെ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഫിസിക്കലിൽ നമുക്ക് പല ജോബ് ഫെയർസ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഡിസ്ട്രിക്ട് വൈസ് ജോബ് ഫെയർസ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്തപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും അറൌണ്ട് 5000 6000 കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സ് വരെ നമുക്ക് എത്താറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതിനകത്തുള്ള റഷും കൂടെ അവോയ്ഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇങ്ങനെ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത്. ജോബ് ഫെയർ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് മുന്നേ നമ്മൾ കുറച്ച് ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ് നമ്മുടെ സൈഡിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അതായത് നമ്മൾ ഏതൊക്കെയാണ് നമുക്ക് കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ജോബ്, അതായത് ഏതൊക്കെ ജോബ്സ് ആണ് ഏതൊക്കെ എംപ്ലോയീസിനാണ് പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് ഫസ്റ്റ് ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യും. അതിന് നമ്മുടെ ഡിമാൻഡ് സൈഡ് അഗ്രിഗേഷൻ പാർട്ണേഴ്സായ ICT അക്കാഡമിയും CA ആണ് എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സുമായിട്ട് കണക്ട് ചെയ്യുകയും ജോബ്സ് കൊണ്ടുവരികയും ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ജോബ്സ് കൊണ്ടുവന്നതിന് ശേഷം നമ്മൾ ജോബ് സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഓൾ ഓവർ കേരള ജോബ് സ്റ്റേഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ 205 ജോബ് സ്റ്റേഷൻസ് ആക്റ്റീവാണ്. ജോബ് സ്റ്റേഷൻസ് നമ്മുടെ മെഡിസിൻ്റെ ഓഫീസേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവരിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ ഈ ജോബ്സ് പാസ് ചെയ്യുകയും അവർ ത്രൂ ജോബ് സീക്കേഴ്സിനെ മൊബിലൈസ് ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്യും. ജോബ് ഫെയറിന് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന പൊട്ടൻഷ്യൽ കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സിനെ അവർ കണ്ടെത്തുകയും ഈ ജോബ്സിനകത്തോട്ട് അവരെ കൊണ്ട് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്യും. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്ത കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സിന്റെ ലിസ്റ്റും നമ്മൾ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് പാസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയറിലൂടെയാണ് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിലൂടെയാണ് അവർ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്ന കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സിന്റെ ലിസ്റ്റ് നമ്മൾ പാസ് ചെയ്യും. അവരെയും ഈ ജോബ് സ്റ്റേഷനിലെ ആൾക്കാർ റെഗുലർലി ഫോളോ അപ്പ് ചെയ്യും. ഫോളോ അപ്പ് ചെയ്താൽ മാത്രമേ അവർ കറക്റ്റായിട്ട് ഇന്റർവ്യൂസ് ഒക്കെ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാറുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ ഫോളോ അപ്പ് ചെയ്യുകയും ഇന്റർവ്യൂവിന് പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്യും. അതേപോലെ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ആക്ടിവിറ്റിയാണ് ഈ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ജോബിന് ഇന്റർവ്യൂസിന് ഫേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള കോൺഫിഡൻസ് കൊടുക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള സെഷൻസ് കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യാറുണ്ട്. അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള പേഴ്സണാലിറ്റി ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് പ്രോഗ്രാംസ്, സോഫ്റ്റ് സ്കിൽ ട്രെയിനിങ്, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ട്രെയിനിങ് പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് വെബിനാർസ് ഒക്കെ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യാറുണ്ട്. അതേപോലെ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന വേറൊരു ആക്ടിവിറ്റിയാണ് എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സിന് ഒരു ജോബിന് എത്ര കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സ് ആണ് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത് അതനുസരിച്ചിട്ടായിരിക്കും നമ്മൾ ആ ജോബ് ഫെയർ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള വോളണ്ടിയേഴ്സിനെയും എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സിനെയും ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ കൂടുതൽ കുട്ടികൾ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ജോബ്സ് ആണെങ്കിൽ അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് കൂടുതൽ ചാനൽസ്, കൂടുതൽ എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സിനെ നമ്മൾ അലോക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യും. അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ട്രെയിനിങ്സും നമ്മൾ കൊടുക്കാറുണ്ട്. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ നമ്മുടെ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന വെന്യൂല് വേണ്ടത്ര ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ എന്ന് നമ്മൾ അന്വേഷിക്കുന്നത്. ഫിസിക്കൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർ ആണെങ്കിൽ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിലൊക്കെ ആയിരിക്കും കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ആ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷനിൽ വേണ്ടത്ര IT അതർ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്ന് നമ്മൾ എൻഷുർ ചെയ്യും. വെർച്വൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർസ് ആണെങ്കിൽ SDPK സെന്ററിൽ അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഫെസിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ടോയെന്നുള്ളത് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യും. പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നതെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ ജോബ്സ് പോസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യും. കുട്ടി TWMSൽ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവണം. കുട്ടിക്ക് പ്രൊഫൈൽ പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് കംപ്ലീഷൻ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, അതായത് കുട്ടിക്ക് ജോബിന് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള എലിജിബിലിറ്റി കൂടെ ഉണ്ടാവണം. എലിജിബിലിറ്റി കൂടെ ഏജ്, എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ്, ക്വാളിഫിക്കേഷൻ, ഇതൊക്കെ ഒരു എലിജിബിലിറ്റി കണ്ടീഷൻസ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള എലിജിബിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കുട്ടിക്ക് ജോബ്സിനകത്ത് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടിക്ക് പ്രൊഫൈലിൽ നിന്ന് ജോബിലേക്ക് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്ത ശേഷം അവരൊരു ജോബ് ഫെയർ വെന്യൂവിൽ റീച്ച് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് കൂടെ പ്രകടിപ്പിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവർക്ക് ആ ജോബിന് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള QR കോഡ് ഡിസ്പ്ലേ ചെയ്യും. ആ QR കോഡുമായിട്ട് കുട്ടിക്ക് ജോബ് ഫെയർ വരുന്നത് റീച്ച് ചെയ്യാനും ഇന്റർവ്യൂവിന് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ഫീൽഡ് എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ എല്ലാ കുട്ടികൾക്കും ജോബ് ഫെയറിനകത്ത് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാനും അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാനും പറ്റില്ല. ആ കുട്ടിക്ക് അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള എലിജിബിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ ഫിസിക്കൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർസ് ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴുള്ള പ്രോബ്ലം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എല്ലാ ആൾക്കാരും കയറിയൊക്കെ ജോബ് ഫെയറിനകത്ത് വരാറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അത് അവോയ്ഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഇതിനകത്ത് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള കുട്ടികൾക്ക് മാത്രമേ എന്താണ് ജോബ് ഫെയർ വെന്യൂല് റീച്ച് ചെയ്തിട്ട് അവരുടെ ഇന്റർവ്യൂ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ വെന്യൂ റീച്ച് ചെയ്യുകയും രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ ഡെസ്കിൽ QR കോഡ് ഡിസ്പ്ലേ ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവിടുത്തെ വോളണ്ടിയർ ഇത് കുട്ടിയുടെ ജോബ് ഫെയർ വെന്യൂല് അറ്റൻഡ് മാർക്ക് ചെയ്യുകയും കുട്ടിയുടെ പ്രിഫറൻസ് മാർക്ക്. അതായത് ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഒരു 10 ജോബിന് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വെന്യൂല് എത്തുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും എൻ്റെ ഒരു ഡിസിഷൻ മാറായിരുന്നു. ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട ഏതെങ്കിലും 2 ജോബ് ഇന്റർവ്യൂസിന് എനിക്ക് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്താൽ മതി എന്നുള്ള ഡിസിഷൻ ആയിരിക്കും ചിലപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എടുക്കുന്നത്. ഏറ്റവും നല്ല കമ്പനീസിൽ ഇന്റർവ്യൂ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഡിസിഷൻ ആയിരിക്കും എടുക്കുന്നത്. ആ കുട്ടിയുടെ ഡിസിഷൻ അനുസരിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള പ്രിഫറൻസ് മാർക്ക് ചെയ്യപ്പെടുകയും അതിനുശേഷം അതിനനുസരിച്ചുള്ള ടോക്കൺസ് ജനറേറ്റ് ആവുകയും ചെയ്യും. ആ ടോക്കണുമായിട്ട് കുട്ടി ഇന്റർവ്യൂ റൂമിൽ എത്തപ്പെടുകയും അവിടുത്തെ വോളണ്ടിയർ ഈ ടോക്കൺ നമ്പർ അനുസരിച്ച് കുട്ടികളെ റൂമിനകത്തോട്ട് കടത്തി വിടുകയും ചെയ്യും. നമ്മളവിടെ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ടെക്നോളജി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അറിയാം, വി കൺസോൾ എന്നൊരു വീഡിയോ കോൺഫറൻസിംഗ് നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ പോപ്പുലറായിട്ട് യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു റിലയബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള വീഡിയോ കോൺഫറൻസിംഗ് ടൂളാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കോൺഫറൻസിംഗ് ടൂൾ വെച്ചിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഇന്റർവ്യൂ പ്രോസസ്സ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ക്യാപ്ചർ ചെയ്ത് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അതായത് ഇന്റർവ്യൂവിനകത്ത് നമുക്ക് ആ കുട്ടി ആക്ച്വലി പ്രസന്റ് ആയിരിക്കണം. കുട്ടിയുടെ അറ്റൻഡൻസ് ഉൾപ്പെടെ നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഒരു വി കൺസോളിന്റെ ഇന്റഗ്രേഷനിലൂടെയാണ് നമ്മൾ ക്യാപ്ചർ ചെയ്ത് പോകുന്നത്. എംപ്ലോയർ സൈഡിലുള്ള വീഡിയോ ആൻഡ് ഓഡിയോ ക്യാമറയും ജോബ് സീക്കർ സൈഡിലുള്ള വോളണ്ടിയർ സൈഡിലും റെക്കോർഡ് വീഡിയോ ആൻഡ് ഓഡിയോ റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്യപ്പെടും. ഈ റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് നമ്മൾ സൂക്ഷിച്ചു വെക്കുകയും പിന്നീടുള്ള റെഫറൻസിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഈ വീഡിയോ റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് നമ്മൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുകയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രോസസ്സ് നമ്മുടെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ ഇവിടെ തന്നെയാണ് കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അത് കണക്ക് തന്നെ ഇന്റർവ്യൂ പ്രോസസ്സ് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സിന് കുട്ടിയുടെ ഇന്റർവ്യൂവിന്റെ സ്റ്റാറ്റസ് മാർക്ക് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. സെലക്ട് ആണോ ഷോർട്ട് ലിസ്റ്റ് ആണോ സെലക്ഷൻ സ്റ്റാറ്റസ് മാർക്ക് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. അതേപോലെ ഇന്റർവ്യൂ പ്രോസസ്സിന് ശേഷം ജോബ് ഫെയർ ക്ലോഷർ എന്നൊരു പ്രോസസ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. ജോബ് ഫെയറിന് ഒരു അഡ്മിൻ ഉണ്ടാവും. ആ അഡ്മിൻ എല്ലാ എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സും സെലക്ഷൻ കുട്ടിയുടെ സെലക്ഷൻ സ്റ്റാറ്റസ് മൂവ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർ ക്ലോഷറിൽ പ്രോസസ്സിനകത്ത് പോകും. അഥവാ ഏതെങ്കിലും എംപ്ലോയർ സെലക്ഷൻ മാർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവർ മൂവ് ചെയ്ത് അത് സ്റ്റാറ്റസ് ജോബ് ഫെയറിന്റെ സെലക്ഷൻ സ്റ്റാറ്റസ് ഉൾപ്പെടെ മാർക്ക് ചെയ്ത് ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്യാൻ ചെയ്യും. ഈ ഒരു പ്രോസസ്സാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇന്റർവ്യൂവിന് മെയിനായിട്ട് നടക്കുന്നത്. ഫിസിക്കലിലും വെർച്വലി ഈ പ്രോസസ്സ് നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. വെർച്വലി ചെറിയ കുറച്ച് വ്യത്യാസം നമ്മുടെ ജോബ് ഫെയർ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ഓൺലൈനായിട്ട് നടക്കുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ പല ടെക്നിക്കൽ ഇഷ്യൂസും വരാൻ ചാൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അത് മോണിറ്റർ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ചാനൽ മാനേജേഴ്സ് ചാനൽ ഓണേഴ്സിനെയാണ് പീഡിസിന്റെ ഓഫീഷ്യൽസിനെയും കൂടി ഇതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് അലൗട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
മോസ്റ്റ്ലി ഒരു സ്ഥലത്ത് കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സിനെ അതായത് ഒരു ജില്ലയിൽ ഓരോ കേന്ദ്രത്തിൽ വരും എംപ്ലോയേഴ്സിന് ഓൺലൈനായിട്ട് റിക്രൂട്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ വെർച്വൽ വേറെ ഇതുണ്ടല്ലോ, പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടും എല്ലാവരും കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സും അല്ലാതെ ഉണ്ടോ കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സും പിന്നെ ഓൺലൈൻ മാർക്കറ്റിൽ തന്നെ നമ്മൾ അല്ല അപ്പം ഫുള്ളി ഫിസിക്കലായിട്ടുള്ള ജോബ് ഫെയർ ഇപ്പോഴും ഉണ്ടോ? എല്ലാവരും വരും. ആദ്യ കാലത്ത് എങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു അറിയാം. മെഗാ ജോബ് ഫെയറുകൾ എവിടെയൊക്കെ നടത്തി?
മെഗാ ജോബ് നമ്മള് എല്ലാ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്റ്റിലും മുന്നേ നടത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പൊ വിജ്ഞാന കേരളത്തിന്റെ ക്യാമ്പയിൻ തുടങ്ങിയതിന് ശേഷം ആലപ്പുഴ, തൃശ്ശൂർ, പത്തനംതിട്ട നടത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
ഇതിന്റെ ഒരു തുടർച്ചയായിട്ട് ജോബ് ഫെയർ പിന്നെ ഫിസിക്കൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർ ആണോ കൂടുതൽ ഇഫക്റ്റീവ്?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. That's a good question. Definitely, virtual job fair have certain advantages over the physical job fairs. First of all, there is no geographical barriers. ഒരു എംപ്ലോയറിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ഒരു ഫിസിക്കൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർ നടത്തുമ്പോൾ ദാറ്റ് പർട്ടിക്കുലർ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്ട് ഓർ നിയർ ബൈ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്റ്റിൽ നിന്നുള്ള കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സ് ആയിരിക്കും ലൈൻ വരിക. But in the case of a virtual job fair, get the chance to recruit candidates across Kerala and outside Kerala. So അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സിന് മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ ജോബ്സിലേക്ക് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ഞാൻ ഓൾറെഡി പറഞ്ഞു ബി കൺസോൾ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം DWMS-മായിട്ട് ഇന്റഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ അതിനകത്ത് ഒരു വിർച്വൽ ക്യൂ സെറ്റപ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. സോ ആ കാൻഡിഡേറ്റിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഒരു സിംഗിൾ സിസ്റ്റത്തിന്റെ മുന്നിൽ ഇരുന്നു കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ ജോബ്സിലേക്ക് ഒരുപാട് സമയം കളയാതെ തന്നെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും ആ വിർച്വൽ ക്യൂ യൂസ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട്. സോ HR-നെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളമാണ് അവിടെ ഒരുപാട് ഗുണങ്ങൾ കിട്ടുന്നത്. മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്ട്സിൽ നിന്നുള്ള കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ്സിനെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് റിക്രൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു അവസരം ലഭിക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ് അതിന്റെ ഏറ്റവും മെയിൻ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഹൈലൈറ്റ്. ആൻഡ് ദർ ഇസ് അനദർ തിങ്, ഒരു മെഗാ ജോബ് ഡ്രൈവ് നടത്തുന്നതിന്റെ ഹ്യൂമൻ എഫോർട്ട് അത്രേ അതിന്റെ ഒരു മൂന്നിലൊന്ന് ഹ്യൂമൻ എഫോർട്ട് മാത്രമേ ഒരു വെർച്വൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർ നടത്തുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യം വരുന്നുള്ളൂ. സോ അങ്ങനെ മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജസ് ഈ ഒരു വെർച്വൽ ജോബ് ഫെയറിന് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. So from February 2025 onwards, KD started conducting virtual job fairs in a scheduled manner. Every Saturday, sector based ആയിട്ടുള്ള virtual job fairs KD's നടത്തുന്നുണ്ട്. Like healthcare, IT, diploma, IT, non-IT. അങ്ങനെ അതൊരു കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് പ്രോസസ് ആയിട്ടാണ് ഫെബ്രുവരി മുതൽ ഇപ്പോൾ വിർച്വൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർസ് നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു ജോബ് ഫെയർസ് നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത് SDPK ഫെസിലിറ്റീസിലാണ്. സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം കേരള. സച്ച് ഫെസിലിറ്റി അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് പറയുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഓഫ് ദ digital infrastructure facilities set up in 103 selected engineering and polytechnic colleges across Kerala. So we are leveraging that facility now. At present, selected institutions, അതായത് ഒരു ഡിസ്ട്രിക്റ്റിൽ ഒരു ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ സെലക്ട് ചെയ്ത് 14 ഡിസ്ട്രിക്റ്റിലായിട്ടാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. സോ ഒരു 2019-ലാണ് ഈ ഒരു SDPK സെന്റേഴ്സ് ഫെസിലിറ്റേറ്റ് ചെയ്തത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് കുറച്ച് ടൈം ആയതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ we are revamping the SDPK facilities. That includes providing a dedicated high-speed internet facility and upgrading the systems inside the SDPK facility. സോ അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഈ കാൻഡിഡേറ്റിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം കേരളത്തിലുള്ള 103 സെന്റേഴ്സ് ആണ് വെർച്വൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർ നടത്തുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഫെസിലിറ്റേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കുന്നത്. അവിടെ ഒരു ജോബ് സീക്കറിന് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു കാൻഡിഡേറ്റിനാണ് ഇന്റർവ്യൂ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ വരുന്ന ഒരു കാൻഡിഡേറ്റിനാണ് അതിന്റെ പ്രയോജനം ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതലായി ലഭിക്കുന്നത്. ബിക്കോസ് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ വീടിനടുത്ത് തന്നെയുള്ള ലൊക്കേഷനിൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് പോയി ഇന്റർവ്യൂ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയും. സമയം വളരെയധികം നമുക്ക് ലാഭിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കും എന്നുള്ളതാണ് അതുകൊണ്ടുള്ള ഏറ്റവും വലിയൊരു ഹൈലൈറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് പറയാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നത്. സോ SDPK സെന്റേഴ്സ് 103 സെന്റേഴ്സിലും വരുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇനിയിപ്പോൾ ഒരു കാൻഡിഡേറ്റിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഒരു ജോലിയിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്നതിന് യാതൊരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടും ഉണ്ടാകത്തില്ല. ജസ്റ്റ് DWMS-ൽ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യുക, അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുക, വീടിനടുത്ത് നിന്ന് ഇന്റർവ്യൂ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യുക. വളരെ സിമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രോസസ് ആയിരിക്കും ഇനി നടക്കുന്നത്. താങ്ക് യു.
നമുക്ക് കുറവുണ്ട്. ഈ ടീമിന്റെ ബന്ധം കുറഞ്ഞായതുകൊണ്ട് ചുരുക്കേണ്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നു. ക്വസ്റ്റ്യന് ആൻസർ കിട്ടുന്ന സ്കോപ്പില്ല. ഇതിന്റെ ഒരു ചുരുക്കം ആയിട്ടൊന്നും പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ബിൽഡിങ് ഒരു ഡിജിറ്റൽ പ്രൊഫൈൽ എത്രത്തോളം ഒപ്റ്റിമൈസ് ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ അപ്ഡേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ഇതിനനുസരിച്ച് നമുക്ക് ആ ഒരു സ്കില്ലിങ്ങും തുടർന്നുള്ള എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റിനും ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസും മെച്ചപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. അപ്പം ജോബ്സ് കെൻ ബി റിഫൈൻ ചെയ്ത് മുന്നോട്ട് പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാമാണ് കേരളം അതിന്റെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമായിട്ടുള്ള DWMS. എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദി.
Thank you so much, sir. So that was the last session, Journey of DWMS. With this, we conclude the day 2 of Skill Kerala Global Summit 2025 here at the Innovation Bay. I thank all the dignitaries here on the stage. Without further ado, I request all the esteemed guests, speakers, please go to the center stage to attend the valedictory function in the presence of Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala. Let me repeat, our valedictory function is going on at the center stage. I were one, we were one. So I request everyone, the esteemed guests, speakers, and dignitaries to please go to the center stage and take part in the valedictory function in the presence of our Honorable Chief Minister Shri Pinarayi Vijayan.